Gildan Media presents Your Coach in a Box, affordable, life-changing audio programs.
Gildan Media presents an unabridged recording of Doing Good Better, How Effective Altruism Can Help You Make a Difference, by William MacAskill. Narrated by Sean Pratt. The following dedication appears in the book. To Toby Ord, Peter Singer, and Stanislav Petrov, without whom this book would not have been written. Introduction. Worms and water pumps. How can you do the most good? Up until 1989, Trevor Field was a typical middle-aged South African man who had lived a fairly normal life. He enjoyed fresh steaks, cold beer, and fishing with his friends. Working in advertising for magazines like Top Car and Penthouse, he had never thought seriously about using his skills for the greater good. When he discovered the play pump, however, everything changed. That year, Field and his father-in-law, a farmer, visited an agricultural fair in Pretoria. There he met a water engineer named Ronnie Stiver, who was demonstrating a model for a new type of water pump. The demonstration reminded Field of a fishing trip he'd taken years before, during which he had watched the women of a rural village wait for hours next to a windmill-powered water pump. There had been no wind that day, but the women, who had trekked for miles, still needed to bring water back to their homes. So they simply sat and waited for the water to flow. Field had been struck by how unfair this was. There simply must be a better way to do this, he thought. Now, he was witnessing a potential solution. Stiver's invention seemed brilliant. Instead of the typical hand pump or windmill pump found in many villages in poor countries, Stiver's pump doubled as a playground merry-go-round. Children would play on the merry-go-round, which, as it spun, would pump clean water from deep underground to a storage tank. No longer would the women of the village need to walk miles to draw water using a hand pump or wait in line at a windmill-powered pump on a still day. The play pump, as it was called, utilized the power of playing children to provide a sustainable water supply for the community. African kids have almost nothing, not even books in school, let alone playground equipment, and access to water is a huge problem, Field later told me. I thought it was just the best idea I've ever seen. Field bought the patent from Stiver and worked in his spare time over the next 5 years to improve the design. Using his experience in advertising, Field came up with the idea of placing billboard advertisements on the sides of the water tank as a way to generate revenue to pay for pump maintenance. In 1995, he secured his first sponsor, Colgate-Palmolive, installed the first play pump, and quit his job in order to focus full-time on the project, now a registered charity called Play Pumps International. Progress was slow at first, but he persevered, paying for several pumps with his own money. At the same time, he developed connections with corporations and government bodies across South Africa to pay for more pumps. By the turn of the millennium, he had installed 50 pumps across the country. His first major breakthrough came in 2000 when, out of 3,000 applicants, he won a World Bank Development Marketplace Award, given to innovative, early-stage development projects that are scalable and or replicable, while also having high potential for development impact. That award attracted funding and attention, which culminated in a site visit from Steve Case, CEO of AOL, and his wife Jean. They thought the play pump was incredible, Field said. As soon as they saw it in action, they were sold. In 2005, the Cases agreed to fund the project and worked with Field to set up an American arm of Play Pumps International. Their aim was to roll out thousands of new play pumps across Africa. The play pump became the center of a massive marketing campaign. Steve Case used his expertise from running AOL to pioneer new forms of online fundraising. The One Foundation, a British fundraising charity, launched a bottled water brand called 1 Water, and donated the profits to Play Pumps International. It was a huge success and became the official bottled water of the Live 8 concerts and the Make Poverty History campaign. The play pump became the darling of the international media, who leapt at the opportunity to pun with headlines like, "Pumping water is child's play," and "The Magic Roundabout." In an article for Time magazine in 2006, Bill Clinton called the play pump a wonderful innovation. Celebrities, too, jumped on the bandwagon. Jay-Z raised tens of thousands of dollars through his The Diary of Jay-Z, Water for Life concert tour. Soon after, Play Pumps International secured its biggest win, a $16.4 million grant awarded by then First Lady Laura Bush, launching a campaign designed to raise $60 million to fund 4,000 play pumps across Africa by 2010. By 2007, the play pump was the hottest thing in international development, and Trevor Field was at the center of it all, a rock star of the charity world. It has just gone berserk. When I first looked at this water pump, I could never imagine that this is something that could possibly change the world, Field said in 2008, reflecting on Play Pump International's startling success. It really rocks me to know we're making a difference to a lot of people who are nowhere near as privileged as I am or my family is. By 2009, his charity had installed 1,800 play pumps across South Africa, Mozambique, Swaziland, and Zambia. Then, things went sour. 2 damning reports were released, one by UNICEF and one by the Swiss Resource Center and Consultancies for Development, known by the acronym SCAT. It turned out that despite the hype and the awards and the millions of dollars spent, no one had really considered the practicalities of the play pump. Most playground merry-go-rounds spin freely once they've gained sufficient momentum. That's what makes them fun. But in order to pump water, play pumps need constant force, and children playing on them would quickly get exhausted. According to the UNICEF report, children sometimes fell off and broke limbs, and some vomited from the spinning. In one village, local children were paid to play on the pump. Much of the time, women of the village ended up pushing the merry-go-round themselves, a task they found tiring, undignified, and demeaning. What's more, no one had asked the local communities if they wanted a play pump in the first place. When the investigators from SCAT asked the community what they thought about the new play pump, many said they preferred the hand pumps that were previously installed. With less effort, a Zimbabwe Bush hand pump of the same cylinder size as a play pump provided 1,300 liters of water per hour, 5 times the amount of the play pump. A woman in Mozambique said, "From 5 a.m. we are in the fields working for 6 hours. Then we come to this pump and we have to turn it. From this your arms start to hurt. The old hand pump was much easier." One reporter estimated that, in order to provide a typical village's water needs, the merry-go-round would have to spin for 27 hours per day. Even when communities welcomed the pumps, they didn't do so for long. The pumps often broke down within months, but unlike the Zimbabwe Bush pump, the mechanics of the pump were encased in a metal shell and could not be repaired by the community. The locals were supposed to receive a phone number to call for maintenance, but most communities never received one, and those who did never got anyone on the phone. The billboards on the storage tanks lay bare. The rural communities were too poor for companies to be interested in paying for advertising. The play pump was inferior in almost every way to the unsexy but functional hand pumps it competed with. Yet, at $14,000 per unit, it cost 4 times as much. Soon the media turned on its golden child. PBS ran a documentary exposing the play pump's many shortcomings. One thing that didn't change was the media's love of puns. The documentary was called Southern Africa, Troubled Water. The Guardian newspaper repeatedly referred to the play pump as money down the drain. In an admirable response to this criticism, the U.S. arm of Play Pumps International shut down, and its sponsor, the Case Foundation, publicly acknowledged that the program had been a failure. Yet, despite its fall from grace, the play pump lives on. Under the name of Roundabout Water Solutions, Field's nonprofit continues to install the same model of play pumps across South Africa, funded by corporations like Ford Motor Company and Colgate-Palmolive. Most people want to make a difference in their lives, and if you're listening to this book, you're probably no exception. As Trevor Field's story illustrates, however, good intentions can all too easily lead to bad outcomes. The challenge for us is this: how can we ensure that when we try to help others, we do so as effectively as possible? How can we ensure that we avoid accidentally causing harm and succeed in having the greatest positive impact we can? This book tries to help answer these questions. I believe that by combining the heart and the head, by applying data and reason to altruistic acts, we can turn our good intentions into astonishingly good outcomes. To illustrate, let's look at a story with a very different ending from the one you just heard about. In 2007, at the peak of the play pump's popularity, Michael Kremer and Rachel Glenister launched an organization of their own, a culmination of decades of research into how to improve the lives of the poorest people in the world. Glenister had studied economics at the University of Oxford, graduating in 1988. She was interested in learning about poverty relief, so she decided to live in a developing country and spent a summer in Kenya. She spoke to people working in development, many of whom were deeply disillusioned. When she asked why, they told her to look at some of the ways development projects had backfired. "I got sent down to big projects that had failed," Glenister told me. "I went to Lake Turkana, up in the north of Kenya. The Turkana people are basically nomadic, and various development projects had hoped to improve their quality of life by settling them on the lake, so they built a big factory for fish. They managed to get them to settle and fish in the lake, but then the lake got overfished, and the fish stock collapsed. It was depressing." Disenchanted about the potential to have an impact in global development, she moved into domestic policy, taking a job at the British Treasury. Michael Kremer also spent some of his young adulthood in Kenya, living there for a year after finishing his undergraduate degree. Like Glenister, he was concerned by extreme poverty and wanted to learn more, so he lived with a local family, teaching English at a secondary school. He also saw some dramatic ways in which attempts to improve conditions there were failing. When he returned to grad school, he decided to figure out how things could be done better. Kremer and Glenister met at Harvard University in 1990. Kremer was a PhD student. Glenister was visiting on a Kennedy Scholarship, having taken a sabbatical from her work at the Treasury. By the time Kremer became a professor at MIT in 1993, he and Glenister were married. As a vacation, they returned to Kenya to visit the family Kremer had lived with several years prior. While there, Kremer spoke to Paul Lepeya, a friend who worked for the Dutch charity International Christian Support, now called Investing in Children and Their Societies, or ICS. ICS's main program was child sponsorship, in which a donor paid a regular amount to help an individual child or a small community. ICS had been trying to improve school attendance and test scores. They provided a package of different things: new textbooks, and additional teachers to schools, and free school uniforms to the students. ICS had received new funding, and Paul Lepeya was about to roll out the program to 7 new schools. Kremer urged Lepeya to test his program using what's called a randomized, controlled trial. He would monitor and collect data for 14 local schools, implementing the program in 7 of them while letting the other 7 go about business as usual. By collecting data from all 14 schools to see which fared better, he could find out if his program actually worked. In hindsight, Kremer's idea seems obvious. Randomized controlled trials are the gold standard method of testing ideas in other sciences, and for decades, pharmaceutical companies have used them to test new drugs. In fact, because it's so important not to sell people ineffective or harmful drugs, it's illegal to market a drug that hasn't gone through extensive randomized controlled trials. But before Kremer suggested it, the idea had never been applied to the development world. With the help of collaborators, Kremer tested the different ICS programs one by one. First, he looked at the efficacy of providing schools with additional textbooks. Classrooms would often have only one textbook for a class of 30, so it seemed obvious that providing more textbooks would help students learn. However, when Kremer tested this theory by comparing test scores between schools that received books and those that didn't, he found no effect for all but the most high-achieving of students. He suggests the textbooks were written at too high a level for the children, especially considering they were in English, the pupils' third language after Swahili and their local languages. Next, Kremer looked at providing flip charts. The school children couldn't understand the textbooks, but having flip charts would allow teachers to tailor lessons to the specific needs of the students. Perhaps these would work better. Again, however, no effect. Undaunted, he took a different approach. If providing additional materials didn't work, maybe increasing the number of teachers would. After all, most schools had only one teacher, catering to a large class. But again, he found no discernible improvement from decreasing class sizes. Over and over again, Kremer found that seemingly obvious programs to improve education just weren't working. But he persisted. He refused to believe there was simply no way to improve the education of children in Kenya. At that point, a friend at the World Bank suggested he test deworming. Few people in developed countries know about intestinal worms, parasitic infections that affect more than 1 billion people worldwide. They aren't as dramatic as AIDS or cancer or malaria because they don't kill nearly as many people as those other conditions. But they do make children sick and can be cured for pennies. Off-patent drugs developed in the 1950s can be distributed through schools and administered by teachers and will cure children of intestinal worms for a year. Kremer did an experiment to see whether treating children for these intestinal worms had an impact on education. The results were striking. We didn't expect deworming to be as effective as it was, Kremer told me. It turned out to be one of the most cost-effective ways of increasing school participation. Absenteeism is a chronic problem in schools in Kenya, and deworming reduced it by 25%. In fact, every child treated spent an extra 2 weeks in school, and every $100 spent on the program provided a total of 10 years of additional school attendance among all students. Enabling a child to spend an extra day in school therefore cost just 5 cents. It wasn't merely that deworming children worked at getting children into school. It worked incredibly well. What's more, deworming didn't merely have educational benefits, it had health and economic benefits too. Intestinal worms can cause a variety of maladies, including anemia, intestinal obstruction, and a suppressed immune system that can increase the risk of other diseases, like malaria. Deworming decreases all these risks. Moreover, when Kremer's colleagues followed up with the children 10 years later, those who had been dewormed were working an extra 3.4 hours per week and earning an extra 20% of income compared to those who had not been dewormed. In fact, deworming was such a powerful program that it paid for itself through increased tax revenue. By the time his work on deworming was published, Kremer's revolutionary new approach to development had spawned a following, with dozens of the brightest young economists running hundreds of trials of different development programs. Meanwhile, Glenister had quit her job and become the executive director of the newly founded Poverty Action Lab at MIT, where she used her knowledge of policy to ensure that research Kremer and his colleagues were conducting would have real-world impact. In 2007, on the basis of this research, Kremer and Glenister co-founded the nonprofit Deworm the World Initiative, which provides technical assistance to the governments of developing countries, enabling them to launch their own deworming programs. The charity has provided more than 40 million deworming treatments, and the independent charity evaluator, GiveWell, regards them as one of the most cost-effective development charities. When it comes to helping others, being unreflective often means being ineffective. The play pump is the perfect example. Trevor Field and everyone who supported him were driven by emotions, the appeal of seeing happy children provide their communities with clean water through the simple act of playing, rather than facts. The Case Foundation, Laura Bush, and Bill Clinton supported the play pump not because there was good evidence to believe it would help people, but because it had the thrill of a revolutionary technology. Even critics of the campaign would stop short of accusing Field and his supporters of bad intentions. They no doubt genuinely wanted to help the people of rural Africa, but relying on good intentions alone to inform your decisions is potentially disastrous. It would be nice if the play pump were an isolated example of unreflective altruism. But sadly, it's just an extreme example of a much more general trend. We very often fail to think as carefully about helping others as we could, mistakenly believing that applying data and rationality to a charitable endeavor robs the act of virtue. And that means we pass up opportunities to make a tremendous difference. Imagine, for example, that you're walking down a commercial street in your hometown. An attractive and frighteningly enthusiastic young woman nearly assaults you in order to get you to stop and speak with her. She clasps a tablet and wears a T-shirt displaying the words, "Dazzling Cosmetics." You agree to let her speak, and she explains that she's representing a beauty products company that is looking for investment. She tells you about how big the market for beauty products is, and how great the products they sell are, and how, because the company spends more than 90% of its money on making the products and less than 10% on staff, distribution, and marketing, the company is extremely efficient and therefore able to generate an impressive return on investment. Would you invest? Of course you wouldn't. If you wanted to invest in a company, you would consult experts, or investigate different companies and compare Dazzling Cosmetics' performance with the rest of them. Either way, you would look at the best available evidence in order to work out where you will get the most bang for your buck. In fact, almost no one is foolish enough to invest in a company that is pitched to them on the street, which is why the imaginary situation I described here never occurs. Yet, every year, hundreds of thousands of people donate to charities they haven't heard of simply because a well-spoken fundraiser whom they didn't know asked them to. And they normally have no way of knowing what happened to the money they donated. One difference between investing in a company and donating to a charity is that the charity world often lacks appropriate feedback mechanisms. Invest in a bad company and you lose money, but give money to a bad charity and you probably won't hear about its failings. Buy a shirt that's advertised as silk when it's really polyester and you'll realize pretty quickly. But buy coffee that has a fair trade stamp on it and you never know whether doing so helped people, harmed them, or did nothing. If it weren't for the independent investigations by UNICEF and SCAT, Play Pumps International would have looked like a terrific success to those who supported it. Because we don't get useful feedback when we try to help others, we can't get a meaningful sense of whether we're really making a difference. Kremer and Glenister succeeded in part because they didn't assume they knew what the most effective way of helping people was. Instead, they tested their ideas before putting them into action. They were willing to revise their beliefs about what would work in light of the evidence they received, and then went out and did what the evidence suggested they should do. In contrast with the play pump, the most effective program turned out to be remarkably boring. Grace Hollister, now the director of Deworm the World Initiative, told me that deworming is probably the least sexy development program there is. But by focusing on what was effective rather than what was emotionally appealing, they produced outstanding results, significantly improving the lives of millions of people. Kremer and Glenister exemplify a way of thinking I call effective altruism. Effective altruism is about asking, how can I make the biggest difference I can? And using evidence and careful reasoning to try to find an answer. It takes a scientific approach to doing good. Just as science consists of the honest and impartial attempt to work out what's true, and a commitment to believe the truth, whatever that turns out to be, effective altruism consists of the honest and impartial attempt to work out what's best for the world, and a commitment to do what's best, whatever that turns out to be. As the phrase suggests, effective altruism has two parts, and I want to be clear on what each part means. As I use the term, altruism simply means improving the lives of others. Many people believe that altruism should denote sacrifice, but if you can do good while maintaining a comfortable life for yourself, that's a bonus, and I'm very happy to call that altruism. The second part is effectiveness, by which I mean doing the most good with whatever resources you have. Importantly, effective altruism is not just about making a difference or doing some amount of good. It's about trying to make the most difference you can. Determining whether something is effective means recognizing that some ways of doing good are better than others. The point of this isn't to lay blame or to claim that some ways of doing good are unworthy. Rather, it's simply to work out which ways of doing good are best, and to do those first. This project is crucial because, as we'll discuss, the best ways of doing good are very good indeed. I helped to develop the idea of effective altruism while a graduate student at the University of Oxford. I had begun donating to charity and wanted to ensure that my donations did as much to help others as possible. Along with Toby Ord, a postdoctoral researcher at Oxford, I began to investigate the cost-effectiveness of charities that fight poverty in the developing world. The results were remarkable. We discovered that the best charities are hundreds of times more effective at improving lives than merely good charities. In 2009, Toby and I co-founded Giving What We Can, an organization that encourages people to donate at least 10% of their income to these most cost-effective charities. Around the same time, two New York hedge fund analysts, Holden Karnofsky and Ellie Hassenfeld, quit their jobs to start GiveWell, an organization that does extraordinary in-depth research to work out which charities do the most good with every dollar they receive. From there, a community developed. We realized that effective altruism could be applied to all areas of our lives, choosing a charity certainly, but also choosing a career, volunteering, and choosing what we buy and don't buy. On the basis of this, in 2011, I co-founded 80,000 Hours, a name that refers to the number of hours you typically work in your life, which provides advice and coaching on how to choose a career that will allow you to make the most difference. In this book, I'll present in more depth effective altruism's approach to making a difference. What I hope to convey is not a series of facts, but a new way of thinking about helping others, which you can take with you and apply in your own life. The first part of this book outlines effective altruism's way of thinking, enabling us, in the second part of the book, to apply that way of thinking to specific issues. In the first part, I dedicate each chapter to exploring one of effective altruism's 5 key questions, which are: 1. How many people benefit and by how much? 2. Is this the most effective thing you can do? 3. Is this area neglected? 4. What would have happened otherwise? And 5. What are the chances of success, and how good would success be? Asking these 5 key questions can help us avoid common pitfalls when thinking about doing good. The first question helps us to think concretely about how different actions improve people's lives, so that we don't squander our time or money on activities that don't, ultimately, make people better off. The second question ensures we try to spend our efforts not on merely good activities, but on the very best activities. The third question directs us to focus on those areas that receive comparatively little attention and for which others haven't taken the outstanding opportunities to make a difference. The fourth question helps us to avoid trying to do good works that would happen with or without our involvement. The fifth question helps us to think about uncertainty correctly, so that we can know when to pursue activities that have low odds of success but large potential payoffs, instead of activities with guaranteed smaller benefits. Taken together, these 5 questions help us to answer the guiding question of effective altruism, which is, how can I do the most good? They form the core of effective altruism's approach to making a difference. In the second part of this book, I apply these questions to specific areas, such as, how can I figure out which charities will do the most good with my donations? How can I choose a career or volunteering opportunity with the biggest impact? How much of a difference can I make through ethical consumption? And, of the many problems in the world, how can I decide which to focus on? In each case, I provide a framework for thinking about the issue, a checklist of questions to help you ensure that you think through all the most important considerations. I hope to show how effective altruism can help us to have a greater impact in all aspects of our lives. For ease of reference, the frameworks and the 5 key questions are restated in the appendix. Before we begin, let me explain why these considerations are so important. In the next chapter, I'll explain why each and every one of us has the power, if we so choose, to do extraordinary things. Chapter 1. You are the 1%. Just how much can you achieve? When the Occupy Wall Street movement gained traction in the fall of 2011, disaffected citizens of the Western world quickly adopted the term, the 1%, to refer to the top 1% of income earners in wealthy nations, primarily the United States. The term came from a popular statistic that the richest 1% of the population receives 24% of total income. That's more than $340,000 per year, 12 times the $28,000 earned by the typical American worker. References to the 1% versus the 99%, that is, the rest of the population, quickly became shorthand for the income gap in America. Inequality in America is getting starker over time. While typical household income grew by less than 40% between 1979 and 2007, the income of the richest 1% grew by 275% in that same time period. The French economist Thomas Piketty, who gained international fame for his 2014 book titled Capital in the 21st Century, has suggested that the level of income inequality in the United States is probably higher than in any other society at any time in the past, anywhere in the world. This can lead those of us who aren't in that 1% to feel powerless, but this focus neglects just how much power almost any member of an affluent country has. If people focus exclusively on American inequality, they're missing an important part of the bigger picture. Say you were to look at a graph of global income distribution. This graph would line up everyone in the world, ordered by their income. The space between 0 and 25% represents the 25% of the world with the smallest incomes. The space between 75 and 100% represents the 25% of the world with the largest incomes. If everyone had the same income, the line would be flat, forming a neat rectangle under it. But they don't. The poorest people in the world barely even register on the graph. Income soars when you hit the top 10%, and the richest 1%? That spike goes off the chart. If I wanted to draw the whole of this graph so that you could see where the spike ends, this book would have to be as tall as a 23-story building, taller than the original Godzilla. Where do you fall on this graph? You obviously wouldn't know for sure since I've left the vertical axis unlabeled, but have a guess. What percentage of the world's population is above you in income, and what percentage is below? When I ask residents of the United States or the United Kingdom this question, they typically guess they fall into the 70th or 80th percentile. They know they're from an affluent country, but they also know they're not like those bankers and CEOs who make up the global elite. They therefore guess that they're at the corner of the curve, peering up at the mega-rich who sit atop that spike. That's what I used to think, too. If you earn more than $52,000 per year then, speaking globally, you are the 1%. If you earn at least $28,000, that's the typical income for working individuals in the United States, you're in the richest 5% of the world's population. Even someone living below the U.S. poverty line, earning just $11,000 per year, is still richer than 85% of people in the world. Because we're used to judging ourselves in comparison with our peers, it's easy to underestimate just how well off those of us in rich countries are. You might feel skeptical at this point. I certainly was when I first heard these facts. Sure, you might say, the poor in developing countries might not have much money, but that money can pay for so much more because the cost of living in those places is cheaper. It's true that money goes further overseas. When I was in Ethiopia, I ate at one of Addis Ababa's fanciest restaurants, and the bill came to about $10. I even stayed in a hotel room one night, albeit a nasty one, for $1. However, that graph of income inequality has already taken into account the fact that money goes further overseas. Let's look at that bottom 20% of the world's population. That's 1.22 billion people who earn less than $1.50 per day, and thereby count as members of the extreme poor. You might assume that $1.50 per day means that every day the extreme poor live on the equivalent of $1.50 in their local currency, but it actually means they live on an amount of money equivalent to what $1.50 would buy in the United States in 2014. What can $1.50 buy you in the United States? A candy bar? A bag of rice? You might be skeptical. Perhaps you think people in poor countries can live on less than $1.50 a day because they produce a lot of their own goods. They don't have much money, but they don't need that much money because they farm their own land and mainly live off what they grow. Again, however, this has already been taken into account in that graph. Suppose Annette is a farmer who earns $1.20 per day from selling her produce, but who also eats 40 cents worth of what she grows per day. According to the way these figures are calculated, she lives on $1.60 per day and is therefore above the $1.50 per day poverty line. You might wonder, how can anyone live on so little money? Surely they'd die. And the answer is, they do. At least, they die much more regularly than those of us who live in developed countries do. Even though average life expectancy in developing countries has skyrocketed over the last few decades, in poor countries in sub-Saharan Africa it is only 56 years, compared to over 78 years in the United States. In other dimensions, their lives are just as lacking as you'd expect given their earnings. In order to get a full picture of what life is like for the extreme poor, Professors Abhijit Banerjee and Esther Duflo, economists at MIT, conducted a survey of more than 13 countries. They found that the extreme poor consume an average of 1,400 calories per day, about half of what is recommended for a physically active man or a very physically active woman, while spending most of their income on food. The majority are underweight and anemic. Most households own radios but lack electricity, toilets, or tap water. Less than 10% of households possess a chair or a table. There is, however, one way in which the $1.50 per day figure can't quite be cashed out as what $1.50 could buy in the United States in 2014. In the United States, because there is no extreme poverty, there is no market for extremely cheap goods. The lowest quality rice you can buy in the United States is far better than what you could buy in Ethiopia or India. The room I rented in Ethiopia for $1 a night was far worse than anything I could rent in the United States. Trust me on this. The very worst housing you can buy in the United States is far better than the mud brick houses typical for those living below the $1.50 per day extreme poverty line. This explains how someone living in extreme poverty can still have a home, but it does not do much, if anything, to improve life in extreme poverty. The fact that we found ourselves at the top of the heap, globally speaking, provides us with a tremendous opportunity to make a difference. Because we are, comparatively, so rich, the amount by which we can benefit others is vastly greater than the amount by which we can benefit ourselves. We can therefore do a huge amount of good at relatively little cost. Just how much good should we expect to be able to do? Let's, very simplistically, suppose that by some social action, giving to a development charity, buying fair trade items, or something else, we make ourselves $1 poorer and thereby make an Indian farmer living in extreme poverty $1 richer. How much greater a benefit would that dollar provide the poor Indian farmer than it would provide for ourselves? It's a basic rule of economics that money is less valuable to you the more you have of it. We should therefore expect $1 to provide a larger benefit for an extremely poor Indian farmer than it would for you or me. But how much larger? Economists have sought to answer this question through a variety of methods. We'll look at some of these in the next chapter, but for now I'll discuss just one method, which is to ask people directly about their well-being. Estimates via other methods would support my conclusion at least as well as this one does. In order to work out the relationship between level of income and level of subjective well-being, economists have conducted large-scale surveys of income levels and the subjective well-being of people in each of them. On the graph they created, the vertical axis of the graph represented self-reported well-being. Those interviewed had to say how satisfied they were with their lives on a scale from 0 to 10. Rating yourself at 10 means you consider yourself maximally happy. You think that realistically life couldn't get any better. Rating yourself at 0 means you consider yourself maximally unhappy. You think that realistically life couldn't get any worse. Most people fall in the middle of this range. The horizontal axis would represent the annual income. What's interesting about the graph that they created is that a doubling of income will always increase reported subjective well-being by the same amount. For someone earning $1,000 per year, a $1,000 pay raise generates the same increase in happiness as a $2,000 pay raise for someone earning $2,000 per year, or an $80,000 pay raise for someone already earning $80,000 per year, and so on. The graph would allow us to determine just how much greater a benefit the extreme poor receive from $1 than you or I do. Imagine if your boss called you into her office and told you your salary would double for the next year. You'd be pretty pleased, right? What the conclusions from the economic study suggest is that the benefit you get from having your salary doubled is the same as the benefit an extremely poor Indian farmer gets from having his salary doubled. If you're on the typical U.S. wage of $28,000 per year, the benefit you'd get from an additional $28,000 in income is the same as the benefit a poor Indian farmer would get from an additional $220. This gives us a good theoretical reason for thinking that the same amount of money can do 100 times as much to benefit the very poorest people in the world as it can to benefit typical citizens of the United States. If you earn as much as the typical American worker, then you are 100 times as rich as the very poorest people in the world, which means additional income can do 100 times as much to benefit the extreme poor as it can to benefit you or me. This isn't to say that income is all that matters to well-being. Of course, other factors like safety and political freedom are involved. But income certainly plays a critical role in how enjoyable, long, and healthy your life is. Looking at how much we can benefit people via increasing their income gives us a particularly robust way of assessing how much we can benefit others compared to ourselves. It's not often you have two options, one of which is 100 times better than the other. Imagine a happy hour where you could either buy yourself a beer for $5 or buy someone else a beer for 5 cents. If that were the case, we'd probably be pretty generous, Next round's on me. But that's effectively the situation we're in all the time. It's like a 99% off sale, or getting 10,000% extra free. It might be the most amazing deal you'll see in your life. This idea is important enough that I've given it a name. I call it the 100 times multiplier. For those of us living in rich countries, you should expect to be able to do at least 100 times as much to benefit other people as you can to benefit yourself. The 100 times multiplier should surprise us. We shouldn't expect to be able to do so much to benefit others at such little cost to ourselves. But we live in an unusual place during an unusual time. It's an unusual place because if you're listening to this audiobook, then, like me, you're probably lucky enough to be earning $16,000 per year or more, putting you in the richest 10% of the world's population. That's a remarkable situation to be in. It's an unusual time because it comes after a period of remarkable economic progress, which has led to some of the world experiencing what is, historically, fabulous wealth. In 1800, the gross domestic product per person per year in America was only $1,400 in today's money, whereas now it's more than $42,000. In a mere 200 years, we've become 30 times richer. But it is a time following remarkably unequal economic progress. Despite the riches of people like us, there are still billions living in abject poverty. This is highly unintuitive, as you would see if you could view a graph of gross domestic product per person over the last 2,000 years. For almost all of human history, from the evolution of Homo sapiens 200,000 years ago until the Industrial Revolution 250 years ago, the average income across all countries was the equivalent of $2 per day or less. Yet through some outstanding stroke of luck, we have found ourselves as the inheritors of the most astonishing period of economic growth the world has ever seen, while a significant proportion of people stay as poor as they have ever been. Moreover, because of that economic progress, we live at a time in which we have the technology to easily gather information about people thousands of miles away, the ability to significantly influence their lives, and the scientific knowledge to work out what the most effective ways of helping are. For these reasons, few people who have ever existed have had so much power to help others as we have today. Sometimes we look at the size of the problem in the world and think, anything I do would be just a drop in the bucket, so why bother? But in light of the research shown, that reasoning doesn't make any sense. It's the size of the drop that matters, not the size of the bucket. And if we choose, we can create an enormous drop. We've already seen that we have the opportunity to provide a benefit for others that is 100 times greater than the benefit we could provide for ourselves. That we can't solve all the problems in the world doesn't alter in any way the fact that, if we choose, we can transform the lives of thousands of people. Part 1. The 5 Key Questions of Effective Altruism. Chapter 2. Hard Trade-offs. Question number 1. How many people benefit, and by how much? June 21st, 1994. Kigali, Rwanda. 2 months into one of the most horrific genocides the world has ever witnessed, James Orbinski manned a small Red Cross hospital, a tiny wellspring amid a moral wasteland. The problems in Rwanda began to build up decades before, when the early Belgian colonialists had decreed that, of the native population, the minority Tutsi were racially superior to the more numerous Hutu. Under this regime, the Tutsi assisted the colonial rulers, while Hutu were used as forced labor. The situation changed radically in 1959 when the Tutsi monarchy was overthrown and replaced with a Hutu republic, and Rwanda became independent of Belgium. But things did not get better. The country's new leaders imposed dictatorial military rule and harvested the little wealth the country had for their own ends. Many of Rwanda's Tutsi fled to neighboring countries as refugees, and the country soon became one of the poorest in the world. As the prosperity of the country declined, the Hutus' resentment toward the Tutsi grew. As time passed, the extremist ideology known as Hutu power, explicitly based around racist, anti-Tutsi principles, gained popularity. In 1990, Rwanda's leaders had begun arming Hutu citizens with machetes, razor blades, saws, and scissors. A new radio station had been set up to broadcast propaganda and hate speech, and attacks from the Tutsi refugee army, the Rwandan Patriotic Front, were being used to catalyze fear among the Hutu populace. By 1994, anti-Tutsi sentiment reached its zenith. On April 6, 1994, the Rwandan president was assassinated. The extremist Hutus blamed the Rwandan Patriotic Front, giving them the perfect opportunity to initiate their long-planned genocide. By the time Orbinski found himself at that Red Cross hospital, hundreds of thousands of Tutsi had been killed. The UN was stalling, not wanting to admit that a genocide was happening, and had provided almost no support. Only a handful of non-profit workers remained in the country. Later in his life, Orbinski would become the president of Doctors Without Borders and accept the Nobel Peace Prize on its behalf, but at this time his role was simply to provide care for those who needed it, and with so many casualties, what could he do? He later recalled, "There were so many, and they kept coming. Patients were taped with a 1, 2, or 3 on their foreheads. 1 meant treat now, 2 meant treat within 24 hours, and 3 meant irretrievable. The 3s were moved to the small hill by the roadside opposite the emergency room and left to die in as much comfort as could be mustered for them. They were covered with blankets to stay warm and given water and whatever morphine we had. The 1s were carried by stretcher to the emergency room or to the entrance area around it. The 2s were placed in groups behind the 1s. I cannot comprehend what it was like for James Orbinski to see so many in pain at once and know he could help so few of them. I can only be thankful that I will never witness suffering of that magnitude. I imagine you feel the same. However, there is a way in which Orbinski's situation is similar to ours. With so many casualties coming in, Orbinski knew he could not save everyone, and that meant he had to make tough choices. Whom did he save, and whom did he leave to die? Not all could be helped, so he prioritized and engaged in triage. If it were not for that cold, calculating yet utterly necessary allocation of 1s, 2s, and 3s, how many more lives would have been lost? If he had made no choice, if he had put his hands in the air and claimed defeat, or if he had simply tried to treat whoever came in first, he would have made the worst choice of all. The reality of our world is like that. If we want to make the world a better place, we must make choices similar to those of Orbinski. Suppose you have money you want to donate to charity. If you donate to Haiti earthquake relief, you help disaster victims. That means you have less money to fund antiretrovirals to fight HIV in Uganda, or to help the homeless in your hometown. As a result of your choices, someone is made better off, and someone else is not. Confronted with the choice, you might be inclined to give to all these causes, make more room in your budget for increased charitable giving, or divide your donation among several causes. But your time and money are limited, and you cannot solve all the problems in the world. This means you need to make some hard decisions. Whom do you choose to help? Exactly the same problem arises for our use of time. If you have a spare couple of hours per week that you're happy to dedicate to helping others, how should you use them? Should you work at a soup kitchen? Join a mentorship program for troubled youth? Organize fundraisers for your favorite charity? Again, there are far too many problems in the world and not enough time to solve them all. We need to prioritize. Orbinski's situation was more salient than ours, since the potential beneficiaries were there in front of him, crying out for help. The fact that he had to make a choice, and that not choosing would itself be a decision, was inescapable. That we are not directly confronted with the competing beneficiaries of our charitable efforts and donations may lead us to take our situation less seriously than we would if we were in Orbinski's shoes, but it makes the situation no less real. There are literally billions of potential recipients of our help. Each one is a worthy beneficiary, someone who has real problems and whose life could be made better by our actions. We therefore need to make decisions about whom we choose to help, because failure to decide is the worst decision of all. Effective altruism, at its core, is about confronting Orbinski's dilemma and trying our best to make hard trade-offs. Of all the ways in which we could make the world a better place, which will do the most good? Which problems should we tackle immediately, and which should we leave for another time? Valuing one action over another is difficult, both psychologically and practically, but it is not impossible. In order to make comparisons between actions, we need to ask, how many people benefit, and by how much? This is the first key question of effective altruism. To begin to answer this question, we need to know the consequences of our actions. To illustrate, let's think about choosing which charity to give to. In order to assess your potential impact by donating to a charity, you need to know what exactly that charity will do with your donation. For many charities, it's not clear what the answer is. For example, if you go onto the Salvation Army's website, you can read about the many programs they run, like soup kitchens, community support for veterans, emergency shelters for the homeless, and summer camps and after-school programs for children from low-income families. If you dig into their website, you can see what proportion of their revenue they spend on broad categories of expenditure like rehabilitation, core community center, and other social services. Nowhere, however, do they tell you how much any of their programs cost, and therefore what your donation would achieve. Perhaps $50 is enough to pay for one person's meal at a soup kitchen for a whole year, but from the information provided on the website, we can't know for sure. This is such a typical state of affairs that you might not have thought about how astonishing it is. But imagine if you went into a grocery store and none of the products had prices on them. Instead, the storekeeper asks, "How much would you like to spend at this grocery store today?" When you give the storekeeper some money, he hands over a selection of groceries chosen by him. This, of course, would be absurd. If this was how things worked, how could we figure out if one grocery store was better than another? One store could charge 10 times the amount for the same produce, and prior to actually paying for the products, we wouldn't be able to tell. If it would be absurd to buy groceries this way, why is donating to a charity any different? In the case of charity, you're buying things for other people rather than yourself, but if you're interested in using your money to help other people effectively, that shouldn't make a difference. Sometimes, charities do tell you what you're getting with your money. For example, on its Donate Now webpage, the New York City branch of the United Way tells you that a donation of $50 is enough to provide 5 books with parent guides to a family. This is a step in the right direction. But even assuming that the $50 for 5 books figure is accurate, it's still not that useful because we don't know what benefits those books provide. We care about providing books only if doing so will lead to things that really are of value. Do the books help children do better in school? Do they enrich a family's lives through a better understanding of the world? If those extra books don't actually improve anyone's lives, then your $50 donation is worthless. We can overcome this problem by thinking in terms of improving lives, rather than in terms of intermediate metrics like number of school books provided. In order to truly make comparisons between different actions, we need to measure impact in terms of the size of the benefits we confer through those actions. In some cases, it's relatively clear which action will provide a larger benefit. Let's think about Orbinski again. Saving someone from dying provides a larger benefit than saving someone from losing a limb. So, if Orbinski had to choose between one or the other, he should save the life. Similarly, he would provide a larger benefit by saving 5 lives than by saving 1. So, if, for example, he could provide 5 simple life-saving surgeries in the time it would take to provide 1 more complicated life-saving surgery, it's clear he should opt to perform the simpler surgeries. However, there are many harder cases. If you can prevent the death of a 5-year-old or a 20-year-old, which should you do? What if you can prevent 10 people from suffering from AIDS or 100 people from suffering from severe arthritis? What about preventing 1 woman from being domestically abused versus enabling 1 child to go to school? For health benefits, economists have spent decades conducting research in order to answer questions like these. They have developed a metric called the Quality Adjusted Life Year, also known by its acronym QALY, pronounced QALY, in order to help make decisions about how to prioritize among different health programs. The idea behind the QALY is that there are 2 ways you can give a health benefit to someone. First, you can save someone's life. I use quotes here because saving a life, of course, only ever means extending someone's life. The second way to benefit someone is to improve the quality of their life during the time they are alive. Migraines don't kill people, but, as someone who occasionally suffers from them, I know that life is better without them. The QALY combines these 2 benefits into 1 metric, using survey data about the trade-offs people are willing to make in order to assess how bad different sorts of illnesses or disabilities are. For example, people on average rate a life with untreated AIDS as 50% as good as life at full health. People on average rate life after a stroke as 75% as good as life at full health. And people on average rate life with moderate depression as only 30% as good as life in full health. You can illustrate the QALY metric using graphs. Let's say you take a graph that would illustrate a fairly typical life, representing how well the person's life goes over time. This graph would show the person who lives most of his life very healthy and who has some mild health troubles at age, say, 35, but then gets better. His health begins to deteriorate as he enters old age until his death at 72. So he started at 100 at his birth, and of course at 0 when he died at 72. All right, so now taking this idea, let's take another graph that would show a person's life for 60 years. And if we found a way of improving someone's quality of life by 20% for the 60 years of their life, that would amount to 12 QALYs in total. That's 60 times 12% equals 12. Now, if we used a different graph that would illustrate extending someone's life who is currently at, say, 70% health for 10 years, that amounts to only 7 QALYs overall. That's 10 times 70% equals 7. The QALY metric, therefore, allows us to measure the size of benefits that different people receive. If you want, you can come up with your own personal quality weights. Think of an ailment that you have suffered from at some point in your life. Suppose you suffer from back pain, as I sometimes do. You could think to yourself, if 10 represents how good my life is when I'm perfectly healthy, how good is my life in a day when I'm suffering from back pain? This can be difficult to answer, so a way to make your judgments more precise is to ask yourself about what sorts of trade-offs you'd make. If you could live 1 extra day at perfect health, or a certain larger number of days living with back pain, at what point would you be indifferent? In my own case, I'd be indifferent between living an extra 4 days perfectly healthy or an extra 5 days with back pain. That suggests that I think life with back pain is 80% as good as life pain-free. In the endnotes, I can share some links to some official lists of quality of life estimates to help you assess the severity of different conditions yourself. Economists have used the QALY metric to assess the cost-effectiveness of different health treatments. They test a certain program, assess how much it costs and what health improvements it provides, and then translate those health improvements into QALYs. After doing this for a number of different programs, they can make comparisons between these programs to see which provides the largest benefit for a given amount of money. If you have limited resources, then, other things being equal, you should spend those resources in whatever way will provide the most QALYs. To illustrate, consider a simple hypothetical example. Suppose that you have $10,000, and with that money you could pay for antiretroviral therapy for a 40-year-old who has AIDS, or a surgery to prevent blindness in a 20-year-old, but not both. Without the antiretroviral therapy, the 40-year-old would die in 5 years' time. With the antiretroviral therapy, the 40-year-old would die in 10 years' time. The 20-year-old will live to the age of 70 whether or not she receives the blindness-preventing surgery. Of course, in the real world, we can never know exactly how long people will live, so to perform this calculation, we'd have to use average life expectancy. Should you pay for the antiretroviral therapy or for the surgery? QALYs can help us make that decision. First, we assess the size of the benefit from the antiretroviral therapy. People rate the quality of life with AIDS while not receiving antiretroviral therapy at 50%, and rate the quality of life with AIDS while receiving antiretroviral therapy at 90%. By providing antiretroviral therapy to the 40-year-old, you therefore increase her quality of life from 50 to 90% for 5 years, and give her an extra 5 years of life at 90% health. That equals 6.5 QALYs. Because 90% minus 50%, which is 40%, multiplied by 5, added to the sum of 90% times 5, is equal to 6.5. Second, we assess the size of the benefit from the blindness-preventing surgery. People rate the quality of life while blind at 40%. By preventing the blindness of the 20-year-old, you therefore increase her quality of life from 40 to 100% for 50 years. That equals 30 QALYs, because 100% minus 40%, which is 60%, multiplied by 50 equals 30. This tells us that you'd provide a larger benefit by paying for the surgery than for paying for the antiretroviral therapy. All other things being equal, that suggests you should pay for the surgery rather than the antiretroviral therapy. QALYs are imperfect, as any measure of health benefit will be. For example, on average, people who have never been on dialysis estimate that if they were on dialysis, their health-related quality of life would be 39%, whereas people who actually are on dialysis, on average, rate their health-related quality of life at 56%. The same is true for other medical conditions. Patients tend to regard their conditions as less bad than the general public does. Is this because the general public doesn't really understand what life with the medical conditions is like and overestimates how bad it is? Or is it because patients have subconsciously lowered the standard for what they regard as 100% health? It's difficult to know, and academics continue to debate the topic. Similarly, some people think that we should give special importance to preventing the deaths of younger people, or give special weight to those who are particularly badly off. These are contested issues, and they are unlikely to be resolved anytime soon. For our purposes, however, it's often not important for us to have precise numbers on how good or bad different conditions are. As we'll see in the next chapter, programs differ dramatically in how great an impact they have. So even a rough idea of how many people are affected and by how much is often enough to show that one program has a much larger impact than another. In this book, I'll talk about QALYs quite a lot. That's not because I think the only way to make a difference is to improve someone's health. Rather, it's because, as I'll explain in the coming chapters, many of the best, most concrete, and easiest to measure ways of doing good involve improving global health. We've also got much better data for health programs than for many other sorts of activity. Since the goal of effective altruism is to do the most good we can, health is a good place to start. Moreover, in principle, the same methods that were used to create the QALY could be used to measure the costs and benefits of pretty much anything. We could use these methods to estimate the degree to which your well-being is affected by stubbing your toe, or by going through a divorce, or by losing your job. We could call them well-being adjusted life years instead. The idea would be that being dead is at 0% well-being, being as well off as you realistically can be is at 100% well-being. You can compare the impact of different activities in terms of how much and for how long they increase people's well-being. In Chapter 1, we saw that doubling someone's income gives a 5 percentage point increase in reported subjective well-being. On this measure, doubling someone's income for 20 years would provide 1 WALY. That's our acronym, WALY, which would stand for Well-Being Adjusted Life Years. Thinking in terms of well-being improvements allows us to compare very different outcomes, at least in principle. For example, suppose you were unsure about whether to donate to the United Way of New York City or to Guide Dogs of America. You find out that it costs Guide Dogs of America approximately $50,000 to train and provide one guide dog for one blind person. Which is a better use of $50? Providing 5 books or a 1/1000th contribution to a guide dog? It might initially seem like such a comparison is impossible, but if we knew the impact of each of these activities on people's well-being, then we could compare them. Suppose, hypothetically, that we found out that providing one guide dog at a cost of $50,000 would give a 10 percentage point increase in reported well-being for one person's life over 9 years, which is the working life of the dog. That would be 0.9 WALYs. And suppose that providing 5,000 books at a cost of $50,000 provided a 0.001 percentage point increase in quality of life for 500 people for 40 years. That would be 2 WALYs. If we knew this, then we know that spending $50,000 on school books provided a greater benefit than spending $50,000 on a guide dog. The difficulty of comparing different sorts of altruistic activity is therefore ultimately due to a lack of knowledge about what will happen as a result of that activity, or a lack of knowledge about how different activities translate into improvements to people's lives. It's not that different sorts of benefits are, in principle, incomparable. Not everyone agrees with this. For example, in 2013, the CEO of Charity Navigator, a charity evaluation service that I'll discuss in Chapter 7, Ken Berger and his colleague Robert M. Penna wrote a critical piece on effective altruism for the Stanford Social Innovation Review blog. They objected that the comparing of one cause to another amounts to little more than charitable imperialism, whereby my cause is just and yours is, to one degree or another, a waste of precious resources. As they clarified in correspondence, Berger and Penna believe that it's impossible to weigh one person's interests against another's. They therefore think it's immoral to try to determine which causes are most effective. However, their view simply cannot be correct. If Berger and Penna were right, then we couldn't say that giving someone an extra dessert is a smaller benefit than saving someone's life. Nor could we say that you do more good by saving 1 million lives than by saving 10. We would have to conclude that nurses who engage in triage, ensuring that doctors don't spend their time treating mild coughs when they could be treating heart attacks, have no basis for their decisions. But that would be absurd. It might be difficult, both emotionally and practically, to weigh different people's interests against each other, but it's not impossible in principle. Let's consider a different objection. Doesn't the focus on trying to benefit others as much as possible neglect the fact that you might have a closer personal connection to some causes rather than others? If a family member died of cancer, isn't it natural to want to direct your energies to fighting cancer? Shouldn't you focus on that cause, even if you could theoretically do more good elsewhere? I feel the pull of this objection. For example, in 2009, when setting up Giving What We Can, I was trying to find those charities that do the most good with every dollar they receive. In the course of doing this, I came across the Fistula Foundation. Obstetric fistulas are truly awful conditions. A hole between a woman's vagina and bladder or rectum, through which urine or feces leak uncontrollably. They are generally caused by prolonged labor during childbirth, though they can be caused by rape or sexual abuse. They occur almost entirely in poor countries, where malnutrition results in women having an underdeveloped pelvis, and where there are insufficient medical resources available to perform a cesarean. The fistula causes incontinence, and the women who suffer from them often end up ostracized from their communities, unable to get work. The primary recipient of the Fistula Foundation's revenue is the Hamlin Fistula Hospital in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. They treat fistulas through surgery and provide follow-up care, counseling, and education. It is clearly a highly worthy cause doing a huge amount of good. Ultimately, however, I concluded that you'd probably have an even bigger impact on people's lives by donating elsewhere. I'll discuss what causes I believe to be most effective later in the book. But there was a catch. When I visited Ethiopia several years before, I'd visited this hospital. I'd hugged the women who suffered from this condition, and they'd thanked me for visiting them. It had been an important experience for me, a vivid first-hand demonstration of the severity of the problems in the world. This was a cause I had a personal connection with. Should I have donated to the Fistula Foundation, knowing I could do more to help people if I donated elsewhere? I don't think so. If I were to give to the Fistula Foundation rather than to the charities I thought were most effective, I would be privileging the needs of some people over others merely because I happen to know them. That would be unfair to those I could have helped more. If I'd visited some other shelter in Ethiopia or in any other country, I would have had a different set of personal connections. It was arbitrary that I'd seen this problem close up, rather than any of the other problems in the world. Similar thoughts apply to deciding what cause to focus on more generally. For example, if an uncle dies of cancer, you might naturally want to raise money for cancer research. Responding to bereavement by trying to make a difference is certainly admirable, but it seems arbitrary to raise money for one specific cause of death rather than any other. If that family member had died of a different illness, it would have been no less tragic. What we care about when we lose someone close to us is that they suffered and died before their time, not that they died from a specific cause. By all means, we should harness the sadness we feel at the loss of a loved one in order to make the world a better place, but we should focus that motivation on preventing death and improving lives, rather than preventing death and improving lives in one very specific way. Any other decision would be unfair to those whom we could have helped more. If we want to do as much good as we can, we need to think about what the consequences of our actions will be. Moreover, we need to think about how our actions will turn into improvements to people's lives. When making decisions, whether it's in volunteering, choosing a career, or deciding to buy ethical produce, we should therefore ask the following. How much does this activity cost in terms of time or money? How many people does it affect? And, crucially, by how much does it improve people's lives? This is the first step toward addressing the hard question of how to allocate our limited time and money. The crucial second step is to realize the importance of focusing on the best activities. Let's turn to that. Chapter 3. How you can save hundreds of lives. Question number 2. Is this the most effective thing you can do? In 2009, a Zambian-born economist, Dambisa Moyo, published a book called Dead Aid: Why Aid is Not Working and How There is a Better Way for Africa, in which she argued that aid is malignant and should stop. She summed up her views early on in the book when she wrote, "So there we have it, 60 years, over $1 trillion of African aid, and not much good to show for it." Her message rang true for many, and her book was a bestseller. She's not alone in her anti-aid sentiment. In 2006, William Easterly, an economist at New York University, wrote a book entitled The White Man's Burden. Easterly's book, which popularizes the view that aid has been ineffective at best and harmful at worst, has become the Bible for aid skeptics, those who believe international aid efforts have been a waste of time and energy. He writes, "The other tragedy of the world's poor is the tragedy in which the West spent $2.3 trillion on foreign aid over the last 5 decades and still had not managed to get 12-cent medicines to children to prevent half of all malarial deaths. The West spent $2.3 trillion and still had not managed to get $6 bed nets to poor families. The West spent $2.3 trillion and had still not managed to get $3 to each new mother to prevent 5 million child deaths." I endorsed something like aid skepticism for quite a long time. After I graduated college, I decided against applying to jobs at nonprofits, partly because of stories I heard about food aid being stolen and sold by corrupt governments, and assumed there was no way I could have an impact under these conditions. I donated to development charities, but I always felt uneasy about whether I was actually helping others or merely alleviating my own sense of guilt about being born privileged in a world with so much need. I've since realized that I was thinking about development in entirely the wrong way. The picture that aid skeptics paint is highly misleading and, even more important, isn't particularly relevant for people who want to do good. One error skeptics make is emphasizing in their critiques the amount of money spent. $1 trillion of aid spending, which Moyo appealed to in her book, sounds like a lot of money, but to the average person, it's too great a sum to comprehend, so we need to put it into context. The total annual income output of the world is $87 trillion. The United States spends about $800 billion on Social Security every year. A decade of cosmetic sales amounts to $1.7 trillion. And in 2001, Donald Rumsfeld mentioned that the U.S. military had simply lost track of $2.3 trillion. In global terms, therefore, $1 trillion is not very much money. We can see this even more clearly once we translate this figure into more meaningful terms. Over 60 years of aid spending, $1 trillion is slightly less than $17 billion per year. Divided by 412 million people, the average population of sub-Saharan Africa during that time period, that's only $40 per recipient per year. When we take into account the fact that the $1 trillion in aid spending must be divided among a very large number of people over many decades, we see that the amount of aid spent per recipient is very small indeed. Second, the claim that there is not much to show for it is simply false. Even among the bottom billion, that is, the population of countries that have experienced the weakest economic growth over the last few decades, quality of life has increased dramatically. In 1950, life expectancy in sub-Saharan Africa was just 36.7 years. Now it's 56 years, a gain of almost 50%. The picture that Dambisa Moyo paints is inaccurate. In reality, a tiny amount of aid has been spent, and there have been dramatic increases in the welfare of the world's poorest people. Of course, correlation is not causation. Merely showing that the people's welfare has improved at the same time the West has been offering aid does not prove that aid caused the improvement. It could be that aid is entirely incidental, or even harmful, holding back even greater progress that would have happened anyway or otherwise. But in fact, there's good reason to think that, on average, international aid spending has been incredibly beneficial. Moyo points to aid's inefficiencies by focusing on typical aid programs. But to get to a true picture of how much benefit the developing world has received from aid, one needs to focus instead on the best aid programs. A good contender for the best aid program ever is the eradication of smallpox. Smallpox was an horrific disease. The infection would present itself initially like the flu, resulting in fever, muscle pain, malaise, and headaches. After 2 weeks, small lesions appeared on the mouth, tongue, and throat. Soon afterward, fluid-filled blisters developed on the skin, first the forehead, then the face, then the rest of the body. Those who were infected would be badly disfigured for the rest of their lives, and about 30% would die. In the 20th century alone, smallpox killed more than 300 million people. Fortunately, in 1977, we eradicated it. It's difficult to comprehend just how great an achievement this was, so let's make a comparison. Suppose we'd achieved world peace in 1973. How many deaths would have been prevented? That timescale includes the killings of Cambodia's Khmer Rouge, the Rwandan genocide, the 2 Congo wars, the 9/11 attacks, and the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq. If you add up all the wars, genocides, and terrorist acts that occurred since 1973, the death toll is a staggering 12 million. Prior to its eradication, smallpox killed 1.5 to 3 million people every year. So, by preventing these deaths for over 40 years, its eradication has effectively saved somewhere between 60 and 120 million lives. The eradication of smallpox is one success story from aid, saving 5 times as many lives as world peace would have done. Just for the sake of argument, let's be generous to the aid skeptics. Let's suppose that over the last 6 decades, foreign aid achieved absolutely nothing except eradicating smallpox. A simple calculation shows that even if this were true, foreign aid would still be a bargain. The total aid spending of all countries over the last 5 decades is $2.3 trillion. And Moyo's $1 trillion figure was aid just to Africa. That means that, using the low estimate of the benefits of smallpox at 60 million lives saved, foreign aid has saved a life with every $40,000 spent. In comparison, government departments in the United States will pay for infrastructure to improve safety if doing so costs less than about $7 million per life saved. The precise figures are $9.1 million for the Environmental Protection Agency, $7.9 million for the Food and Drug Administration, and $6 million for the Department of Transportation. This means that even if aid had achieved absolutely nothing except eradicating smallpox, it still would have prevented a death for 1/150th of the cost that the United States is currently willing to spend to save the lives of its own citizens. This calculation not only shows that aid has worked, but also that it's been cost-effective on average. Moreover, this calculation significantly underestimates the positive impact of aid. Thanks to immunization, annual deaths from preventable illnesses have declined from 5 million in 1960 to 1.4 million in 2001, despite world population doubling in that time. Annual malaria deaths have declined from 3.8 to about 0.7 million. Annual diarrheal deaths have declined from 4.6 to 1.6 million. Aid isn't responsible for all of these reductions, but it is responsible for a proportion of them, and that's despite the fact that the amount of money spent on aid is tiny in global terms. Indeed, even aid skeptics agree that the best sorts of development programs, especially those within global health, are very effective. For example, William Easterly, the author of The White Man's Burden, notes that there are well-known and striking donor success stories, like the elimination of smallpox, the near eradication of river blindness and guinea worm, the spread of oral rehydration therapy for treating infant diarrheal diseases, DDT campaigns against malarial mosquitoes, although later halted for environmental reasons, and the success of WHO vaccination programs against measles and other childhood diseases. He summarizes his view by commenting that even those of us labeled as aid critics do not believe aid has been a universal failure. If we give you aid agencies grief on failures, it is because we have seen some successes, and we would like to see more. There are certainly many examples of attempts to help those that do little good. Play pumps is just one example. But when evaluating whether aid has worked on average, it's not enough to look at typical cases of aid. You also need to look at the best cases. In the context of doing good, this is vital because the best activities are often far superior to typical ones, which can make the average benefits of aid spending very high, even if typical benefits are small. We're used to thinking of what's typical and what's average as being the same. For example, if you measured the height of all women in North America and plotted those heights on a graph, you would get a bell curve. The height of a typical woman in North America, that is, a woman who is taller than 50% of people and shorter than 50% of people, is 5 feet 5 inches. The height of the average woman, which is equal to the total height of all women divided by the number of women, is also 5 feet 5 inches. In the case of height, what is typical and what is average is the same. This sort of distribution is what we're most familiar with, so it's aptly called a normal distribution. But this isn't always true. If we were to look at a graph that would represent global income distribution, the graph showing how many people live in various income brackets, you would notice how different this is from the distribution of height. In this graph, on the right-hand side or the tail of the curve, it just keeps going. In fact, in order to make the shape of the curve visible on a page, you'd have to cut off the graph at around $6,000 per year, even though 20% of the world earns more than that. Distributions that look like this are called fat-tailed distributions. You might have heard of the 80-20 rule, which is that 80% of the value of a set of activities comes from the best 20% of activities. That rule describes a fat-tailed distribution. Fat-tailed distributions are interesting because they're marked by extreme events. Whereas there are very few extremely small or extremely tall people, there are a relatively large number of extremely rich people. If height were distributed like income is, we would regularly see people towering 270 feet tall, peering over skyscrapers. That's why the world's average income, which is $10,000 per year, is so much higher than the typical income, which is only $1,400 per year. The richest people bring up the average. For this reason, fat-tailed distributions are unintuitive. That's partly why it's so difficult to understand income inequality. We don't realize that we're extreme outliers. In fact, fat-tailed distributions are fairly common. For example, most people live in a small number of cities. Most people who have died in an earthquake died in one of the relatively rare catastrophic ones. A small number of words make up the majority of most printed text, which means that if you want to learn a language, you're better off learning the 1,000 or so most common words first. When it comes to doing good, fat-tailed distributions seem to be everywhere. It's not always true that exactly 80% of the value comes from the top 20% of activities. Sometimes things are even more extreme than that, and sometimes less. But the general rule that most of the value generated comes from the very best activities is very common. The effectiveness of different aid activities forms a fat-tailed distribution, and this fact is very important if we want to make a difference. In response to Dambisimoyo, I pointed out that because the best programs are so good, they make aid very effective on average. But we don't need to fund programs of merely average effectiveness. We can deliberately choose to fund only the very best programs, which allows us to do a tremendous amount of good. To see how this plays out, let's consider two types of aid programs. First, developing world education. All the programs that you would list on a graph, such as cash transfers to girls, merit scholarships, free uniforms, and deworming, would be programs that work in the sense that they have a measurable, positive impact. But the differences between those four estimates are enormous. Providing cash rewards to girls to stay in school yields an additional 0.2 years of school attendance with every $1,000 spent. Providing free primary school uniforms does 10 times better, resulting in 7.1 additional years of school attendance for every $1,000 spent. But deworming school children does 15 times better than that, with 139 total years of school per $1,000. In the context of helping others, the difference between a good use of money and a great use of money is huge. We shouldn't just ask, is this program a good use of money? We need to ask, is this program the best use of money? The same phenomenon occurs with respect to developing world health. That graph would estimate the cost-effectiveness of different health programs, measured in QALYs, where one QALY, remember, represents a benefit equivalent to giving one person 1 year of life in perfect health. The results here would be even more amazing than those for school attendance. Let's look at 4 different areas: Kaposi sarcoma, condom promotion, antiretroviral therapy, and distribution of bed nets. So consider Kaposi sarcoma, a cancer that occurs in those with HIV and typically causes disfiguring purple tumors on the skin and in the mouth. Kaposi sarcoma can cause painful swelling of the legs and feet, and it can be life-threatening if the tumors occur in the lungs, liver, or digestive tract. One estimate puts the cost-effectiveness of surgery to remove Kaposi sarcoma, which produces mainly cosmetic benefit, at about $50,000 per QALY. Spending money to treat Kaposi sarcoma is clearly a good deal, costing less than the governments of the United States or the United Kingdom are willing to spend to provide 1 QALY and less than I would be willing to spend to give myself an extra year of perfect health. But treating Kaposi sarcoma is clearly not the best use of money if we wish to help people in the developing world. On these estimates, by promotion of condom use, we can do 100 times as much to benefit people than we can by treating Kaposi sarcoma. By providing antiretroviral therapy, we provide 2.5 times the benefit again. Moreover, the QALY allows us to make comparisons across very different programs that combat very different illnesses. By donating to the Against Malaria Foundation, which buys and distributes long-lasting, insecticide-treated bed nets, you would, by this estimate, provide 500 times the benefit as you would by spending the same amount of money treating Kaposi sarcoma. Once again, we see the importance of focusing on the very best activities. We need to ensure we're making not just a difference, but the most difference we can. Importantly, the cost-effectiveness estimates given are just that, estimates. The figures for Kaposi sarcoma, condom distribution, and antiretroviral therapy are individual estimates based on specific contexts and may therefore be optimistic. The figure for bed net distribution is more robust. The calculation behind it tries to correct for biases in favor of optimism and takes into account the specific context in which the charities work. But even this estimate should not be taken as gospel. However, in the context of fat-tailed distributions, even rough estimates are vitally important for decision-making. When we compare these 4 categories, the best program is estimated to be 500 times more effective than the worst program, which, remember, is still a good program. Even if the highest estimates were too optimistic by a factor of 50, it would still be vitally important to focus on the best programs rather than merely good ones. What we've seen is that thinking carefully about how you can do the most to benefit others doesn't just allow you to do a bit more good. It enables you to do vastly more than you might have done otherwise. Imagine saving a single person's life. You pass a burning building, kick the door down, rush through the smoke and flames, and drag a young child to safety. If you did that, it would stay with you for the rest of your life. If you saved several people's lives, running into a burning building one week, rescuing someone from drowning the next week, and diving in front of a bullet the week after that, you'd think your life was really special. You'd be in the news. You'd be a hero. But we can do far more than that. According to the most rigorous estimates, the cost to save a life in the developing world is about $3,400, or $100 for one QALY. This is a small enough amount that most of us in affluent countries could donate that amount every year while maintaining about the same quality of life. Rather than just saving one life, we could save a life every working year of our lives. Donating to charity is not nearly as glamorous as kicking down the door of a burning building, but the benefits are just as great. Through the simple act of donating to the most effective charities, we have the power to save dozens of lives. That's pretty amazing. In this chapter, we've seen the importance of focusing on the best charitable programs, and we've seen just how good those programs can be. In the next, we'll look at one rule of thumb to help us find those most effective programs, and we'll begin to look at how we can best use our time as well as our money. Chapter 4. Why You Shouldn't Donate to Disaster Relief. Question number 3. Is this area neglected? Greg Lewis was 14 when he decided to become a doctor. Born and raised in the quiet rural city of Salisbury, England, his reasons were typical of countless others who decide to pursue medicine. "I want to study medicine because of a desire I have to help others," he wrote in his university application. Indeed, medicine is the banner career for people who want to make a difference. Every year, about 20,000 people in the United States and 8,000 people in the United Kingdom go to medical school, and the number is growing year after year. Even for those whom medicine isn't a good fit, the desire to pursue a career that makes a difference is widespread. According to one study, 70% of young people regard ethical considerations as crucial in their choice of employer. Enterprises like Teach for America have grown dramatically, explicitly targeting students who care more about making a difference than about making a high salary. Organizations like Net Impact, Idealist, and ethicalcareers.org all offer advice on choosing a vocation that does good. Even Oprah Winfrey, on her website, provides examples of jobs that make a difference. But since effective altruism holds that we should test our assumptions about how to do good before putting them into action, we should look at this more critically. Are the most popular ways to make a difference through one's work really the most effective ones? If anyone was going to make a big difference through medicine, it was Greg Lewis. After acing his high school classes and representing his country in the British Biology Olympiad, he pursued his dream and went to Cambridge to study medicine. He excelled there, too, publishing his first paper at the age of 21. But as Greg began life as a doctor, he started to wonder what impact he was really having. Wasn't it obvious? He was in the ward, in the midst of the action, saving lives and healing the sick on a daily basis. He could see the beneficiaries of his actions. They were right there in front of him. It wasn't obvious enough for Greg, though, and he started to use the research skills he'd honed in the lab to analyze a new question. How much good was he really doing by choosing medicine as a career rather than some other? As a result of that research, he developed a different view on how he could best make a difference in the world. To explain the reasoning behind that view, we need to look at the third of effective altruism's key questions, which is this area neglected? Which is more valuable, water or diamonds? I imagine this question has divided my listenership into two camps. Team Water will say, obviously water is more valuable. If we didn't have water, we'd all be dead. If we didn't have diamonds, we'd just have slightly less attractive jewelry. No big loss. In contrast, Team Diamonds will say, obviously diamonds are more valuable. If you think water is more valuable, then how about we make a little trade? I'll give you a gallon of water and you give me a 20-carat diamond. Sound fair? So which team is right? They both are, depending on what exactly we mean. Drinkable water is, in one sense, extremely valuable because it's necessary for us to keep living. This makes the average value of drinkable water high. But we've already got a lot of water, so that value of an additional gallon of water in developed countries is low. If I, a citizen of a developed Western nation, have one additional gallon of water, that means I may simply have a slightly deeper bath one evening. This is why the cost of a gallon of water from the tap in New York City, where I was when I wrote these lines, is just 0.015, less than 2 cents. In contrast, even though the average value of diamonds is much lower than that of water, the value of an additional or marginal diamond is much higher. The reason, simply, is that there aren't that many diamonds available on the market. They are therefore scarce in the way that water isn't. If I had no possessions at all and couldn't sell what I gained, I'd rather have a gallon of water than a 20-carat diamond. In contrast, given the easy access to water that I currently have, I'd prefer the diamond if given the choice. This water and diamonds paradox shows the importance of what economists call thinking at the margin. That is, assessing the value of an additional thing, what is known in economics as its marginal utility, rather than thinking about the average value of that thing. We think on the margin all the time. Suppose you receive a new sweater for Christmas. How good is that sweater? The answer depends on how many sweaters you already have. If it's winter, you're homeless, and you have no warm clothes, that sweater might prevent you from getting hypothermia. So an additional sweater would be extremely valuable. If you've got a place to live but are low on sweaters, that extra cable knit might give you something new to wear on a cold day, and would therefore still be pretty valuable. If you already have too many sweaters, though, one more might just be a nuisance, one extra thing to pack when you move, and therefore be bad overall. The value of a new sweater decreases the more sweaters you already have. The value can even become negative if you already have lots of sweaters. In fact, it's true of most good things, though not all of them all the time, that their value diminishes as their quantity increases. The first slice of cake is delicious, but by the third, you're feeling a little sick. Having one copy of this book might provide you with an interesting and entertaining experience, but having a second might just provide you with a makeshift doorstop. This is what economists call the law of diminishing returns. So far, we've only compared different sorts of programs within a specific cause, like developing world education or developing world health. If we want to do as much good as we can, we've also got to ask which cause to focus on. The law of diminishing returns provides a useful rule of thumb for comparing causes. If a specific area has already received a great deal of funding and attention, then we should expect it to be difficult for us to do a lot of good by devoting additional resources to that area. In contrast, within causes that are comparatively neglected, the most effective opportunities for doing good have probably not been taken. Consider disaster relief. On March 11, 2011, the Tohoku region of Japan was hit by the fourth most powerful earthquake since recording began in 1900. Tsunamis reached heights of 130 feet and traveled 6 miles inland. The earthquake was so large that the entire main island of Japan was moved 2.4 meters, that's 7.9 feet, east. Millions of people were left without electricity or water. Thousands died. On January 12, 2010, just 1 year before, an earthquake hit Haiti. The epicenter was near Léogâne, 16 miles west of the country's capital, Port-au-Prince. An estimated 280,000 buildings collapsed, including the National Palace, the National Assembly, the Port-au-Prince Cathedral, and the main jail. Cholera broke out. Thousands died. In both cases, there was massive international media attention and a huge humanitarian relief effort. The disaster dominated the news. Aid agencies were mobilized, and individuals around the world reached for their wallets. In each case, the total international aid raised in the immediate aftermath came to about $5 billion. The two disasters seem very similar. Both were caused by earthquakes. Both resulted in destruction on a massive scale. But, in two ways, they were very different, which should make us wonder why the international aid response was so similar. First, the human scale of the two disasters differed dramatically. Including deaths in the aftermath, the Japanese earthquake caused 15,000 deaths. The Haiti earthquake, by comparison, caused 150,000. Second, Japan is the fourth richest country in the world and had the resources to deal with a disaster on that scale. Haiti didn't. Per person, Japan was 30 times richer than Haiti. As a whole, the country was 1,000 times richer. For that reason, on the 15th of March, just 4 days after the earthquake hit, the Japanese Red Cross made the following statement. The Japanese Red Cross Society, with the support of the International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies, has determined that external assistance is not required, and is therefore not seeking funding or other assistance from donors at this time. If the international response to natural disasters was rational, we would expect a greater amount of funding to be provided to larger disasters and to disasters that occur in poorer countries, which are less able to cope. But that's not what happens. Funding seems to be allocated in proportion with how evocative and widely publicized the disaster is, rather than on the basis of its scale and severity. I'm using this example because it illustrates why, if we want to have an impact, we should donate to less widely publicized disasters rather than to the ones that make the news. For example, in 2008, an earthquake hit Sichuan, China. You probably haven't heard of it. I hadn't before I started writing this book. This earthquake struck 50 miles northwest of Chengdong, right in the center of China. It killed 87,000 people, 5 times as many as the Japanese earthquake and half as many as the Haitian earthquake. Yet, it only raised $500 million in international aid, 1/10 that of Haiti or Japan. For some reason, it wasn't as widely publicized as the other earthquakes, so it received fewer funds. Because it received so much less, donations would have probably made a bigger impact. The law of diminishing returns also explains why, in general, it makes less sense to donate to disaster relief than it does to donate to the best charities that fight poverty. Every day, people die from easily preventable diseases like AIDS, malaria, or tuberculosis. This is a disaster far beyond that of Haiti, or Tohoku, or Sichuan. Every day, 18,000 children, more than the number of people who perished in Tohoku, die from preventable causes. For every death a Japanese earthquake caused, aid organizations received $330,000 in donations. In contrast, for every person who dies from poverty-related causes worldwide, only $15,000 on average is spent in foreign aid and philanthropy. Partly for this reason, experts from the World Health Organization and World Bank concluded that emergency health interventions are more costly and less effective than time-tested health activities. Our response to natural disasters is one of the clearest cases of how, when it comes to charity, most people follow their gut and respond to new events rather than ongoing problems. When a disaster strikes, the emotional centers of our brain flare up. We think, emergency! We forget there is an emergency happening all the time, because we've grown accustomed to everyday emergencies like disease and poverty and depression. Because disasters are new and dramatic events, they inspire deeper and more urgent emotions, causing our subconscious to mistakenly assess them as more important or worthy of attention. Ironically, the law of diminishing returns suggests that if you feel a strong emotional reaction to a story and want to help, you should probably resist this inclination, because there are probably many others like you who are also donating. By all means, you should harness the emotion you feel when a natural disaster strikes, but remind yourself that a similar disaster is happening all the time, and then consider donating to wherever your money will help the most rather than what is getting the most attention. Diminishing returns also provides a powerful argument for focusing your altruistic efforts on people in poor countries rather than those in rich countries. For example, it costs about $50,000 to train and provide one guide dog for one blind person, something that would significantly improve that person's quality of life. However, if we could use that $50,000 to completely cure someone of blindness, that would be an even better use of money, since it provides a larger benefit for the same cost. Not only is $50,000 enough to cure one person of blindness in the developing world, it's enough to cure 500 people of blindness if spent on surgery to prevent blindness from sufferers of trachoma, a bacterial infection that causes the eyelids to turn inwards, causing the eyelashes to scratch the cornea. Any program that costs $100 to cure blindness would have been fully funded in rich countries decades ago. The same is not true in poor countries, which means we can do so much more to help those people than we can at home. Similar considerations apply to which sorts of health treatments do the most good with additional funding. Every year, cancer kills 8.2 million people and is responsible for 7.6% of all deaths and ill health worldwide, measured in terms of QALYs lost. Per year, $217 billion is spent on cancer treatment. Malaria is responsible for 3.3% of QALYs lost worldwide. In terms of its health impacts, cancer is about twice as bad as malaria. So if medical spending were in proportion to the scale of the problem, we would expect malaria treatment to receive about $100 billion per year. In reality, only $1.6 billion per year is spent on malaria treatment, about 60 times less than we would expect. Cancer treatment receives so much more funding than malaria treatment because malaria is such a cheap problem to solve that rich countries no longer suffer from it. It was eliminated from the United States in 1951. The fact that cancer treatment receives so much more funding than malaria treatment means that, on the margin, each of us can provide a far greater benefit for other people by funding the most effective malaria treatments in the developing world than we can by funding the most effective cancer treatments in the developed world. In the United States, public health experts regard any program that provides one QALY for less than $50,000 as a good value. And health programs will often be funded even if the cost per QALY is much higher than $50,000. In contrast, providing the same benefit in poor countries, such as by distributing insecticide-treated bed nets to prevent the spread of malaria, can cost as little as $100. That means that, with a given amount of money, you can benefit people in poor countries 500 times more than people in rich countries. Again, we see the 100 times multiplier at work. We're about 100 times richer than the poorest billion people in the world, and we can do several hundred times more to help them than we can to help others in the rich countries we live in. So far, we've looked at how money diminishes in value, but similar reasoning applies to time. One subtle implication of the principle of diminishing returns is how it applies to career choice. Let's come back to Greg Lewis, the idealistic medical student we encountered at the beginning of this chapter, and consider the question, how much good does a doctor do? I had hoped that this question would already be extensively researched, Greg told me, because you'd think that if you were trying to run a health service, you'd really want to know what the returns are on having more doctors. So I was quite surprised to find that no one had really looked at this question at all. You might think this is easy to work out, and that's why no one has needed to research it. To ascertain how many lives a doctor saves, all you have to do is add up how many life-saving surgeries they perform and life-saving treatments they administer over the course of their lives. To figure out how much sickness they heal, you add up all the occasions when they've done something to improve a patient's life. Add up the benefits of both activities, and that tells you how much good they've done. Easy, right? This is what Greg did initially. He looked at the data for a large number of countries. For the United States, he divided the total benefit of American health care by the number of doctors in the United States. The National Area Health Education Center organization estimated there to be 878,194 doctors in the United States. And Greg found work by an epidemiologist named John Bunker, who estimated that the total benefits from medicine in the United States is about 7 QALYs per person, or 2.2 billion QALYs in total. Remember that a QALY is equivalent to providing someone with 1 additional year of healthy life. On this calculation, each doctor is estimated to provide 2,500 QALYs. That's 2.2 billion divided by 878,194. That includes both benefits from saving lives and benefits through improving quality of life. It can be hard to get an intuitive sense of that, so we could think of this in terms of the equivalent number of lives saved. Health economists estimate that, on average, the benefit of saving a life is the same as the benefit of providing 36.5 QALYs. Based on this calculation, therefore, a doctor provides health benefits equivalent to saving 70 lives over the course of his or her career. Greg knew this was an overestimate insofar as it didn't account for the impact of nurses, hospital administrators, and so on. So he scaled down that number, figuring the real figure might be something like 25 or 30 lives saved per doctor. Still pretty impressive, right? Let's call this the simple view. Greg realized that even though this was the view most people intuitively held, it wasn't the right way to think about things because it made the mistake of assessing the average value of a doctor. As we've discussed throughout this chapter, this is the wrong calculation to consider when trying to determine how much impact you can have. Instead, young people wanting to make a difference through their careers should determine the marginal value they would provide by becoming a doctor. To see why the simple view doesn't work, imagine you're in a small town, isolated from the rest of the country. That town has the resources to employ in its hospital 3 doctors, named Alice, Bob, and Charlotte. There are 3 categories of activities that they do. 1, life-saving operations and treatments, like heart surgery. 2, major health improvements, like anxiety treatments. And 3, treating minor ailments like coughs and colds. In this hospital, Alice, Bob, and Charlotte each spend about 1/3 of their time on each of these categories, and the healthcare needs of the town are met. Each doctor performs 100 life-saving surgeries per year, so, according to the simple view, each saves approximately 100 lives per year. Now, let's suppose that the clinic loses resources and can no longer afford to employ Charlotte. How bad would that be for the residents of the town? According to the simple view, it's a disaster because Charlotte will not be available to perform those 100 life-saving operations, which means 100 people will die. However, when we think about this realistically, we realize this is not what would happen. If Charlotte was no longer employed, Alice and Bob would do some reprioritizing. They'd neglect or delegate to other healthcare personnel all the minor ailments they could have treated so they can focus solely on major health improvements and life-saving operations and treatments. In Charlotte's absence, Alice and Bob now each save 150 lives per year. So, even though Charlotte was performing life-saving operations, the difference she made by working for that clinic was really in treating minor ailments like coughs and colds that could not have been treated with fewer doctors. Saving lives is the most important task a doctor can do, and it's a task that would be taken care of in the absence of almost any individual doctor we could point to. As stated earlier, there are an estimated 878,194 doctors in the United States. Suppose you become the 878,195th doctor. What's the difference you make as a result? Well, those 878,194 will have already plucked all the low-hanging fruit in terms of easy ways to save lives, so you, as the 878,195th doctor, will have only hard-to-realize opportunities to improve health. That's unlikely to include performing heart surgeries, and more likely to involve treating minor ailments. Using this idea, we can revise our estimates of how much good a doctor really does. The good that you would do by becoming a doctor, effectively becoming the 878,195th doctor in the United States, is the difference between 1. The total benefit from U.S. healthcare, given that the United States has 878,194 doctors, and 2. The total benefit from U.S. healthcare given that the United States has 878,195 doctors. How big is that difference? Greg used statistics to work out the answer. He looked at both how good the quality of health is in many different countries, and how many doctors there are in each of those countries, and then plotted the relationship between those two factors, while also taking into account the effect of things like wealth and education. This enabled him to answer his question. He worked out that adding one doctor to the United States adds about 4 QALYs per year to the population as a whole. Over a 40-year career, that's 160 QALYs. Once we take into account the fact that nurses and other healthcare workers also generate some of this benefit, we get the conclusion that one additional doctor in the United States provides a benefit equivalent to about 4 lives saved over the course of their career. That is still awesome, but it's also less than you probably thought before, all because of diminishing returns. Of course, the good that a doctor does will vary from specialty to specialty. This estimate is an average across all specialties. Unless some specialties do far more good than others, however, this won't make much difference to our assessment of the good that doctors do. If you aim to become a doctor in a rich country, you're adding only your labor to the already very large pool of doctors who are working in that country. That means that becoming a doctor probably does less good than you'd intuitively think. The same consideration explains why doctors have a much bigger impact if they work in poor countries than in rich ones. Greg did some more statistics to work out how much good he'd do if he picked up and moved and went to work in a very poor country like Ethiopia. He found that he'd make a much larger difference providing an extra 300 QALYs per year, or about 300 lives over a 40-year career. That's more than 100 times as big an impact than if he worked in the United Kingdom. Once again, we see the 100 times multiplier in effect. Because far fewer resources are spent on healthcare in poor countries, Greg could do far more good working in a poor country than in a rich one. Asking the question, is this area neglected, and trying to focus only on those areas that truly are neglected, can be counterintuitive. It means that the most popular causes are, precisely for that reason, the ones where it will be difficult to have a big impact. Because of diminishing returns, we can make a much bigger difference if we focus our efforts on areas on which comparatively fewer resources have been spent, like less publicized disasters, or global poverty rather than domestic poverty. You might be wondering what Greg ultimately decided to do with his career. Did he move to work in a poor country? In fact, he concluded that he should continue to work in the United Kingdom. We'll find out why in the next chapter. Chapter 5. The best person who ever lived is an unknown Ukrainian man. Question number 4. What would have happened otherwise? Out of everyone who ever existed, who has done the most good? In researching this question, I came across a list that Esquire had published called The 75 Best People in the World. The writer suggested that the number 1 spot should go to Matt Damon, which seems unlikely. In Chapter 3, I suggested that smallpox eradication was one of humanity's greatest achievements. If we're looking for the best person ever, we could start by looking at those who helped in this effort. In fact, much of the responsibility of smallpox eradication can be attributed to just one man. In 1966, Ohio-born Dr. D.A. Henderson became the leader of the WHO's Global Smallpox Eradication Campaign. At only 38 years old, and with only 10 years clinical experience, he was 15 years younger than everyone else in the program, but he excelled at what he did. When he took charge of the campaign, he proposed an ambitious goal: to completely wipe smallpox off the face of the planet within 10 years. Astoundingly, the campaign succeeded, and between 1967 and 1971, the number of smallpox endemic countries plummeted from 31 to 5. Henderson pioneered the novel technique of ring vaccination, in which, rather than vaccinating an entire population, a costly and time-consuming procedure, his team used large-scale reporting to identify outbreaks of the disease, contain those who had it, and vaccinate everyone else within a certain radius. It exceeded everyone's expectations, and in 1977, the last naturally occurring case of smallpox was diagnosed in Somalia. Smallpox was the first disease ever to have been eradicated. Henderson's success resulted in a string of accolades. He won more than a dozen major awards, including the Public Welfare Medal, the National Medal of Science, and the Presidential Medal of Freedom, the highest civilian award in the United States. He received honorary degrees from 17 different universities. Immediately after 9/11, he became President George W. Bush's lead expert on bioterrorism. He was even knighted by the King of Thailand. But D.A. Henderson is not the person I'm talking about. By the time Henderson was hired, the political will to eradicate smallpox already existed. There was a job opening, a job he didn't even want initially, and Henderson filled it. This isn't to say he didn't rise to the challenge or that he wasn't a hero, but if he had never existed, someone else would have been in his shoes and eradicated smallpox eventually. This person might not have been as good or as quick as Henderson, but as long as he or she was good enough, smallpox would have been eradicated. Instead, we should look to a much more unlikely hero, Viktor Zhadanov, a Ukrainian virologist who died in 1987. At the time of this writing, he has a mere 4-paragraph Wikipedia page, and there are only a few grainy black and white photos of him available online. I'm not aware of any major accolades for his work. In 1958, Zhadanov was a Deputy Minister of Health for the Soviet Union. In May of that year, at the 11th World Health Assembly meeting in Minneapolis, Minnesota, during the Soviet Union's first appearance in the Assembly after a 9-year absence, Zhadanov described a visionary plan to eradicate smallpox. At the time, no disease had ever before been eradicated. No one knew if it could even be done, and no one expected such a suggestion to come from the Soviet Union. But he conveyed his message with passion, conviction, and optimism, boldly suggesting that the disease could be eradicated within 10 years. Since smallpox was an exclusively human disease, he argued, it would be easier to eradicate than mosquito-borne infections such as malaria. He pointed to the Soviet Union's success at eliminating smallpox, despite its vast territory and poor transportation networks. He referenced Thomas Jefferson's letter to the inventor of the smallpox vaccine, Edward Jenner, when he wrote, "I avail myself of this occasion of rendering you a portion of the tribute of gratitude due to you from the whole human family. Medicine has never before produced any single improvement of such utility. Future nations will know by history only that the loathsome smallpox has existed, and by you has been extirpated." By the force of his arguments, Zhadanov was successful. For the first time in its history, the WHO agreed to form a campaign to completely eradicate a disease. To assess how much good Zhadanov did, we should bear in mind that even if he had not lobbied the WHO, smallpox would probably have been eradicated anyway. The problem was serious enough that someone would have started a campaign to fix it. Many of those 120 million lives that have been saved by smallpox eradication would therefore have been saved anyway. But there would probably have been a considerable delay in the smallpox eradication campaign. Suppose, therefore, that Zhadanov moved forward the eradication of smallpox by a decade. If so, then he alone prevented between 10 and 20 million deaths, about as much as if he'd achieved 3 decades of world peace. We don't usually think of achievements in terms of what would have happened otherwise, but we should. What matters is not who does good, but whether good is done. And the measure of how much good you achieve is the difference between what happens as a result of your actions and what would have happened anyway. Suppose, for example, that I see a woman collapse on the ground. She's had a heart attack. There's no one else around, so I run up to her and start performing CPR. Suppose I've never performed CPR before, but I manage to restart the woman's heart. She recovers, but as a result of the poor quality CPR, is left with a disability. Even so, it's clear that I have done a great thing. Now, suppose that there had been a paramedic around when the woman collapsed. This paramedic would have surely restarted her heart without causing injury, but while I was running toward the woman, I pushed the paramedic out of the way and started performing CPR myself. In this case, I still saved her life, but if I hadn't, the paramedic would have been able to do the same thing without causing damage. In this case, how should I feel about my actions? Am I a hero? After all, I saved a life. Of course I'm not a hero. The good I do is not a matter of the direct benefits I cause. Rather, it is the difference I make. Even though I technically saved this woman's life, I actually did harm overall. Looking at what would have happened otherwise is a fundamental piece of scientific reasoning, referred to as assessing the counterfactual. But the mistake of neglecting the counterfactual is rife within the world of altruism, and this mistake can have terrible consequences. 16-year-old Brandon lived in the northwest of Detroit. He had already been in trouble with the law for armed robbery, home invasion, and drug-related offenses, and he was being brought into Oakland County Jail so he could see how awful prison life was. The goal was to make him reconsider his life choices before he ended up in jail for good. Brandon is the central character in an episode of Beyond Scared Straight. Scared Straight began in 1978 as a documentary by Arnold Shapiro. It told the true story of a group of teenage delinquents who were taken by correctional officers to spend 3 hours at a prison. The inmates screamed at, intimidated, and threatened the juveniles, telling stories of the horrors of life in prison, of rapes and beatings, in order to scare them out of the life of crime. The documentary ends by revealing that most of the juveniles have turned away from their troubled paths, though acknowledging that some did go on to reoffend. The documentary was highly successful, winning an Oscar and 8 Emmys, and begat a succession of follow-ups. Scared Straight, Another Story, Scared Straight 10 Years Later, and Scared Straight 20 Years Later. The latest incarnation, titled Beyond Scared Straight, broadcast on A&E in the United States, is, as of this writing, in its 8th season, airing weekly and attracting millions of viewers. In this episode, when Brandon enters the prison, he's cocky and defiant. He faces a wall of inmates through the bars. They taunt him, yelling, "We got a hard ass? Let's do this." And, "You want to be a real fucking tough guy, is that it?" They threaten him, they jeer, and the guards emphasize the seriousness of their threats. Through all this, Brandon smiles. He thinks it's funny. When he gets taken aside by a correctional officer who continues to play tough guy, he says, "I ain't trippin'. I ain't scared of none of these shitheads. They breathe just like I breathe, and they bleed just like I bleed." Time and again, he shrugs off the intimidation. Things change when he sees an extraction, that is, a prisoner tased, bound to a chair, and forcibly sedated. Out in the corridor, he breaks down, tears in his eyes. The guards tell him they are on his side. They don't want him to end up in here. At the end of the show, we visit Brandon 1 month later. He's smiling again, but this time there's hope in his eyes, not defiance. He's got a personal tutor, and he stopped hanging out with the friends who got him into trouble. He goes back to the prison to apologize to the guards he stood up to. Brandon says he now recognizes he was wrong. "I'm happy I went to the jail tour because it changed my life and made me a better person," he says. "And it made me realize that some of the stuff I was doing wasn't good. The future looks bright now." Beyond Scared Straight introduces us to a world most of us will never experience. It's a mix of pop entertainment and uplifting coming-of-age narrative. The producers say it's a highly effective social program, with cases like Brandon's, in which a once-troubled teen turns his or her life around, being the norm rather than the exception. Since the original release of Scared Straight, hundreds of prisons across the United States have adopted similar programs. The program seems to be a win-win. It reduces the recidivism rate among juvenile offenders, and it makes for great TV. But, as you've probably guessed, based on my discussion of it in this chapter, there's a dark side to Scared Straight. Those who tout the program's effectiveness are wrong. Not only is the program ineffective, it's downright harmful. 9 high-quality studies have been done on the program, assessing the progress of 1,000 juveniles overall. The Cochrane Collaboration, a nonprofit institute that rigorously assesses the evidence behind health and social programs, looked at these studies and found that 2 of them had no significant effect, while the remaining 7 showed increased rates of criminality among juveniles. The authors of the review estimated that the Scared Straight programs that had been studied increased the odds of offending by about 60%. The analyses show the intervention to be more harmful than doing nothing, they concluded. The program effect, whether assuming a fixed or random effects model, was nearly identical and negative in direction, regardless of the meta-analytic strategy. In the jargon of academia, that's just about as harsh a criticism as you can get, claiming that, no matter what way they looked at it, Scared Straight caused more crime than it prevented. In a separate study, the Washington State Institute for Public Policy estimated the value for society per dollar invested of a range of preventative social policies, such as psychotherapy and anger management. Of the 60 interventions studied, the vast majority were shown to produce more value than they cost. Only 3 were harmful, and only one of these egregiously so: the Scared Straight program. The researchers concluded that, because Scared Straight was increasing rates of crime, with associated penitentiary costs and costs to the local community, every dollar spent on Scared Straight cost society $203. Yet, Scared Straight programs still continue and are still touted as effective. How can a program that has been proven to cause harm thrive? The problem is that those who tout its effectiveness aren't thinking in terms of what would have happened otherwise. They see delinquent kids come to the Scared Straight program. They see them go on to commit fewer crimes than they'd been committing in the past. Only 1/3 of kids who go through the program go on to commit a crime in the following year. And they conclude it's a success. But you can't conclude a certain program causes things to get better based solely on the fact that they have gotten better. In the case of Scared Straight, studies show that rates of delinquency would have decreased even without the Scared Straight program. In fact, they show that rates of delinquency would have decreased by a greater amount if the Scared Straight program had never been run. Scared Straight actually impedes progress that is happening anyway. I suspect the apparent effectiveness of Scared Straight can be explained by a phenomenon called regression to the mean. If you play a truly excellent round of golf one day, you'll probably play worse the next time you play because that excellent round was statistically unlikely, and you should expect to see a more typical performance the next time. Similarly, people who are undergoing a bout of particularly severe depression will, on average, be happier 3 months later because they are likely closer to their average level of happiness. And, similarly, if you select a group of juveniles to go through a reform program because they've committed an unusually high number of misdemeanors in a given time period, they're likely to exhibit something closer to typical behavior in the following months. But that only explains why Scared Straight can appear to be effective when it really does nothing. Why then does the program increase rates of criminality? No one knows for sure. But one hypothesis is that the inmates, who play up how tough they are for surviving life in prison, act as role models rather than deterrents for the delinquents. The delinquents identify with the inmates and then imitate their behaviors. Watching the show again, this hypothesis seems plausible. The inmates tell the kids they should try to avoid prison not because it's an awful place to be, or because it's shameful to have broken the law, but because they're not tough enough for life inside. The example of Scared Straight shows the importance of ensuring, whenever possible, that large-scale social programs undergo rigorous testing through controlled trials before they are put into practice. If an amateur chemist created a pill he claimed would reduce crime, we would never administer it to thousands of children without rigorous testing, because it would be dangerous, not to mention illegal, to do so. Yet new social programs like Scared Straight can be rolled out without any good evidence behind them. Without rigorous testing, we can't know if a social program is making things better, making things worse, or achieving nothing at all. Of course, sometimes programs are too small in scale for testing to be a good use of money, and sometimes rigorous trials are impossible. But our default attitude should be that if a social program is going to be rolled out on a large scale, then it should have been proven to be effective first. The most subtle and interesting way in which we neglect to think about what would have happened otherwise is when we think about career choice. This takes us back to Greg Lewis, our statistically inclined doctor from the previous chapter, and his estimate of how much good doctors do. In the previous chapter, we estimated the benefit of one additional doctor in the United States at 4 lives saved per doctor. But that doesn't yet measure how good becoming a doctor is, because by becoming a doctor, you aren't simply adding one extra doctor to the supply of doctors. The number of spots at medical school is fairly rigid, so if you decide not to go to medical school, someone else will take your place and become a doctor in your stead. Thus, by becoming a doctor, you're really just changing who works as a doctor, not adding to the overall amount of talent out there. The difference you make isn't equal to the difference between the United States having 878,194 doctors and the United States having 878,195 doctors, which is how we analyzed it in the previous chapter. It's the difference you make by becoming a doctor as compared to the difference someone else would make if he or she took your place. This consideration means that our previous estimate that each doctor saves approximately 4 lives over the course of their careers is too high. There are still benefits to becoming a doctor. If you get into medical school, then you increase the average quality of doctors, assuming the selection process selects the best applicants. And adding yourself to the labor pool may decrease doctors' wages slightly, allowing more doctors to be employed. But the contribution won't be as much as we suggested earlier. Factoring this consideration into his calculations, Greg estimated that, rather than saving 4 lives over the course of your career, you might actually save only an additional 1 or 2 that would not have been saved otherwise. This is still a very valuable contribution to society, but less than one might expect. This consideration is widely applicable. For example, in my teenage years, I used to work as a care assistant in a nursing home. How much of an impact was I making? When I initially thought about this, I thought about the direct benefits of the work, the improvements in the lives of the people who were living at that nursing home. However, I should have thought about whether I was doing a better job than whoever would have taken my place. Though enthusiastic, I was slow and inexperienced, and I probably needed the money. I was paid less than whoever would have been in my shoes, who might have had a family to support. So, it's not clear that, on balance, I was doing any good at all. This explains in part why Greg didn't go to Africa. If he took a job in a nonprofit, he'd be taking the place of someone else who wanted to do the same. The impact of an additional doctor in a developing country is about 300 QALYs per year, which is very large. But the difference he'd make by taking someone else's position would be less than that. Therefore, he chose a different path, one that brings together many of the considerations we've covered so far. I call it earning to give. Earning to give means exactly what it sounds like. Rather than trying to maximize the direct impact you have with your job, you instead try to increase your earnings so you can donate more, improving people's lives through your giving rather than your day-to-day work. Most people don't consider this option when choosing a career that makes a difference. But time and money are normally interchangeable. Money can pay for people's time, and your time can be used to earn money. So, there's no reason to assume the best careers are only those that benefit people directly through the work itself. If we're serious about doing good, earning to give is a path we should consider. Let's look at Greg Lewis's options. If he worked as a doctor in a rich country and didn't donate a portion of his income, he would do an amount of good equivalent to saving 2 lives over the course of his career. If he went to work as a doctor in a very poor country, he would do an amount of good equivalent to saving 4 lives every year, or 140 lives over a 35-year career. But how many lives could he save if he stayed home and donated his earnings? The average salary of a doctor in the UK is about £70,000 per year before taxes. In dollars, that's about $110,000, or $4.6 million over a 42-year career. By pursuing a particularly lucrative specialty, such as medical oncology, Greg could earn almost double that, earning about $200,000 per year on average. Earlier I said that one of the most cost-effective ways to save lives is by distributing anti-malarial bed nets. $3,400 pays for 560 nets, which on average will prevent 1 death due to malaria. By pursuing medical oncology, Greg could therefore donate 50% of his $200,000 per year earnings while still having a very comfortable $100,000 per year pre-tax salary. Donations are tax-deductible. His donations could save dozens of lives a year, considerably more than he could have done if he'd worked directly in a poor country. Because of this, Greg decided to earn to give, planning to specialize in medical oncology. I found it pretty humbling when I looked at the difference. I'd save a few lives through my direct impact as a doctor, Greg told me, which was less than I thought, but still great. But through my donations, I could save hundreds of lives. For Greg, the same reasons that made him want to go into medicine made it clear to him that he would start donating too. I started out giving around 10%, but I've gradually been increasing that, as I found that I really don't miss the money. Now I'm donating about 50%, and my life is, if anything, better than it was. I feel that I'm doing justice to my 17-year-old self who wanted to make the world a better place. In 2014, Greg donated £20,000, enough to save 10 lives. Importantly, by earning to give, Greg is making a difference that wouldn't have happened otherwise. If he weren't a doctor, someone else would take his place. But that doctor would probably donate very little. The average is about 2%. In contrast, by working for a non-governmental organization, an NGO, in a poor country, Greg would be using money from the NGO that would otherwise have been spent on a different doctor's salary or on medical supplies. Because he's making a difference that wouldn't have happened anyway, Greg will do even more good by earning to give than he would have done if he worked directly in poor countries. And he could do so without having to give up the comforts of home. It's worth reflecting on this. In 2007, Louis Theroux, a British documentary filmmaker, released a documentary called Under the Knife, in which he explored the world of cosmetic surgery in Beverly Hills. In the culmination of the show, he accused the cosmetic surgeon he'd been interviewing of wasting his talent and skills to make wannabe movie stars more attractive, rather than saving lives. What we've seen so far shows that Louis Theroux's sentiment, while understandable, is misplaced. It's the cosmetic surgeon's decision about how to spend his money that really matters. Earning to give seems to be an enormously powerful way of doing good. It exploits the fact that even typical workers in developed countries are among the top income earners in the world, and that there are some charities that do huge amounts to help the world's poorest people for relatively little money. Moreover, unlike the conventional ethical careers guidance, earning to give is a path that's open to everyone. The conventional advice is that if you want to make a difference, you should work in the nonprofit or public sector, or work in corporate social responsibility. But many people struggle to get a job, let alone find a job in a specific sector. However, many more people have the option to work overtime in order to earn more, or to work harder in order to get a raise or promotion, or to move toward a higher-paying career, or just to live on less. By doing this, and being smart about where you give, almost anyone in rich countries can do a tremendous amount to help others. There is plenty more to be said about doing good through your career, and the whole of Chapter 9 will be devoted to it. But before we can address this question properly, and before we can see why earning to give is merely one path and not always the most effective career choice, we need to look at another key question of effective altruism. Chapter 6. Why voting is like donating thousands of dollars to charity. Question number 5. What are the chances of success, and how good would success be? The possibility of a severe accident occurring is so small that from an engineering standpoint it is practically unthinkable. This is a quote from the Comprehensive Accident Management Plan of the Fukushima Daiichi nuclear power plant, and it helps us see the importance of thinking correctly about risk. Fukushima Daiichi was located 70 kilometers away from the epicenter of the massive earthquake that hit Japan in March 2011. All operating nuclear reactors shut down automatically following the earthquake, a safety precaution designed to prevent a meltdown, which would result in hazardous, radioactive material leaking out into the environment. However, an ensuing tsunami hit and disabled the plant's cooling system, causing the meltdown of 3 of its reactors. Although no one died from radiation exposure, about 160,000 people had to be evacuated from their homes, and 1,600 people died during the evacuation because of conditions such as hospital closures. The Fukushima disaster remains the worst nuclear accident since Chernobyl. 4 months after the disaster, the Japanese government formed an investigation committee made up of a panel of 10 independent experts in fields including radiation protection, medicine, and law, which presented a 450-page report to Prime Minister Yoshihiko Noda. Panel chairman, Yotaro Hatamura, an emeritus professor of engineering at the University of Tokyo, told a news conference that the root cause of the Fukushima crisis is that the regulatory bodies and the Tokyo Electric Power Company selfishly assumed that natural disasters that are beyond their imagination would not occur. In a closing note, Hatamura wrote that Japan should take the accident as a reminder from nature that humans' way of thinking can be defective. So far in this book, we have focused on measurable, concrete ways to help others. The real world, unfortunately, is not always so simple. Often we don't know whether our actions will be successful, and, given the difficulty of knowing what would have happened otherwise, we will usually never know whether our actions really make a difference. When it comes to affecting political change, this problem becomes particularly severe. Even if you run a campaign and the policy you've campaigned for is put into place, there are usually other forces at work, making it difficult to measure your individual impact. We shouldn't dismiss more speculative or high-risk activities out of hand, though, because when successful, they can have an enormous impact. We therefore need a way to compare higher-risk but higher-upside actions with actions that are certain to have an impact. Within economics and decision theory, the standard way to do this is to look at an action's expected value. To take a simple example, suppose I offer you a bet. I'll flip a coin, and if the coin lands heads, I'll give you $2. If the coin lands tails, you give me $1. Should you take the bet? According to the idea of expected value, you should. To calculate the expected monetary value of each bet, you look at all the possible outcomes of that bet. For each outcome, you take the monetary gain or loss and multiply it by the probability of the outcome. In this case, there are 2 possible outcomes, heads and tails. Each has a 50% chance of occurring. The expected monetary value of taking the bet is, therefore, the sum of 50% multiplied by positive $2 plus the sum of 50% times a negative $1, which equals 50 cents. The expected monetary value of refusing the bet is 0. Taking the bet has the higher expected value, so you should take the bet. Maximizing expected value is generally regarded as the best strategy for making decisions when you know the value and the probabilities of each option. It's the strategy used by economists, statisticians, poker players, risk management experts, and pretty much anyone else who needs to regularly deal with uncertain outcomes. To see why, suppose I offer you the same bet over and over again. In the long run, you're almost guaranteed to make more money if you accept my bets than if you don't. In fact, on average, you'll make 50 cents for every bet that you take. In the flipping a coin example, we talked about expected monetary value. When thinking about buying things for yourself, however, expected monetary value isn't always what you care about. Most people would prefer to keep $1,000 than to bet it on a 1 in 100 chance of receiving $100,001, even though the expected monetary value of the bet is positive. That's rational because money has diminishing returns. If you're like most people, the improvements you'd make to your life by spending the first $1,000 of your $100,001 lottery winnings will bring you more joy than the improvements you make to your life by spending the last $1,000. The same isn't true, however, when we're thinking about philanthropy. If you donate $1,000 to the Against Malarial Foundation, they will buy and distribute 160 bed nets. If you donate $100,000 to the Against Malarial Foundation, they will buy and distribute 10,600 bed nets. Because the social problems in the world are so big, additional resources directed to them diminish in value very slowly. Additional resources do diminish in value somewhat. If the Against Malarial Foundation received $50 million, several times its current budget, it would struggle to spend all that money as quickly or as well as it has spent money so far. And after spending billions of dollars on bed nets, spending more money on bed nets wouldn't be effective because everyone who needs a bed net would have one. And as we've seen, it's more effective to spend money on malarial treatment than cancer treatment, in part because malarial treatment receives a tiny fraction of the resources that cancer treatment receives. But when thinking merely in terms of millions of dollars, one can often assume the altruistic value of money stays the same no matter how much of it you have. To see how useful the idea of expected value is, let's consider a morbid but important application: assessing the risk of death from different activities. Smoking, riding a motorbike, scuba diving, taking ecstasy, and eating peanut butter. All these things increase your risk of death. How much should you worry about each of them? Public health experts use the concept of a micromort to compare the risks, where one micromort equals a 1 in a million chance of dying, equivalent to 30 minutes of expected life lost if you're aged 20, or 15 minutes of expected life lost if you're aged 50. By comparing different activities in terms of micromorts, we can easily assess their relative dangers. The results can be surprising. Based on reported cases of deaths from these activities, one ecstasy session, which is 2 tablets, is only about 1 micromort, whereas going scuba diving is 5 micromorts and going skydiving is 9 micromorts. Flying in a space shuttle is 17,000 micromorts, or a 1.7% chance of dying, which is about as dangerous as attempting to climb Mount Everest beyond base camp, at 13,000 micromorts, or a 1.3% chance of dying. The same concept can be applied to things that increase risk of death later in life as well. Eating 40 tablespoons of peanut butter gives you 1 micromort because you risk ingesting aflatoxin, a fungal toxin that increases your risk of liver cancer later in life. Smoking a single cigarette gives you 0.7 micromorts, increasing your chance of dying of lung cancer many years down the line. Taking this into account, smoking 1 cigarette reduces life expectancy by 5 minutes, about the same length of time it takes to smoke it. When thinking about risk from your transport, you can think directly in terms of minutes of life lost per hour of travel. Each time you travel, you face a slight risk of getting into a fatal accident, but the chance of getting into a fatal accident varies dramatically depending on the mode of transport. For example, the risk of a fatal car crash while driving for an hour is about 1 in 10 million, so 0.1 micromorts. For a 20-year-old, that's a 1 in 10 million chance of losing 60 years. The expected life lost from driving for 1 hour is therefore 3 minutes. Looking at expected minutes lost shows just how great a discrepancy there is between risks from different sorts of transport. Whereas an hour on a train costs you only 20 expected seconds of life, an hour on a motorbike costs you an expected 3 hours and 45 minutes. In addition to giving us a way to compare the risks of different activities, the concept of expected value helps us choose which risks are worth taking. Would you be willing to spend an hour on a motorbike if it was perfectly safe, but caused you to be unconscious later for 3 hours and 45 minutes? If your answer is no, but you're otherwise happy to ride motorbikes in your day-to-day life, you're probably not fully appreciating the risk of death. Thinking explicitly about expected value is important because humans are often terrible at assessing low-probability, high-value events. Psychologists have found that people either give too much weight to low-probability events, as perhaps when people choose to play the lottery, or they simply ignore them altogether. This takes us back to the Fukushima Safety Report. The authors of the Comprehensive Accident Management Plan were correct that the probability of a catastrophe occurring was very small. However, they didn't think correctly about how they should deal with that probability. They assimilated very small to zero and promptly forgot all about it. Their mistake was failing to consider that if a catastrophe happens at a nuclear power plant, the costs are huge. In this case, more than 1,000 deaths. Even though the chance of this catastrophe was small, it was clearly worth taking substantial safety precautions. The Fukushima safety engineers were trying to prevent harm through their safety assessment, and they failed by ignoring an important but low probability event. In just the same way, when trying to do good, we need to be sensitive both to the likelihood of success and the value of that success. This means that low probability, high payoff activities can take priority over sure bets of more modest impact. It also shows that people are often confused when they say that one person can't make a difference. Voting provides a vivid illustration. Most people believe you should vote in government elections, but many economists argue that if your concern is to actually affect the outcome, it's a waste of time. Steve Levitt, professor of economics at the University of Chicago and co-author of the book Freakonomics, wrote a blog post reiterating a sentiment he'd previously made in the New York Times. He wrote, "Nobody in their right mind votes because they think they're going to affect the outcome of an election. If you look over the last 100 years of, say, elections for the U.S. House of Representatives, I think there's been maybe one very close election that's been decided by votes. The reasons for voting have to be something very different. It's fun. Your wife will love you more if you do it. It makes you feel like a proud American. But never should anyone delude themselves into thinking that the vote they cast will ever decide an election. Just about anything you do with your time would be more productive." Given the concept of expected value, however, Levitt's reasoning is too quick. We can't just say that the chance of affecting the outcome by voting is so small as to be negligible. We need to work out how large the benefit would be if we did indeed affect the outcome. Luckily, some statisticians have done the hard work for us, including political pundit extraordinaire Nate Silver, who correctly predicted the winner of the 2012 election in all 50 states and the District of Columbia. Along with Columbia University professor of statistics Andrew Gelman and Berkeley professor of law Aaron Edlin, Silver calculated the odds of an individual vote swaying the outcome of the 2008 presidential election and found that, on average, a voter had approximately a 1 in 60 million chance of affecting the outcome. Small odds, to be sure. Next, we have to work out what the stakes are. This will necessarily involve some guesstimation. You should start by asking yourself, how much do I personally expect to gain by having my preferred party in power? If your preferred party is the Republicans, then you might expect a benefit because you'll pay fewer taxes. If your preferred party is the Democrats, you might expect a benefit because you'll receive more government-funded public services. Suppose, for the sake of the argument, you conclude that your preferred party getting into power is worth $1,000 to you. Although this $1,000 per citizen figure is hypothetical, it seems plausible to me. The total spending of the U.S. government is $3.5 trillion per year. That's $14 trillion over 4 years, or $44,000 per person. If that money is spent 2.5% more effectively, then the benefits amount to $1,000 per person. The government also, of course, makes people better or worse off in other ways, such as through regulation. An economist like Levitt might say that for you, the expected value of voting is only 1 in 60 million times 1,000, which equals 0.0016 cents. With such a low expected value, it's clearly not worth it to vote. But this line of reasoning assumes that the value of voting is only the value to you. Instead, we should think about the total benefit of the better party being in power. Let's keep using this hypothetical $1,000 figure of the benefit per person of the better party being in power. If so, the total benefit to all Americans is $1,000 multiplied by the U.S. population of 314 million, so $314 billion. The average expected value of voting for the better party, therefore, is the probability of success, 1 in 60 million, multiplied by the benefit to Americans, which I'm supposing to be $314 billion, which equals about $5,200 of value to the people of the United States. That's the sense in which voting is like donating thousands of dollars to developed world charities. For all but the ultra-rich, that's a much better use of time than you could get, for example, by working the hour it takes you to vote and donating your earnings. Some caveats on this conclusion are required. First, the total benefit per American is a purely hypothetical number, so it should be taken with a grain of salt. If you're uncertain about which party is really better, you might reasonably think that it's an overestimate. Your expected value of voting will be lower due to a greater chance of voting for the worse party, and if you're completely unsure which party is better, the expected value of voting drops to 0. If so, that's fine. You should make your own estimate of the benefits of your preferred party getting into power, and then run the calculation. Only if you think the expected benefit of one party over another is very small, perhaps less than $20 of benefit per person, will you conclude that voting isn't a reasonable, altruistic activity. A more important caveat is that the probability of swinging the election varies dramatically by state. In swing states, such as Colorado, New Hampshire, and Virginia, the probability goes as low as 1 in 10 million, which makes the case for voting much stronger. Using my hypothetical number of $1,000 of benefit per person, the value of the benefit to the people of the United States of you voting for the better party is $30,000. However, in safe states, the probability of your vote making a difference is much less. In Massachusetts, for example, the probability of your vote making a difference is only 1 in a billion. Given my estimate of the benefit of the better party being in power, that would still mean that voting has an expected value of $300, which seems well worth it. In the District of Columbia, however, the probability of your vote making the difference is less than 1 in 100 billion, given an expected value of voting of only $3. We used the idea of expected value to show why voting for the better party is often an expected, high-impact, altruistic activity. The same sort of reasoning, however, can be applied to other areas. On many issues, I find that people hold the following two views. 1. If many people did this thing, then change would happen. And 2. But any individual person doesn't make a difference. Holding that combination of views is usually a mistake when we consider expected value. Consider ethical consumption, like switching to fair trade coffee or reducing how much meat you buy. Suppose someone stops buying chicken breasts, instead choosing vegetarian options in order to reduce the amount of animal suffering on factory farms. Does that person make a difference? You might think not. If one person decides against buying chicken breasts one day, but the rest of the meat eaters on the planet continue to buy chicken, how could that possibly affect how many chickens are killed for human consumption? When a supermarket decides how much chicken to buy, they don't care that one fewer breast was purchased on a given day. However, if thousands or millions of people stopped buying chicken breasts, the number of chickens raised for food would decrease. Supply would fall to meet demand. But then, we're left with a paradox. Individuals can't make a difference, but millions of individuals do. But the actions of millions of people are just the sum of the actions of many individual people. Moreover, an iron law of economics is that, in a well-functioning market, if demand for a product decreases, the quantity of the product that's supplied decreases. How then can we reconcile these thoughts? The answer lies with expected value. If you decline to buy some chicken breast, then most of the time you'll make no difference. The supermarket will buy the same amount of chicken in the future. Sometimes, however, you will make a difference. Occasionally, the manager of the store will assess the number of chicken breasts bought by consumers and decide to decrease their intake of stock, even though they wouldn't have done so had the number of chicken breasts bought been 1 higher. Perhaps they follow a rule like, if fewer than 5,000 chicken breasts were bought this month, decrease stock intake. And when that manager does decide to decrease their stock intake, they will decrease stock by a large amount. Perhaps your decision against purchasing chicken breast will have an effect on the supermarket only 1 in 1,000 times. But in that one time, the store manager will decide to purchase approximately 1,000 fewer chicken breasts. This isn't just a theoretical argument. Economists have studied this issue and worked out how, on average, a consumer affects the number of animal products supplied by declining to buy that product. They estimate that, on average, if you give up 1 egg, total production ultimately falls by 0.91 eggs. If you give up 1 gallon of milk, total production falls by 0.56 gallons. Other products are somewhere in between. Economists estimate that if you give up 1 pound of beef, beef production falls by 0.68 pounds. If you give up 1 pound of pork, production ultimately falls by 0.74 pounds. If you give up 1 pound of chicken, production ultimately falls by 0.67 pounds. This same reasoning can be applied when considering the value of participating in political rallies. Suppose there's some policy that a group of people want to see implemented. Suppose everyone agrees that if no one attends a rally on this policy, the policy won't go through. But if 1 million people show up, the policy will go through. What difference do you make by showing up at this rally? You're just one body among thousands of others. Surely the difference you make is negligible. Again, the solution is to think in terms of expected value. The chance of you being the person who makes the difference is very small, but if you do make the difference, it will be very large indeed. This isn't a speculative model. Professors of political science at Harvard and Stockholm universities analyzed Tea Party rallies held on Tax Day, April 15, 2009. They used the weather in different constituencies as a natural experiment. If the weather was bad on the day of a rally, fewer people would show up. This allowed them to assess whether increased numbers of people at a rally made a difference to how influential the rally was. They found that policy was significantly influenced by those rallies that attracted more people, and that the larger the rally, the greater the degree to which those protesters, representatives in Congress, voted conservatively. For our purposes, the most important use of expected value reasoning is in comparing concrete, measurable ways of doing good with more speculative but potentially higher payoff strategies. One example of this concerns how to compare different careers. Whereas earning to give in order to donate to charities like Deworm the World Initiative provide a reliable way of doing good, others, like politics, are much less certain. How should we compare these? I expect to fail, Laura Brown told me while putting down her cup of coffee. We were sitting at the Grand Café, the oldest coffee house in the United Kingdom, and I was there to discuss Laura's career plans. A second-year student of Philosophy, Politics, and Economics, or PPE, Laura had recently read a newspaper article discussing the chances of a PPE student being elected to Parliament. Intrigued, she traced the original source, found work by my organization, 80,000 hours, and studied the calculations carefully. The research persuaded her to pursue a career in politics. I'm most likely going to fail to become a high-flying politician, But I could do so much good if I did succeed that I think it's worth taking the chance, Laura told me. Before making her decision, Laura had been unsure about whether to go into politics or whether to enter a lucrative career and earn to give, but she knew she wanted to pursue whatever would make the bigger difference. You might think it would be impossible to make this comparison, and it is certainly very difficult to do so. However, the idea of expected value allows us to come up with a reasonable answer. At 80,000 hours, we did a very rough calculation to see if entering politics could, plausibly, be competitive with earning to give. First, one has to work out the odds of success. The most naive estimate of the odds of becoming a Member of Parliament, or MP as it's called, would be to work out how many people alive in the United Kingdom today will serve as an MP at some point in their life, which we estimated at about 3,100, with 5 of those becoming Prime Minister at some point, and divided by the total population of the United Kingdom, 64 million, giving a 1 in 20,000 chance of becoming an MP, and a 1 in 12 million chance of becoming Prime Minister. However, most people don't try to enter politics, and the representation of politicians in the United Kingdom is highly skewed toward people of certain backgrounds. In particular, graduates of Oxford are dramatically overrepresented within UK politics, with graduates of PPE especially overrepresented. For example, both the current Prime Minister, David Cameron, and the Leader of the Opposition, Ed Miliband, earned degrees in PPE from Oxford. Of the 650 members of Parliament, more than 100 studied at Oxford, despite there being only 3,000 graduates every year, of which 35 studied PPE, despite there being only 200 PPE graduates each year. 32% of cabinet ministers, those MPs who hold executive power, studied PPE at Oxford, and of the 13 prime ministers since 1945, 9 studied at Oxford, and 3 of those studied PPE. These statistics represent some disappointing facts about political mobility and equal representation in the United Kingdom. However, for someone who is altruistically minded and happened to study PPE at Oxford, it represents a powerful opportunity. Laura was such a person. We worked out that for a graduate in PPE from Oxford who chooses to enter politics, the historical chances of his or her becoming an MP is 1 in 30, with the chances of becoming Prime Minister at 1 in 3,000. Laura's background gave her remarkably good odds for entering Parliament, but even given this, it was still far more likely than not that she would fail, so entering politics was still a high-risk venture. In order to determine the expected value of her pursuing politics, we next needed to work out how big an impact she would have if she did manage to enter Parliament. This is very difficult to estimate, so we'll use what I call lower bound reasoning, which means, given that it's impossible to get a precise estimate of her potential impact in politics, we'll try to create an estimate that we feel confident is an underestimate or a lower bound. Then we can say that, even though we don't know how much influence she'll have, it is at least as much as the lower bound estimate. If Laura's expected impact from going into politics is greater than that through earning to give, even based on this lower bound estimate, then we should think it likely that her expected impact really is greater through politics than through earning to give. In the spirit of being conservative, therefore, we'll first assume that Laura's impact would only come through becoming an MP, or serving in the cabinet, or as Prime Minister, and not through other jobs she would take within politics, even if she failed to become an MP, such as being a special advisor to an MP or working at a think tank. Second, we'll assume that the impact of being an MP comes only through government expenditure and not at all through legislation or through other forms of influence via the public platform that a political position would give her. Both of these assumptions are false, of course, but they help to ensure that we can be reasonably confident that the number we end up with is an underestimate of her expected impact. We're therefore only trying to estimate her potential influence over governmental spending as an MP. The way we estimated this was to think on an annual basis. Per year, how much influence do PPE graduate MPs have, and how many people from PPE in Oxford try to enter politics? Again, we'll try to remain conservative throughout. First, the annual influence that all MPs have, including the Cabinet and Prime Minister. Total UK government spending in 2014 to 2015 was £732 billion. Legally speaking, MPs and ministers decide government policy and spending. However, in practice, they are restricted in how they can allocate that spending by other political actors, international bodies, and the views of the electorate. We want to be conservative, so we'll assume that each of these reduce MPs and ministers' influence by half. Using these assumptions, we conclude that MPs and ministers influence 1/8 of government spending. However, it is civil servants who actually implement the policies that MPs and ministers decide on. This reduces the MPs and ministers' effective influence yet again. We'll estimate that this decreases their influence by half, giving us our final estimate of the annual influence of all MPs at 1/16 of government expenditure, or approximately £45 billion. Next, we estimate what proportion of that is influenced by PPE graduates. Currently, 5% of MPs and 32% of cabinet ministers studied PPE at Oxford. We'll assume that the influence of all 628 non-cabinet MPs is the same as the influence of the 22 MPs in the cabinet, including the Prime Minister. So each group influences 50% of the approximately £45 billion that MPs in total influence. Again, this seems conservative. PPE has even higher representation at cabinet and Prime Minister level than it does at MP level, and we suspect that the Cabinet and Prime Minister really have even more influence than the other MPs combined. We therefore estimate that people who study PPE at Oxford influence 5% times £22.5 billion plus 32% times £22.5 billion equals £8 billion annually. Every year, 200 people graduate from Oxford in PPE. However, only about 1/4 of them pursue a career relevant to party politics. Therefore, 50 graduates are responsible for that £8 billion of influence. The expected influence of each of those graduates, such as Laura Brown, is therefore 1/50th times £8 billion, which equals £160 million. That expected influence might come, for example, from the chance of causing a change in allocation of spending between defense and overseas development aid, or it might come from the chance of improving the effectiveness of money spent on health care. That's her expected financial influence. But how much is that influence worth? Because she will be restricted in how that money is used, it wouldn't be worth as much as if she simply had £160 million that she could target to the most effective causes. Moreover, we must compare how much good that money would do, given that she is the person influencing it, compared to how much good that money would do if someone else were in her shoes. Again, being conservative, let's assume that the money she can influence will only do 1/50th as much good as money that was donated directly to the most effective causes. If so, then our estimate of Laura's expected impact of entering politics is as great as £1 million donated to the most effective causes. In coming up with this number, we made conservative assumptions at every stage, assuming no impact if she didn't become an MP or cabinet minister, and assuming that her impact as an MP would come only through government expenditure rather than through legislation. We should therefore think that the £8 million figure is an underestimate of her expected impact. However, £8 million is considerably more than she could donate if she earned to give. Even given our pessimistic assumptions, for Laura, politics therefore seems to have a greater expected impact than earning to give. She wanted to have as big an impact as she could, so, in part on the basis of this reasoning, she chose to enter a political career. The conclusion that earning to give isn't always the highest impact career path isn't a conclusion that's unique to Oxford PPE graduates. In Chapter 9, we'll discuss several other career paths that have a low probability of success, but a very high upside given success, such as research and entrepreneurship, that seem highly competitive with earning to give. As well as assessing careers, the concept of expected value can be used to assess efforts to effect political change. Donating to highly effective charities provides a comparatively concrete, reliable, and measurable way of doing good. But the potential gains of systemic change are even greater. If you can find the right area, funding or participating in political campaigns could, potentially, do even more good. It's not generally necessary to work out an exact numerical estimate for the expected value of that activity. Rough estimates based on reasonable numbers can show you approximately how great the expected value is. The point is simply that long shots can be worth it if the payoff is big enough. When assessing a potential course of action, one should therefore not dismiss it as ineffective by saying, "That'll never happen." Many ethical ideas that are now common sense seemed highly radical in the past. The idea that women, or black people, or non-heterosexual people should have equal rights was considered ridiculous up until very recently, historically speaking. In 1790, Benjamin Franklin, for example, wrote a letter petitioning the U.S. Congress to end slavery. Congress debated the petition for 2 days. The defenders of slavery had no shortage of objections. Who is going to compensate the slave owners? They asked. And what is the mixing of races going to do to American values and character? Yet slavery was abolished wholesale, and we now find those objections indefensible. Those activists who campaigned for equal rights for women, black people, and the LBGT community were right to do so, not because they had a good chance of succeeding in the short term, but because the benefit was so great if they did succeed. Climate change is another issue where the concept of expected value proves useful in 3 different ways. First, it shows that the debate over whether man-made climate change is happening is pretty irrelevant when it comes to what we ought to do. In these debates, one group points to the scientific consensus that man-made climate change is happening, while the other argues that the jury is still out. To be clear, there really is near consensus among scientists that man-made climate change is happening. A UN-backed panel of thousands of climate scientists, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, has said that it is extremely likely that human influence has been the dominant cause of the observed warming since the mid-20th century, where they define extremely likely to mean at least 95% probability. One article reviewed 4,000 papers that discussed global warming and reported that 97.1% endorsed the consensus position that humans are causing global warming. However, this debate is strange for another reason. Even if scientists had not already shown that man-made climate change is happening, the mere fact that man-made climate change might be happening is enough to warrant action. As an analogy, suppose you have a carbon monoxide detector in your home that is a bit sensitive. It gives a false alarm every 4 out of 5 times it goes off, but is otherwise accurate. You're watching TV one evening and the alarm goes off. What do? If you reason to yourself, it's probably a false alarm, so I won't bother doing anything, you'd be making a grave mistake. If it's a false alarm, but, to be safe, you turn off the boiler and open the windows, the worst that happens is you've made yourself chilly for an evening and had to pause your favorite TV show unnecessarily. In contrast, if there really is a carbon monoxide leak and you do nothing, you may die. Given this, the sensible thing is to turn off the boiler, The 1 in 5 chance of death clearly outweighs the 4 in 5 chance of being a little cold temporarily for no reason. Our predicament with climate change is no different. If climate change is happening and we don't take action, millions of lives will be lost and the world economy will lose trillions of dollars. If climate change isn't happening and we do take action, the costs are much lower. We would have wasted some amount of resources developing low-carbon technology and slowed economic progress a bit, but it wouldn't, literally, be the end of the world. The second way in which expected value is relevant when figuring out how to respond to the threat of climate change is that it shows why individuals have reason to mitigate climate change just as much as governments do. Over your lifetime, your individual greenhouse gas contribution will only increase the temperature of the planet by about 0.5 billionth of a degree Celsius. That, you might think, is such a small difference as to be negligible, so you shouldn't bother trying to reduce your personal emissions. This reasoning, however, doesn't consider expected value. It's true that increasing the planet's temperature by 0.5 billionth of a degree probably won't make a difference to anyone, but sometimes it will make a difference, and when it does, the difference will be very large. Occasionally, that increase of 0.5 billionth of a degree will cause a flood or a heat wave that wouldn't have happened otherwise, in which case the expected harm of raising global temperatures by 0.5 billionth of a degree would be fairly great. We know that something like this has to be the case because we know that if millions of people emit greenhouse gases, the bad effects are very large, and millions of people emitting greenhouse gases is just the sum of millions of individual actions. Finally, expected value is important when assessing just how bad climate change is and how much of a change we should make. When I first looked into economic assessments of the damages of climate change, I was surprised to find that economists tended to assess climate change as being not at all that bad. Most estimate that climate change will cost only a couple % of global gross domestic product, or GDP. This, of course, is huge when measured in the trillions of dollars lost, but it's not that large when compared to somewhat typical rates of slow economic growth. Economic growth per person over the last decade has been put about 2% per year, so a loss of 2% of global GDP due to climate change is therefore equivalent to going 1 year without economic growth. The thought that climate change would do the equivalent of putting us back 1 year economically isn't all that scary. 2013 didn't seem that much worse than 2014. We can see the same thing on an individual level. Carbon dioxide equivalent, or known by its symbols CO2EQ, is a way of measuring your carbon footprint that includes greenhouse gases other than carbon dioxide, like methane and nitrous oxide. For example, 1 metric ton of methane produces as much warming as 21 metric tons of carbon dioxide. So, 1 metric ton of methane is 21 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent. On typical estimates, the social cost of 1 metric ton of carbon dioxide equivalent is about $32. Incorporating costs both now and in the future, emitting 1 metric ton of carbon dioxide, or an equivalent amount of greenhouse gases like methane or nitrous oxide, costs all people a total of $32. The average American emits about 21 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent every year. So the social cost of one American's greenhouse gas emissions is about $670 every year. Again, that's a significant cost, but it's also not the end of the world. For those living in other countries, the cost of greenhouse gas emissions is significantly less again. People in the United Kingdom, for example, only emit about 9 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent every year, so the harm they cause every year is only $275. However, this standard economic analysis fails to faithfully use expected value reasoning. The standard analysis looks only at the effects from the most likely scenario, a 2 to 4 degrees Celsius rise in temperature. It doesn't consider what the consequences would be if our best guess estimates are wrong. This is especially important because the climate is an incredibly complex system that is difficult to predict, so we can't be sure that our estimates are correct. When climate scientists make estimates about temperature rise, they have to acknowledge that there is a small but significant risk of a temperature increase that's much greater than 2 to 4 degrees Celsius. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change gives more than 5% probability to temperature rises greater than 6 degrees Celsius, and even acknowledge a small risk of catastrophic climate change of 10 degrees Celsius or more. To be clear, I'm not saying that this is at all likely. In fact, it's very unlikely. But it is possible, and if it were to happen, the consequences would be disastrous, potentially resulting in civilizational collapse. It's difficult to give a meaningful answer to the question of how bad that would be, but if we think it's potentially catastrophic, then we need to revise our evaluation of the importance of mitigating climate change. In that case, the true expected social cost of carbon dioxide could be much higher than $32 per metric ton, justifying much more extensive efforts to reduce emissions than the estimates the economists first suggested. Just as most of the value from aid programs comes from the very best aid programs, which we discussed in Chapter 3, it's often the case that most of the expected harm from disasters comes from the very worst disasters. That is, the death tolls from disasters form a fat-tailed distribution. Nassim Taleb describes these as black swans, which are very rare events that have a very great impact. For example, most people who've died in war have died in the very worst wars. Of the 400 wars in the last 200 years, about 30% of deaths were from World War II alone. This means that if we're concerned by war, we should spend most of our efforts trying to prevent the very largest wars from occurring, or to limit their scope. Similar considerations are true of earthquakes, floods, and epidemics. In cases where people seem to neglect the risks of worst-case outcomes, helping to prevent these outcomes might be a particularly effective altruistic activity. This is what the Skoll Global Threats Fund focuses on, trying to reduce the chances of global catastrophes arising from climate change, pandemics, and the proliferation of nuclear weapons. The charity evaluator GiveWell is currently investigating these sorts of activities in an attempt to work out how effective donations in these areas can be. From the previous chapters, you might have felt that effective altruism is limited only to those activities with comparatively easy-to-quantify benefits, like deworming school children or distributing anti-malarial bed nets. I hope that this discussion of expected value has helped to show why that's not the case. Even in what seemed like unquantifiable areas, like political change and disaster prevention, we can still think rigorously, in an evidence-based manner, about how good those activities are. We just need to assess the chances of success and how good success would be if it happened. This, of course, is very difficult to do, but we will make better decisions if we at least try to make these assessments, rather than simply throwing up our hands and randomly choosing an activity to pursue, or worse, not choosing any altruistic activity at all. I've now introduced the key questions to help you think like an effective altruist. How many people benefit, and by how much? Is this the most effective thing you can do? Is this area neglected? What would happen otherwise? And finally, what are the chances of success, and how good would success be? Now it's time to examine how we apply those questions in the real world and put effective altruism into action. That is the subject of the next part of this book. Part 2. Effective Altruism in Action. Chapter 7. Overhead Costs, CEO Pay, and other confusions. Which charities make the most difference? Suppose I give you $100 and tell you to donate the whole sum to one of 3 charities, each of which is attempting to address a different problem facing poor countries in Africa. Which would you choose? Your first choice? Books for Africa, or BFA. BFA's mission is to improve education by shipping donated books from the United States to the African continent, where they are distributed by nonprofit partners. Founded in 1988, it has shipped more than 28 million books to 49 different countries. On their website, they vividly describe the problem and their solution. It reads, "Most African children who attend school have never owned a book of their own. In many classrooms, 10 to 20 students share one textbook. Although Books for Africa has made tremendous progress in its mission, the book famine in Africa remains a reality. Where books are available, there are still very few. Empty library shelves are a constant reminder of Africa's desperate need for printed materials. If we are to see the day when African school children are to have the books they need to learn the skills necessary to provide for themselves and others, Books for Africa must continue to send millions of books." Former UN Secretary-General Kofi Annan has personally endorsed BFA, saying, "Books for Africa is a simple idea, but its impact is transformative. For us, literacy is quite simply the bridge from misery to hope." The second organization is Development Media International, or DMI. Their focus is on preventing deaths of African children under the age of 5. They aim to do this by designing and broadcasting radio and TV programs that provide health education, such as encouraging breastfeeding to improve child health, proper hand washing to decrease rates of diarrheal disease, and the use of anti-malarial bed nets. Sometimes these take the form of minute-long radio ads, broadcast several times a day. Other times, they create standalone soap operas with educational messages built in. In their words, 6.3 million children worldwide die under the age of 5 every year. In 2013, 1 in 11 children in sub-Saharan Africa died before their 5th birthday. Many people cannot recognize when their child has a potentially dangerous illness, or do not know what to do about it, so many deaths are due to lack of knowledge rather than lack of health care services. If a mother can recognize that her baby has diarrhea and is able to provide her child with oral rehydration therapy, a piece of advice that DMI promotes, then the child is far more likely to reach the age of 5. DMI currently operates in Burkina Faso and has plans to run similar programs in the Democratic Republic of Congo, Mozambique, Cameroon, and the Ivory Coast. The third organization is Give Directly. This program is simple. It transfers money from donors directly to some of the poorest people in Kenya and Uganda, who are then free to use that money however they wish. Using what is called the M-Pesa system, cell phones are used as makeshift bank accounts, thereby enabling an easy transfer of money from foreign bank accounts to the poor. Give Directly uses satellite images to find households with thatched roofs, a strong indicator of poverty, compared to iron roofs, and then contacts those households to discuss the program. If the household is willing, Give Directly transfers them a lump sum of $1,000, which is equal to a little more than 1 year's total income for that household. In their words, "Recipients use transfers for whatever is most important to them. We never tell them what to do. An independent evaluation of our work in Kenya by Innovations for Poverty Action found that recipients use transfers for a wide variety of purposes that on average generate large income gains. Common uses range from buying food to investing in tangible assets, such as housing and livestock, to investing in children's education." Of these 3 charities, which do you think can do the most good with your $100 donation? In this chapter, I'll provide a framework that will help you determine the answer. One popular way of evaluating a charity is to look at financial information regarding how the charity spends its money. How much does the charity spend on administration? How much is its CEO paid? And what percentage of donations are put directly to the charity's main programs? This is the approach that Charity Navigator, the oldest and most popular charity evaluator, has taken for the last 15 years. According to Charity Navigator, savvy donors know that the financial health of a charity is a strong indicator of the charity's programmatic performance. They know that in most cause areas, the most efficient charities spend 75% or more of their budget on their programs and services, and less than 25% on fundraising and administrative fees. Using these metrics, let's see how the three charities compare. Books for Africa's overhead costs are a tiny 0.8% of their total expenditure, which was $24 million in 2013, and their CEO is paid $116,204, which is only 0.47% of that total expenditure. For these reasons, and for their general financial transparency, Charity Navigator has given BFA its highest 4-star rating for 7 years running. As I write this book, it's rated number 3 on Charity Navigator's list of 10 top-notch charities and carries a near-perfect score of 99.93 out of 100. Give Directly isn't rated by Charity Navigator, but would also do well by these metrics. So far, every dollar that's been donated to Give Directly, between 87 cents in Uganda and 90 cents in Kenya, has been transferred to the poor, with the rest spent on enrollment and follow-up and transfer costs. With every dollar Give Directly spent on fundraising, they raised $100 in donations, a remarkable number compared to the average of $4 of donations raised for every dollar spent on fundraising. They had an overhead ratio of 6%, spending just $124,000 on administration costs out of an expenditure of $2.2 million. Much of the administration spending was on fixed costs, so as Give Directly increases the amount of cash they transfer, the percentage spent on overhead is likely to go down considerably. In contrast, Development Media International's overhead amount to 44% of its total budget, and there is little financial information on its website. Charity Navigator evaluates only U.S.-based charities, so it doesn't evaluate DMI, which is based in the United Kingdom. However, DMI clearly performs much worse than the 2 other charities according to Charity Navigator's metrics. The idea that you should use financial information to compare charities has been highly influential, and Charity Navigator has seen major success as a result. In 2012, their site received a total of 6.2 million visits, and they claim to have influenced approximately $10 billion of charitable donations. Their metrics have become the gold standard for determining whether a charity is efficient, and intuitively, it makes some sense. If we're donating our hard-earned money to a charity that supports a cause we believe in, we want to feel confident that our donation is actually working to advance that cause rather than being wasted. Based on this metric, you would choose Books for Africa as the best charity, then Give Directly, then Development Media International. Given the lessons of the previous chapters, however, we should already understand that this approach to evaluating a charity's effectiveness is seriously misguided. For starters, think about the logic behind this reasoning if you apply it to personal spending. Suppose you're deciding whether to buy a Mac or a PC. What factors would you consider? You'd probably think about the design and usability of the 2 computers, the hardware, the software, and the price. You certainly wouldn't think about how much Apple and Microsoft each spend on administration, and you wouldn't think about how much their respective CEOs are paid. Why would you? As a consumer, you only care about the product you get with the money you spend. Details about the financials of the companies who make the products are almost always irrelevant. If Apple spent a lot of money to attract a more talented management team, you might even consider that a good sign that their products were the best on the market. If we don't care about financial information when we buy products for ourselves, why should we care about financial information when we buy products for other people? Take a silly example. Imagine I set up a charity that distributes donuts to hungry police officers, and I am so enthusiastic about the mission that I managed to spend only 0.1% of the charity's money on overhead, with the rest spent on donuts and distribution. Suppose, moreover, that I, as the CEO of this charity, don't take a salary at all. Would I really have created an amazing charity? Surely, as we discussed in Chapter 2, what we should ultimately care about is the impact charities have. When you give $100 to a charity, what does that charity do with it? How are people's lives improved as a result? We can begin to answer this question by comparing the concrete outcomes that donating to each charity achieves. Books for Africa ships one book with every 50 cents donated to them. Give Directly gives the poor 90 cents with every dollar donated to them. Development Media International spends $1.5 million to run a mass media campaign promoting health education in a particular country. But those numbers alone don't tell us that much. Is it better to ship 3 million school books, transfer $1.35 million to poor people, or educate a country's populace about how they can stay healthy, each of which would cost $1.5 million? To answer that, we have to know how these different expenditures affect people's lives. The first thing to explore is whether there's high-quality evidence regarding the impact of the program that the charity implements. It might seem obvious that distributing textbooks is beneficial, but there's surprisingly little good evidence in favor of this idea, and some evidence against. Development economists have tested textbook distribution, remember Michael Kremer? And have found that, in the absence of teaching training, providing textbooks has either no discernible effect on children's school performance or only a limited effect on the very most able students. This should discourage us from choosing Books for Africa. It's supposedly efficient for having low administrative costs, but what's really important is how much good is done per dollar spent on the program the charity implements. Books for Africa is a promising charity insofar as it focuses on the very poorest people in the world, and it implements a program that at least seems like it should work. But the evidence in favor of the other two charities' programs is much stronger. In my view, therefore, BFA is the least effective of our three candidates. We clearly need a better set of standards. Here are the 5 questions I think any donor should ask before deciding where to give. They are based on the criteria used by the charity evaluator GiveWell, which has spent the last 8 years trying to figure out which charities improve lives the most with the donations they receive. 1. What does this charity do? How many types of programs does it run? For each of these programs, what exactly is it that this charity does? If it runs more than one program, why is that? 2. How cost-effective is each program area? Is the charity focused on one of the most important causes? And how cost-effective does the evidence suggest the program to be? 3. How robust is the evidence behind each program? What is the evidence behind the programs that the charity runs? Are there trials showing that the program is effective? And does the charity rigorously monitor and evaluate the success of its programs? 4. How well is each program implemented? Do the leaders of the charity have demonstrated success in other areas? Is the charity highly transparent? Does it acknowledge mistakes that it's made in the past? What are the alternative charities you could give to? And are there good reasons for supposing that this charity is better than others? And finally, 5. Does the charity need additional funds? What would additional funding be used to do? And why haven't other donors already funded the charity to the point it can't use extra money? This framework enables us to genuinely assess charities in terms of their impact, rather than on flawed metrics like administrative overhead. I'll explain each aspect of the framework in turn, in every case using the framework to compare our two remaining charities, Give Directly and Development Media International, against each other. What does this charity do? This might seem like an obvious question, but often what most people think a charity does is quite different from what it actually does. For example, I was surprised to find out that many developed world medical charities spend only a small fraction of their money on research, with the rest spent on other programs, even though research is what they emphasize in their marketing and websites. The American Cancer Society spends 43% of its program expenses on patient support, 21% on prevention, 14% on detection and treatment, and just 22% on research. The ALS Association, of Ice Bucket Challenge fame, spends 41% of its program expenses on public and professional education, 24% on patient and community services, and just 35% on research. That's not a reason in itself against donating to any of these charities. And that's not to say that any of these charities have been misleading in their marketing. But you would assess them differently, knowing that donations support numerous programs rather than just research. I've already explained what Give Directly and DMI do. What we need to know, then, is how good each of these programs are. How cost-effective is each program area? We want to estimate what a charity achieves with a given amount of money, so our focus should always be on cost-effectiveness rather than just effectiveness. Charity A and Charity B might both be effective at distributing deworming drugs, that is to say, they successfully distribute them. But if Charity B can do so at half the cost, then a donation to them will do twice as much good. The first step in estimating cost-effectiveness is to find out how much the charity spends per person to run their program. For example, it costs about $6 to deliver one anti-malarial bed net, which on average protects 2 children for 2 years. So it costs $1.50 to protect one child for 1 year. It costs Give Directly $1 to give someone in extreme poverty 90 cents. It costs DMI between 40 and 80 cents per listener per year to run their education campaigns. Ultimately, however, we should try to figure out how this converts into impact on people's well-being. These figures don't yet tell us whether Give Directly or DMI does more good. To do that, we need to assess how these programs actually affect people's lives. The obvious first question to ask about Give Directly is, what do the recipients of these cash transfers do with the money? If they spend it on education, that sounds pretty good. If they spend it on drugs and alcohol, that's worrying. It turns out that the most common use of the transfer is to buy assets, typically farm animals, or to convert thatched roofs into iron ones. On average, recipients spend 39% of the transfer on assets. These purchases seem to have very high returns, potentially as high as 14% per year for at least a period of several years. Cash transfers also seem to have several less tangible effects. Recipients of the transfer reported significant increases in subjective well-being, reported significant decreases in number of whole days gone without food, and scored significantly higher on an index of female empowerment, though there weren't significant increases in health or education during the time period studied. The estimated cost-effectiveness of Give Directly's programs is very impressive, but the estimated cost-effectiveness of DMI's program is even more so. There's a lot of health knowledge that we have without even realizing it. For example, everyone in the United States knows to wash their hands regularly. It's a lesson that's drilled into us from childhood. Moreover, we know to use soap, and that just because our hands look clean, that doesn't mean they are clean. In many poor countries, however, people have never been taught this, or they regard soap as a precious commodity and are therefore reluctant to use it for hand washing. This can have severe consequences. Diarrhea is a major problem in the developing world, killing 760,000 children every year, primarily through dehydration. For comparison, that's a death toll equivalent to 5 jumbo jets crashing to the ground every day, killing everyone aboard. A significant number of those deaths could be avoided through simple improvements to sanitation and hygiene, like more regular hand washing with soap. The ads that DMI runs are terribly corny. In one, a baby has a conversation with a group of diseases that are ultimately defeated by breastfeeding. Through those ads, however, DMI can teach people crucial pieces of information, like the importance of breastfeeding immediately after childbirth, or the proper use of bed nets, for pennies a person. When looking at DMI's impact, we can use QALYs as a measurement, where one QALY, remember, represents 1 year of perfect health. Studies and models of mass media education have estimated that it costs about $10 to provide 1 QALY. In Chapter 3, I mentioned that providing insecticide-treated bed nets, you could provide 1 QALY for just $100, equivalent to saving a life for $3,400. And I pointed out that this was an astonishing fact. If the estimate of $10 per QALY is correct, however, you could do 10 times as much good, the equivalent of saving a life, for just $360 by donating to DMI. It's difficult to know how to value the increases in income, psychological well-being, and empowerment that DMI provides compared with QALYs and life-saving. But under any reasonable assumptions about how to make the comparison on the basis of these estimates, DMI looks like the clear winner. To see this, note that a $1,000 cash transfer represents approximately a doubling of annual household income, where a household consists of about 5 people. Supposing, very generously, that doubling of income lasts for 10 years thanks to returns on investment, the entire household will therefore be twice as rich as they would otherwise have been for 10 years following the transfer. We can then ask which is the larger benefit, saving approximately 3 lives, as you would by donating $1,000 to DMI, or doubling the income of 5 people for 10 years, as you would by donating to Give Directly. It seems clear that saving 3 lives is providing a larger benefit with the same amount of resources. Based on estimated cost-effectiveness, therefore, DMI seems like a better bet. In order to fully compare DMI with Give Directly, however, we need to complete our framework. How robust is the evidence behind each program? Often we should prefer a charity that has very good evidence of being fairly cost-effective to a charity that has only weak evidence of being very cost-effective. If the evidence behind an estimate is weak, it's likely that the estimate is optimistic, and the true cost-effectiveness is much lower. For example, the evidence behind claims made on charities' websites or in marketing materials is often very shaky, and sometimes even downright misleading. On its website, the charity Nothing But Nets says that one $10 bed net can mean the difference between life and death. In one sense, this is true. Bed nets do save lives, so a single bed net can save a life. But not every child who is protected by a bed net would otherwise die of malaria. So it's not true that $10 spent distributing bed nets will save a life. And if you weren't reading Nothing But Nets' message closely, you might form the impression that that's what they mean. It's cheap to save or improve lives in poor countries, but it's not that cheap. For a sanity check, remember that even the very poorest people in the world live on 60 cents per day. If it cost $10 to save a life, then we'd have to suppose that they or their family members couldn't save up for a few weeks or take out a loan in order to pay for the life-saving product. Claims of a program's effectiveness are more reliable when grounded in academic studies. If there's been a meta-analysis, a study of the studies, that's even better. Even then, there can be cause for concern because the program that a charity implements might be subtly different from the programs that were studied in the meta-analysis. Knowing that, it's even better if the charity has done its own independently audited or peer-reviewed randomized controlled evaluations of its programs. Robustness of evidence is very important for the simple reason that many programs don't work, and it's hard to distinguish the programs that don't work from the programs that do. If we'd assessed Scared Straight by looking just at before and after delinquency rates for individuals who went through the program, we would have concluded it was a great program. Only after looking at randomized controlled trials could we tell that correlation did not indicate causation in this case, and that Scared Straight programs were actually doing more harm than good. One of the most damning examples of low-quality evidence concerns microcredit. That is, lending small amounts of money to the very poor, a form of microfinance most famously associated with Muhammad Yunus and the Grameen Bank. Intuitively, microcredit seems like it would be very cost-effective, and there were many anecdotes of people who'd received microloans and used them to start businesses that in turn helped them escape poverty. But when high-quality studies were conducted, microcredit programs were shown to have little or no effect on income, consumption, health, or education. Rather than starting new companies, microloans are typically used to pay for extra consumption, like food and health care, and the rate of interest on them is usually very high. There's even concern that they can cause harm by providing a tempting short-term income boost at the expense of longer-term financial security. People take out a loan in order to pay for food or health care costs of family members, but then enter debt that they are unable to repay. The latest evidence suggests that, overall, and on average, microlending does have a small positive improvement on people's lives, but it's not the panacea that the anecdotes portray. With these warnings at the top of our minds, how should we compare Give Directly to DMI? Here, Give Directly clearly has the edge. Cash transfers are one of the most well-studied development programs, having been shown to improve lives in many different countries around the world. They also easily pass a sanity check as to whether they will be effective. The recipients of the transfers are very well placed to know their most pressing needs, and they can use additional resources to fill those needs in ways they know will benefit them. Finally, the independent development think tank, Innovations for Poverty Action, has run a randomized controlled trial on Give Directly, so we can be confident not just about the efficacy of cash transfers in general, but also about cash transfers as implemented by Give Directly. Because cash transfers is such a simple program, and because the evidence in favor of them is so robust, we could think about them as like the index fund of giving. Money invested in an index fund grows or shrinks at the same rate as the stock market. Investing in an index fund is the lowest fee way to invest in stocks. Actively managed mutual funds, in contrast, take higher management fees, and it's only worth investing in one if that fund manages to beat the market by a big enough margin that the additional returns on investment are greater than the additional management costs. In the same way, one might think, it's only worth it to donate to charitable programs rather than simply transfer cash directly to the poor if the other programs provide a benefit great enough to outweigh the additional costs incurred in implementing them. In other words, we should only assume we're in a better position to help the poor than they are to help themselves if we have some particularly compelling reason for thinking so. In the case of mass media education, we do have a plausible explanation for why it could be more effective than cash transfers. Mass media health education isn't something individuals can buy, And even if they could, they probably wouldn't know just how valuable it is. Markets alone cannot provide mass media health education, so it needs to be funded and implemented by governments or nonprofits. However, the mere fact that we have a plausible explanation for how mass media education could be more cost-effective than cash transfers doesn't show that it is more cost-effective. When we look at the evidence for supporting mass media education, we find it's weaker than the evidence for cash transfers. There are three main sources of evidence, each of which provides an estimate of approximately $10 per QALY for mass media campaigns. First, there are some published studies of mass media health education programs, but these are of far lower quality and relevance than the studies behind GiveDirectly's program. Second, there is a mathematical model created by DMI prior to rolling out its interventions. But a model is only as good as its assumptions, and the assumptions put into this model may be optimistic. Finally, there are the midline results from the randomized control trial that DMI is performing on its own program. Their program is based in Burkina Faso, which has many local radio services. This means that they can implement their program in 7 districts, monitor health indicators in an additional 7 districts, and then compare mortality and disease prevalence in order to see what effect their program has. These midline results are very promising, but they are based on self-reports, which are not as accurate as indicators like mortality. The fact that the evidence for the $10 per QALY figure is weaker than the evidence for GiveDirectly's cost-effectiveness estimates provides a reason for preferring GiveDirectly to DMI. Because the evidence behind their program is better, we can be more confident that GiveDirectly's estimates are approximately accurate, whereas the $10 per QALY figure provided by DMI may be optimistic. How well is each program implemented? Even if a charity has chosen an extremely cost-effective program with very robust evidence supporting it, it still might implement that program badly. For example, distribution of anti-malarial bed nets is an extremely cost-effective program if implemented correctly. But if recipients of the bed nets don't believe they're necessary or don't believe they're effective, they may use them for other purposes. For example, a study of bed nets distributed to the Kenyan government found that recipients often used bed nets for catching and drying fish. That's why the Against Malarial Foundation, for example, educates the recipients of its nets about proper use and benefits and later conducts site visits, taking photographs to ensure that the nets are correctly installed after use. An even more common problem than knowing that a charity implements a program badly is simply not knowing whether it implements it well. Most charities provide almost no information about the programs they run, making it difficult to assess their effectiveness. Both GiveDirectly and DMI seem excellent in terms of the quality of their implementation. GiveDirectly is led by a leading development economist. DMI is led by someone with extensive experience and achievements in radio education, and has an advisory board that includes some of the world's best epidemiologists and development economists. Both charities are extremely transparent. GiveDirectly even goes so far as to provide information on how many cash transfer recipients reported having to pay bribes to the local agents who transferred them the money. At the time of writing, the figure is 0.4%. This sort of admission is very encouraging, showing that the charity cares about identifying and fixing mistakes rather than brushing them under the rug. Does the charity need additional funds? Even if you found a charity that works on an extremely cost-effective program with robust evidence behind it, we still need to ask whether your contribution will make a difference. Many effective programs are fully funded precisely because they are so effective. For example, developing world governments usually fund the costs of the cheapest vaccination programs, such as those for tuberculosis, polio, diphtheria, tetanus, pertussis, and measles, providing these vaccines through existing health systems. These programs also receive substantial support from Gavi, the Global Vaccine Alliance, which received $4.3 billion in funding for 2011 to 2015, exceeding its target of $3.7 billion. For these programs, the main obstacle for universal coverage is logistical rather than a lack of funds. The same can be true on a smaller scale. Even if there's plenty of room for more funding for a program in general, it can be difficult for a specific charity to scale up rapidly. If a charity has recently received a windfall, it might not be able to use additional donations effectively. This may have been true of the Against Malaria Foundation in 2013. GiveWell had named it its top recommended organization in 2012, and it received a surge in donations totaling $10 million. They struggled to spend that money quickly, which suggested that additional donations to them wouldn't have the same effectiveness as previous donations, so GiveWell didn't recommend them in 2013. They successfully increased their capacity in 2013, however, so GiveWell recommended them again in 2014. Both GiveDirectly and DMI are in a good position to use more funding. But GiveDirectly could do more with additional funds than DMI could. GiveDirectly could productively use an additional $25 to $30 million of donations in 2015 and expects to receive about $10 million, whereas DMI could productively use $10 million in 2015 and expects to receive $2 to $4 million. Moreover, the limit for how much money could be spent on cash transfers is much higher than how much could be spent on mass media education. Conceivably, hundreds of billions of dollars could be spent on cash transfer programs, whereas providing mass media health education in every country in the world would cost much less. At the moment, this difference doesn't pose a problem, but depending on how each charity's funding situation progresses, it might provide a reason against donating to DMI. If DMI will close their funding gap regardless of whether you donate to them, then your specific donation will do very little. This brings us to the end of the framework. What should we conclude about which charity will do more good with $100? As you may have guessed, I deliberately chose these two charities because the answer is unclear. Of the considerations we've canvassed, the most important issues are estimated cost-effectiveness versus robustness of evidence. The estimated cost-effectiveness of DMI is higher than that of GiveDirectly, but the evidence behind that estimate is weaker than the evidence behind the estimate of GiveDirectly's cost-effectiveness. Which charity one chooses depends crucially on how skeptical one should be of explicit cost-effectiveness estimates, and that depends on your level of optimism or pessimism about this program. This is a common difficulty we face when trying to do good. When should you pursue an activity with more robust evidence of more limited impact versus an activity with much weaker evidence of potentially much greater impact? If I had to choose between giving to these two charities today, I'd donate the $100 to DMI rather than to GiveDirectly, with my reasoning based on the expected value considerations we discussed in Chapter 6. I think that DMI is probably considerably less cost-effective than the $10 per quality figure, but if that figure is even approximately accurate, then DMI is much more cost-effective than GiveDirectly. I therefore think the expected value of donating to DMI is higher than that of donating to GiveDirectly. However, I would not fault someone who thought that the robustness of evidence in favor of GiveDirectly was more important than their lower estimated cost-effectiveness, and choose to donate to them instead. Assessing charity effectiveness is difficult, and these are both excellent charities whose programs provide impressive benefit to the extremely poor. We've just looked at 3 specific charities and determined that 2 of them are cost-effective. But what about all of the other charities in the world? I don't have the time or the space in this book to apply my framework to every charity, so to end this chapter I'll provide a list of some highly cost-effective charities based on GiveWell's research, and I'll provide a brief explanation of why each of them passes muster. Before then, I want to clarify a few things. First, you won't find mega charities like World Vision or Oxfam or UNICEF on these lists. These charities run a variety of different programs, and for that reason they are very difficult to evaluate. I also think it's unlikely that, even if we were able to evaluate them in depth, we would conclude that they are as effective as the charities I list here. If a charity implements a variety of programs, inevitably some of these programs will be more effective than others, in which case we should simply focus on funding those very best programs. For example, we argued earlier that disaster relief is generally not the most effective use of funding, but many mega charities spend a large portion of their energies on just that. Second, you might be surprised by how few charities are on this list. Aren't there dozens of worthy charities in the world? Yes, there are, but that doesn't mean you should give to them all. As we saw in Chapter 3, the best charities are often far better even than merely very good charities. Given that we've got only limited money to spend, we should focus on the very best charities, rather than merely very good charities. Finally, you'll notice that most of the charities I discuss implement health-based programs in poor countries. I've already explained that we should focus on poor countries because it's easier and cheaper to save lives there than it is in developed countries. But what about education, or water provision, or economic empowerment? These are all promising areas, but global health stands out for a couple of reasons. First, and as a proven track record, smallpox eradication is the clearest example, but development aid has made significant contributions toward other areas of health, such as polio, measles, diarrheal disease, and guinea worm disease. In contrast, the link between aid and economic growth is less clear. Second, by its nature, the evidence behind health interventions is more robust. If we know that the drug albendazole kills the parasitic worm Ascaris lumbricoides in the United States, we can safely conclude that it will probably kill that same worm in Kenya or India because human bodies are pretty similar all around the world. In contrast, it's much harder to be confident that an educational program that works in India will also work in Kenya, where the culture and educational infrastructure are very different. There can be exceptions to the focus on global health heuristic. Give Directly, for example, is an economic empowerment charity. We will also look at a much broader array of causes in Chapter 10, though the arguments for focusing on these causes, rather than global health, will necessarily be more speculative. With those caveats out of the way, let's look at some extremely cost-effective charities, as judged by GiveWell, accurate as of January 2015, the leading effective altruism charity evaluator. I'll rate each charity along 4 dimensions: estimated cost-effectiveness, robustness of evidence, implementation, and room for more funding. These ratings should be used to compare to one another only the charities I list, because, for example, any charity that I assess as fairly cost-effective in the following list would look extremely cost-effective compared to charities not listed here. For completeness and for purposes of comparison, I'll include those we've already read about: Give Directly, Development Media International, Deworm the World Initiative, and Against Malaria Foundation. Top charities. Give Directly. What do they do? Provide direct, unconditional cash transfers to poor households in Kenya and Uganda. Estimated cost-effectiveness? Fairly cost-effective. $1 in donations results in 90 cents delivered to the poorest households in Kenya and Uganda. This leads to increases in investment, consumption, education spending, and subjective well-being. Robustness of evidence. Extremely robust. There have been a large number of studies of cash transfers showing their efficacy, and Give Directly has collaborated with independent evaluators to conduct a randomized controlled trial of its own program. Implementation? Extremely well implemented. The charity is run in part by a leading development economist. They are very open, transparent, and self-skeptical. And room for more funding? Extremely large. They estimate they could productively use an additional $20 to $30 million in 2015 and expect to receive about $10 million in that time. The potential for Give Directly to scale up beyond that in future years is very great. Development Media International. What do they do? Produce and run radio shows to educate people in Burkina Faso on basic health matters, with plans to cover the Democratic Republic of Congo, Mozambique, Cameroon, and the Ivory Coast. Estimated cost effectiveness? Extremely cost effective. According to Development Media International's interpretation of previous studies and their own mathematical model, their cost effectiveness is on the order of $10 per QALY. Robustness of evidence? Fairly robust. They are collaborating with external investigators to conduct a randomized controlled trial on their own program, but have not yet gathered final mortality data. Their current data is based on self-reporting. Implementation. Very well implemented. Their CEO, Roy Head, has extensive experience in running radio programs in developing countries, and they work with leading epidemiologists to monitor their effectiveness. They have been open, transparent, and self-skeptical. Room for more funding? Very large. In order to scale up to 4 or more countries, they believe they could use about $10 million in 2015 and expect to receive about $2 to $4 million. Deworm the World Initiative. What do they do? Provide technical assistance to governments in Kenya and India to help those governments run school-based deworming programs. Estimated cost effectiveness? Extremely cost effective. Because they provide assistance to governments rather than running deworming programs themselves, the cost to DTWI per child treated per year is extremely low, at about 3 cents. Robustness of evidence? Fairly robust. 2 major randomized controlled trials, one of which included long-term follow-up, suggest that deworming has significant education and economic benefits. However, insofar as DTWI provides technical assistance to governments, rather than running the deworming programs themselves, it's more difficult to know for certain that these programs wouldn't have happened were it not for DTWI support. Implementation? Very good. They have been highly transparent about their operations. And room for more funding? Not very large. They could use an additional $2 million over both 2015 and 2016, and I expect that they will receive at least that amount. Schistosomiasis Control Initiative. What do they do? Provide funding for governments to run school-based and community-based deworming programs in countries across sub-Saharan Africa. Then, provide advisory support and conduct monitoring and evaluation. Schistosomiasis is one type of parasitic worm infection. Initially, SCI focused just on schistosomiasis, hence the name, but now they treat other parasitic worm infections too. Estimated cost effectiveness? Very cost effective. The cost to SCI of deworming one child is less than $1 per year. Robustness of evidence? Very robust. 2 major randomized controlled trials, one of which included long-term follow-up, suggest that deworming has significant educational and economic benefits. Implementation? Fairly good. There have been some concerns from GiveWell regarding SCI's transparency and communication about its activities. And room for more funding? Fairly large. SCI believes it could productively use about $8 million in additional donations in 2015. However, it's not clear how much revenue it will receive in 2015, and it may become fully funded. Against Malaria Foundation. What do they do? Provide funding to buy and distribute long-lasting insecticide-treated bed nets to poor households across sub-Saharan Africa. Estimated cost-effectiveness? Very cost-effective. It costs $6 to provide one bed net that covers 2 children for 2 years, for an estimated $100 per QALY. Robustness of evidence? Very robust. There have been multiple randomized controlled trials and 2 meta-analyses supporting the efficacy of bed nets. Implementation? Extremely good. AMF has been extremely transparent and open in communication. And room for more funding? Very large. AMF could productively use $20 million in 2015. Living Goods. What do they do? Run a network of community health promoters in Uganda who go door to door selling affordable health products such as treatments for malaria, diarrhea, and pneumonia, soap, menstrual pads, contraception, solar lanterns, and high-efficiency cook stoves, and providing healthcare advice. Estimated cost-effectiveness? Very cost-effective. According to the estimates from the randomized controlled trial they are running on their project, $3,000 spent on their program would save a life and provide a number of other benefits. GiveWell estimates their cost per life saved is $11,000. Robustness of evidence? Fairly robust. A high-quality study has been conducted by independent investigators on the very program that Living Goods is running. However, there is no evidence from multiple studies, as there are for other programs on this list. Implementation? Fairly good. They have been open and fairly transparent with providing information. However, they have only limited ongoing monitoring and evaluation. And room for more funding? Fairly large. Living Goods' budget will be about $10 million per year for the next 3 years. It's likely to have a shortfall of about $2 to $3 million per year. The Iodine Global Network, the IGN. What do they do? Advocate for governments to fortify salt with iodine and, thereafter, monitor progress of implemented programs and provide country-specific guidance. Estimated cost-effectiveness? Extremely cost-effective. Iodine deficiency is a major cause of physical and intellectual stunting in developing countries. Iodine fortification can alleviate these problems at a cost of pennies per person. One estimate put the economic benefits of these programs at $27 for every dollar spent. Robustness of evidence? Fairly robust. Fortification of salt with iodine is a well-studied program and has been shown to lead to significant improvements in people's lives. However, IGN does not implement the iodine fortification programs themselves. It's therefore crucial to determine whether IGN is causing more people to receive iodized salt than they would otherwise have done. This is not yet clear. Implementation? Very good. IGN is run by leading experts on micronutrient deficiencies and has been open and transparent. And room for more funding? Not very large. Though their budget was only $500,000 in 2014, GiveWell believes they could productively use $1 million in 2015. They have so far only raised $400,000 toward that goal, giving $600,000 in room for more funding. Chapter 8. The Moral Case for Sweatshop Goods. How can consumers make the most difference? The clothing retailer American Apparel, known for selling fashionable basics like solid-color T-shirts, proudly claims to be sweatshop-free. On its About Us webpage it says, "Our garment workers are paid up to 50 times more than the competition. A garment worker in Bangladesh earns an average of $600 a year. An experienced American Apparel garment worker can earn $30,000 plus and receive benefits such as comprehensive health care. American Apparel garments are created by motivated and fairly paid employees who don't just have jobs, they have careers. Our culture recognizes outstanding performance and promotes from within. Most importantly, our workers have a voice and influence the direction of the company. At American Apparel, we call it sweatshop free, a term we coined in 2002. The popularity of American Apparel is just one example of a trend toward ethical consumerism, where people spend a little more money on goods that are produced by workers who are treated well, thereby using their purchasing power to, hopefully, make the world a better place. This chapter will look at ethical consumerism through the lens of effective altruism, trying to figure out if it's an effective way of doing good. I'll talk about sweatshops, fair trade, low-carbon living, and vegetarianism. Ultimately, I'm going to conclude that ethical consumerism is not all it's cracked up to be, at least not compared to other ways of making a difference. Let's start with sweatshops. Sweatshops are factories in poor countries, typically in Asia or South America, that produce goods like textiles, toys, or electronics for rich countries under pretty horrific working conditions. Workers often face 16-hour days, 6 or 7 days a week. Sometimes they're prohibited from taking breaks to eat or use the bathroom. Air conditioning is rare, so factories can be very hot. Health and safety considerations are commonly neglected, and employers sometimes abuse their workers. Because conditions in sweatshops are so bad, many people have pledged to boycott goods produced in them, and a number of organizations devoted to ending the use of sweatshop labor, such as United Students Against Sweatshops, National Mobilization Against Sweatshops, Sweat-Free Communities, and the ingeniously named No Sweat Apparel, have proliferated in service to the cause. For this reason, there's significant public animosity toward big companies like Nike, Apple, and Disney that rely on sweatshop labor to manufacture their products. This movement has noble intentions. The people who campaign against sweatshops are justifiably horrified that people work in such awful conditions. However, those who protest against sweatshops by refusing to buy goods produced in them are making the mistake, which we discussed in Chapter 5, of failing to consider what would happen otherwise. We assume that if people refused to buy goods from sweatshops, these factories would succumb to economic pressure and go out of business, in which case their employees would find better employment elsewhere. But that's not true. In developing countries, sweatshop jobs are the good jobs. The alternatives are typically worse, such as backbreaking, low-paid farm labor, scavenging, or unemployment. The New York Times columnist Nicholas D. Kristof illustrated this well when he presented an interview with Pim Sray Rat, a Cambodian woman who scavenges plastic from dumps in order to sell it as recycling. "I'd love to get a job in a factory," she said. "At least that work is in the shade. Here is where it's hot." A clear indicator that sweatshops provide comparatively good jobs is the great demand for them among people in developing countries. Almost all workers in sweatshops chose to work there, and some go to great lengths to do so. In the early 21st century, nearly 4 million people from Laos, Cambodia, and Burma emigrated to Thailand to take sweatshop jobs, and many Bolivians risk deportation by illegally entering Brazil in order to work in sweatshops there. The average earnings of a sweatshop worker in Brazil are about $2,000 per year. Not very much, but $600 a year more than the average earnings in Bolivia, where people generally work in agriculture or mining. Similarly, the average earnings among sweatshop workers are $2 a day in Bangladesh, $5.50 a day in Cambodia, $7 a day in Haiti, and $8 a day in India. These wages are tiny, of course, but when compared to the $1.25 a day many citizens of those countries live on, the demand for these jobs seems more understandable. Because conditions in sweatshops are so bad, it's difficult for us to imagine that people would risk deportation just to work in them. But that's because, as we discussed in Chapter 1, the extremity of global poverty is almost unimaginable. In fact, among economists on both the left and the right, there is no question that sweatshops benefit those in poor countries. Nobel laureate and left-wing economist Paul Krugman has stated, "The overwhelming mainstream view among economists is that the growth of this kind of employment is tremendous good news for the world's poor." Jeffrey Sachs, Columbia University economist and one of the foremost proponents of increased efforts to help those in extreme poverty, has said, "My concern is not that there are too many sweatshops, but that there are too few." The reason there's such widespread support among economists for sweatshops is that low-wage, labor-intensive manufacturing is a stepping stone that helps an economy based around cash crops develop into an industrialized, richer society. During the Industrial Revolution, for example, Europe and America spent more than 100 years using sweatshop labor, emerging with much higher living standards as a result. It took many decades to pass through this stage because the technology to industrialize was new, and the 20th century has seen countries pass through this stage of development much more rapidly because the technology is already in place. The 4 East Asian tiger economies, Hong Kong, Singapore, South Korea, and Taiwan, exemplify speedy development, having evolved from very poor, agrarian societies in the early 20th century to manufacturing-oriented sweatshop countries mid-century, and finally emerging as industrialized economic powerhouses in recent decades. Because sweatshops are good for poor countries, if we boycott them, we make people in poor countries worse off. This isn't just a hypothetical argument. In 1993, the junior United States Senator from Iowa, Tom Harkin, brought a child labor bill to Congress. The Child Labor Deterrence Act would have made it illegal for the United States to import goods from countries using child labor. Bangladesh had a large number of children employed in ready-to-wear garment sweatshops at the time. Out of fear that this act would pass, factories quickly laid off 50,000 child workers, according to the U.S. Department of Labor, rather than going to school or even finding better jobs. It is widely thought that most of them have found employment in other garment factories, in smaller, unregistered subcontracting garment workshops, or in other sectors. Considering that transnational corporations typically pay much higher wages than domestic sweatshops, the lives of these youths likely became worse. Indeed, an investigation by UNICEF found that many of these laid-off underage garment workers had resorted to even more desperate measures to survive, including street hustling and prostitution. We should certainly feel outrage and horror at the conditions sweatshop laborers toil under. The correct response, however, is not to give up sweatshop-produced goods in favor of domestically produced goods. The correct response is to try to end the extreme poverty that makes sweatshops desirable places to work in the first place. What about buying products from companies that employ people in poor countries, unlike American Apparel, but claim to have higher labor standards, like People Tree, Indigenous, and Kuyichi? By doing this, we would avoid the use of sweatshops, while at the same time providing even better job opportunities for the extreme poor. If we really could effectively pass on benefits to the very poor through consumer pressure, then I would be all in favor of it. In practice, however, I'm not so sure that ethical consumption works as intended. To see this, let's look at the most widespread attempt to give the very poor better working conditions: fair trade. Fair trade certification is an attempt to give higher pay to workers in poor countries. It's commonly used for consumables grown in developing countries, such as bananas, chocolate, coffee, sugar, and tea. The fair trade license is only given to producers who meet certain criteria, such as paying their workers a minimum wage and satisfying specified safety requirements. The fair trade license has 2 benefits. First, the producers are guaranteed a certain minimum price for the good. For example, coffee producers are guaranteed to receive $1.40 per pound of coffee, even if the market rate drops below $1.40. Second, producers are paid a social premium on top of the market rate. For coffee, if the market rate is above $1.40, the producers are paid an additional 20 cents per pound. This social premium is used to pay for democratically chosen community programs. The demand for fair trade products has grown rapidly. The Fair Trade label was launched only in 1988, and in 2014, $6.9 billion was spent on fair trade certified products worldwide. The fact that so many people are willing to pay more to ensure that farmers in other countries are paid a fair wage is heartening. But if we're thinking about buying fair trade ourselves, we need to ask how much we're actually benefiting people in poor countries by shelling out a few extra dollars for fair trade versus regular coffee. The evidence suggests that the answer is disappointingly little. This is for 3 reasons. First, when you buy fair trade, you usually aren't giving money to the poorest people in the world. Fair trade standards are difficult to meet, which means that those in the poorest countries typically can't afford to get fair trade certification. For example, the majority of fair trade coffee production comes from the, comparatively, rich countries like Mexico and Costa Rica, which are 10 times richer than the very poorest countries like Ethiopia. In Chapter 1, we saw how fast money diminishes in value and how extreme global inequality is. That means that even if buying fair trade was a good way of paying farmers more, you might make a bigger difference by buying non-fair trade goods that are produced in the poorest countries rather than fair trade goods that are produced in richer countries. Because Costa Rica is 10 times richer than Ethiopia, $1 is worth more to the average Ethiopian than several dollars is to the average Costa Rican. Second, of the additional money that is spent on fair trade, only a very small portion ends up in the hands of farmers who earn that money. Middlemen take the rest. The Fair Trade Foundation does not provide figures on how much of the additional price reaches coffee producers, but independent researchers have provided some estimates. Dr. Peter Griffiths, an economic consultant for the World Bank, worked out that for one British cafe chain, less than 1% of the additional price of their fair trade coffee reached coffee exporters in poor countries. Finnish professors Joni Valkila, Pertti Haparanda, and Nina Niemi found out that of fair trade coffee sold in Finland, only 11% of the additional price reached the coffee-producing countries. Professor Bernard Killian and colleagues from INCAE Business School found that in the United States, while fair trade coffee would sell for $5 per pound more than conventional coffee, coffee producers would receive only 40 cents per pound, or 8% of that increased price. In contrast, remember that if you donate $1 to give directly, 90 cents ultimately reaches the poor. Finally, even the small fraction that ultimately reaches the producers does not necessarily translate into higher wages. It guarantees a higher price for goods from fair trade certified organizations, but that higher price doesn't guarantee a higher price for the farmers who work for those organizations. Professor Christopher Kramer at the University of London School of Oriental and African Studies led a team of researchers who conducted a 4-year study on earnings of fair trade workers in Ethiopia and Uganda. They found that those fair trade workers had systematically lower wages and worse working conditions than comparable non-fair trade workers, and that the poorest often had no access to the community projects that fair trade touted as major successes. Professor Kramer commented that the British public has been led to believe that by paying extra for fair trade certified coffee, tea, and flowers, they will make a difference in the lives of poor Africans. Careful fieldwork and analysis in this 4-year project leads to the conclusion that in our research sites, fair trade has not been an effective mechanism for improving the lives of wage workers, the poorest rural people. Independent reviews of studies have found much the same thing. Though the evidence is limited, which is itself worrying, the consistent finding among the studies that have been performed is that fair trade certification does not improve the lives of agricultural workers. Even a review commissioned by the Fair Trade Foundation itself concluded that there is limited evidence of the impact on workers of participation in fair trade. Given this, there is little reason to buy fair trade products. In buying fair trade products, You're at best giving very small amounts of money to people in comparatively well-off countries. You do considerably more good by buying cheaper goods and donating the money you save to one of the cost-effective charities mentioned in the previous chapter. Another major area of ethical consumerism is green living. On a per-person basis, U.S. citizens emit more greenhouse gases than any other large country, with the average American adult every year producing 21 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent. Remember that carbon dioxide equivalent is a way of measuring your carbon footprint that includes greenhouse gases other than carbon dioxide, like methane and nitrous oxide. As we've seen, climate change is a big deal. It's therefore natural to want to do something about it, and the obvious way is to move to a lower carbon lifestyle. Sadly, many popular ways of reducing your greenhouse gas emissions are rather ineffective. One common recommendation is to turn off or shut down electronic devices when you're not using them, rather than keeping them on standby. However, this achieves very little compared to other things you could do. One hot bath adds more to your carbon footprint than leaving your phone charger plugged in for a whole year. Even leaving on your TV, one of the worst offenders in terms of standby energy use, for a whole year, contributes less to your carbon footprint than driving a car for just 2 hours. Another common recommendation is to turn off lights when you leave a room, but lighting accounts for only 3% of household energy use. So even if you never used lighting in your house, you would save only a fraction of a metric ton of carbon emissions. Plastic bags have also been a major focus of concern, but even on very generous estimates, if you stopped using plastic bags entirely, you'd cut out 100 kilograms of CO2 equivalent per year, which is only 0.4% of your total emissions. Similarly, the focus on buying locally produced goods is overhyped. Only 10% of the carbon footprint of food comes from transportation, whereas 80% comes from production. So what type of food you buy is much more important than whether that food is produced locally or internationally. Cutting out red meat and dairy for 1 day a week achieves a greater reduction in your carbon footprint than buying entirely locally based food. In fact, exactly the same food can sometimes have a higher carbon footprint if it's locally grown than if it's imported. One study found that the carbon footprint from locally grown tomatoes in Northern Europe was 5 times as great as the carbon footprint from tomatoes grown in Spain, because the emissions generated by heating and lighting greenhouses dwarfed the emissions generated by transportation. The most effective ways to cut down your emissions are to reduce your intake of meat, especially beef, which can cut out about a metric ton of carbon dioxide equivalent per year, to reduce the amount you travel. Driving half as much would cut out 2 metric tons of CO2 equivalent per year, and 1 fewer round-trip flight from London to New York would eliminate a metric ton of CO2 equivalent. And to use less electricity and gas in the home, especially by installing loft insulation, which would save a metric ton of CO2 equivalent for a detached house. However, there is an even more effective way to reduce your emissions. It's called offsetting. Rather than reducing your own greenhouse gas emissions, you pay for projects that reduce or avoid greenhouse gas emissions elsewhere. Environmentalists often criticize carbon offsetting. Here's the British journalist George Monbiot. While the carbon we release by flying or driving is certain and verifiable, the carbon absorbed by offset projects is less attestable. Many will succeed and continue to function over the necessary period. Others will fail, especially the disastrous forays into tree planting that some companies have made. To claim a carbon saving, you also need to demonstrate that these projects would not have happened without you, that Mexico would not have decided to capture the methane from its pig farms, or that people in India would not have bought new stoves of their own accord. In other words, you must look into a counterfactual future. I have yet to meet someone from a carbon offset company who possesses supernatural powers. At the offices of Travel Care and the forecourts owned by BP, you can now buy complacency, political apathy, and self-satisfaction, but you cannot buy the survival of the planet. Monbiot makes his point somewhat melodramatically, but his concern is reasonable. For many offsetting programs offered by companies, you might feel unsure about how effective they really are. For example, many airline companies give you the option when you purchase a flight to pay an extra fee to offset your contribution to the greenhouse gases emitted during that flight. If you do this, you have to trust the airline to successfully offset those emissions. But you might worry that the airline won't do so effectively. Perhaps they pay for a project that was going to happen anyway, or perhaps they overestimate the greenhouse gas reduction from the projects they undertake. If so, then the fee you pay to offset your emissions doesn't actually offset all of your emissions. It only offsets some of them. However, Monbiot's concern doesn't provide a good argument against carbon offsetting in general. It just shows we've got to do some research in order to find a way of offsetting that's genuinely effective. That's what we did at my organization, Giving What We Can. We considered more than 100 organizations that claim to reduce greenhouse gas emissions with donations and tried to figure out which ones most cost-effectively prevent the release of 1 metric ton of carbon dioxide equivalent. The charity we ultimately decided was best is called Cool Earth. Cool Earth was founded in 2007 in the United Kingdom by businessman Johan Eliasch and MP Frank Field, who were concerned with protecting the rainforest and the impact that deforestation might have on the environment. The charity aims to fight global warming by preventing deforestation, primarily in the Amazon. They use donated money to help develop rainforest communities economically to a point where they do better by not selling their land to loggers. Cool Earth does not buy rainforest directly. Instead, it provides economic assistance to local communities, helping the people who inhabit the rainforests establish more profitable ventures than selling trees. This involves working to secure property rights, improving community infrastructure, and connecting the inhabitants of the forests with markets where they can sell their produce at good prices, among other things. The work Cool Earth does, therefore, incidentally improves the lives of those living in the rainforest while working to prevent climate change. Given this apparently indirect route, via something that looks more like development aid, you might wonder if this can really be an effective way of protecting forests. But if a community already wants to preserve the forest but can't afford not to sell it, helping that community find an alternative strategy seems like a promising way to make a big difference for comparatively low cost. The evidence suggests that Cool Earth's program has been effective, with far less deforestation in Cool Earth areas than the surroundings. Moreover, those at Cool Earth think strategically about which regions to provide assistance to. By protecting key areas of rainforest, they can create a wall of forest that blocks off a much wider landscape from illegal logging. Cool Earth claims it costs them about $100 to prevent an acre of rainforest from being cut down, and that each acre locks in 260 metric tons of CO2. This would mean that it costs just about 38 cents to prevent 1 metric ton of CO2 from being emitted. When we assessed Cool Earth, however, we wanted to try to remain conservative, so we created our own estimates rather than relying on their figures. After looking at their track record, we estimated it cost Cool Earth less than $150 to protect 1 acre of rainforest, which protected a further 4 acres by walling off other areas of the forest. 30% of similar areas of rainforest that were not protected by Cool Earth had been logged, suggesting that they were protecting an acre of rainforest for $103. However, we realized that, to some extent, it might be that by protecting a given area of rainforest, Cool Earth simply causes loggers to cut down a different area of rainforest. We took this consideration into account using economic data and estimated that every acre protected by Cool Earth would prevent 0.5 acres from being felled, giving a cost of $206 per acre protected. The estimate of 206 metric tons of CO2 per acre is already low, insofar as it doesn't take into account the carbon dioxide stored in the soil and doesn't take into account greenhouse gas emissions other than CO2. But there is a risk that the forest will still be logged in the future, and for this reason we scaled down their estimate to 153 metric tons of CO2 per acre. Bringing these numbers together, $206 to prevent 153 metric tons of CO2, gives our best guess estimate at $1.34 per metric ton. Even after trying to be conservative in our calculations, this number may still be too optimistic. So, to play extra safe, we could assume a 300% margin of error and use a figure of $5 per metric ton of CO2 emissions prevented. Using this figure, the average American adult would have to spend $105 per year in order to offset all their carbon emissions. This is significant, but to most people it's considerably less than it would cost to make large changes in lifestyle, such as not flying. This suggests that the easiest and most effective way to cut down your carbon footprint is simply to donate to Cool Earth. People sometimes make other objections to carbon offsetting, but they're not very compelling. For example, in the article I quoted earlier, George Monbiot claimed that carbon offsetting is a way of selling indulgences, in reference to the medieval practice in which Christians would pay the church in exchange for forgiveness for their sins. On a similar theme, a satirical website, cheatneutral.com, offers the following service. When you cheat on your partner, you add to the heartbreak, pain, and jealousy in the atmosphere. Cheat Neutral offsets your cheating by funding someone else to be faithful and not cheat. This neutralizes the pain and unhappy emotion and leaves you with a clear conscience. However, in both cases, the analogies are flawed. In buying indulgences, you don't undo the harm you've caused others or the sins you've done. In contrast, through effective carbon offsetting, you're preventing anyone from being harmed by your emissions in the first place. If you emit carbon dioxide throughout your life, but effectively offset it at the same time, overall your life contributes nothing to climate change. Similarly, offsetting your adultery, even if you genuinely could, would still affect who is harmed, even if it keeps the total number of adulterous acts constant. In contrast, carbon offsetting prevents anyone from ever being harmed by your emissions. It's the equivalent of never committing adultery in the first place. Another area where people try to change their purchasing habits in order to make a difference is meat eating and vegetarianism. As I mentioned earlier, cutting out meat, especially beef, is one effective way to reduce your carbon emissions. However, we've also seen that by donating to Cool Earth, you can offset 1 metric ton of carbon emissions for about $5. If you'd rather pay $5 than go vegetarian, then the environmental argument for vegetarianism is rather weak. The animal welfare argument for vegetarianism is comparatively stronger. The vast majority of farmed animals are raised in factory farms, which inflict severe and unnecessary suffering on those animals merely for the sake of slightly cheaper produce. The living conditions of factory farm animals have been extensively documented in books, magazines, and documentaries, so I'll spare you the grim details here. I personally believe it's important to treat animals humanely, and for that reason, I've been a vegetarian for many years. However, the animal welfare argument is much stronger for some animals than for others, because some sorts of animal produce involve a lot more suffering on the part of the animals than others. In fact, eliminating chicken and eggs removes the large majority of animal suffering from your diet. This is because of the conditions those animals are kept in and the number of animals needed to provide a given number of calories. Of all the animals raised for food, broiler chickens, layer hens, and pigs are kept in the worst conditions by a considerable margin. The only quantitative estimates of farmed animal welfare I have been able to find come from Bailey Norwood, an economist and agricultural expert. He rated the welfare of different animals on a scale of -10 to 10, where negative numbers indicate that it would be better, from the animal's perspective, to be dead rather than alive. He rates beef cattle at 6 and dairy cows at 4. In contrast, his average rating for broiler chickens is -1, and for pigs and caged hens is -5. In other words, cows raised for food live better lives than chicken, hens, or pigs, which suffer terribly. The second consideration is the number of animals it takes to make a meal. In a year, the average American will consume the following: 28.5 broiler chickens, 0.8 layer hens, 0.8 turkeys, 0.37 pigs, 0.1 beef cows, and 0.007 dairy cows. These numbers might suggest that cutting out chicken has a far bigger impact than any other dietary change. However, most broiler chickens only live for 6 weeks, so insofar as we care about how long the animal spends in unpleasant conditions on factory farms, it's more appropriate to think about animal years rather than animal lives. In a year, the number of animal years that go into the average American's diet are as follows: 3.3 from broiler chickens, which is the equation we've worked out from 28.5 chickens consumed, each of which lives 6 weeks, equals 3.3 animal years. 1 from layer hens, 0.3 from turkeys, 0.2 from pigs, 0.1 from beef cows, and 0.03 from dairy cows. Combining these two considerations, we arrive at the conclusion that the most effective way to cut animal suffering out of your diet is to stop eating chicken, then eggs, then pork. By doing so, you're taking out the worst suffering for the most animals for the longest time. This may have implications for animal welfare advocates who often tout vegetarianism's environmental benefits, which we've already discussed, and health benefits, pointing to research that those who don't eat meat are at reduced risk for cardiovascular diseases. These advocates often argue for eliminating beef from your diet since raising cattle produces a lot of CO2 equivalent emissions, and red meat is linked to health problems such as heart disease. However, if people hear the environmental or health arguments and then decrease their beef consumption, but compensate even a little bit by eating more chicken, those animal welfare advocates may have caused more animal suffering than they eliminated. Earlier, I suggested that offsetting might be an easier and more effective way of reducing your carbon footprint than making large lifestyle changes. Could you apply the same argument here? Rather than personally cutting out meat, couldn't people offset their meat consumption by donating to an animal advocacy charity, thereby causing some other person to become vegetarian who wouldn't otherwise have done so? I don't think so. There's a crucial difference between greenhouse gas emissions and meat consumption, which is, if you offset your greenhouse gas emissions, then you prevent anyone from ever being harmed by your emissions. In contrast, if you offset your meat consumption, you change which animals are harmed through factory farming. That makes eating meat and offsetting it less like offsetting greenhouse gas emissions and more like committing adultery and offsetting it, which we all agree would be immoral to do. If you care about animal suffering, you should certainly alter your diet, either by cutting out the most harmful products, at least eggs, chicken, and pork, or by becoming vegetarian or vegan. However, there's no reason to stop there. In terms of making a difference to the lives of animals, the impact you can have through your donations seems even greater than the impact you can have by changing your own behavior. According to Animal Charity Evaluators, a research charity I helped to set up, by donating to charities like Mercy for Animals or the Humane League, which distribute leaflets on vegetarianism, it costs about $100 to convince one person to stop eating meat for 1 year. If you can donate more than that to animal advocacy charities per year, then your decision about how much to donate to animal advocacy is even more important, in terms of impact, than the decision about whether to become vegetarian yourself. We've seen that, in general, changing your consumption habits is not a very effective way to make a difference compared to the alternatives, though we've also seen how the law of expected value demonstrates that it's still a good idea to change your behavior in certain cases. Whether our concern is the global poor, climate change, or animal welfare, we've seen that the decision about how much and where to donate is much greater in terms of impact than the decision about what products to buy. On reflection, we should expect it to be this way. By donating, you can ensure that your money is spent only on the most effective activities. Given the difference between the best activities and merely very good activities, this is a big deal. In contrast, spending more in order to buy more ethical produce is not a very targeted way of doing good. Things may even be worse than that, however. There's some reason to think that the rise in ethical consumerism could even be harmful for the world on balance. Psychologists have discovered a phenomenon that they call moral licensing, which describes how people who perform one good action often compensate by doing fewer good actions in the future. For example, in a recent experiment, participants were told to choose a product from either a selection of mostly green items, like an energy-efficient light bulb, or from a selection of mostly conventional items, like a regular light bulb. They were then told to perform a supposedly unrelated visual perception task, which was a square box with a diagonal line across it was displayed on a computer screen, and a pattern of 20 dots would flash up on the screen. The subjects had to press a key to indicate whether there were more dots on the left or right side of the line. It was always obvious which was the correct answer, and the experimenters emphasized the importance of being as accurate as possible, telling the subjects that the results of the test would be used in designing future experiments. However, the subjects were told that, whether or not their answers were correct, they'd be paid 5 cents every time they indicated there were more dots on the left-hand side of the line, and 5 cents every time they indicated there were more dots on the right-hand side. They therefore had a financial incentive to lie, and they were alone, so they knew they wouldn't be caught if they did so. Moreover, they were invited to pay themselves out of an envelope, so they had an opportunity to steal as well. What happened? People who had previously purchased a green product were significantly more likely to both lie and steal than those who had purchased the conventional product. Their demonstration of ethical behavior subconsciously gave them license to act unethically when the chance arose. Amazingly, even just saying you do something good can cause the moral licensing effect. In another study, half the participants were asked to imagine helping a foreign student who had asked for assistance in understanding a lecture. They subsequently gave significantly less to charity when given the chance to do so than the other half of the participants who had not been asked to imagine helping another student. Moral licensing shows that people are often more concerned about looking good or feeling good rather than actually doing good. If you do your bit by buying an energy-efficient light bulb, your status as a good human being is less likely to be called into question if you subsequently steal a small amount of money. Often, the moral licensing effect isn't that decision relevant. If we're encouraging people to engage in effective actions to make the world a better place, it's not that big a deal if that means they compensate, to some extent, by doing less of other altruistic activities. If we encourage people to do a small action but frame the request as the first step toward a larger commitment, then the moral licensing effect may not occur. Where it becomes crucial, however, is when people are encouraged to do fairly ineffective acts of altruism and, as a result, are less likely to perform effective ones later. If, for example, encouraging someone to buy fair trade causes that person to devote less time or money to other, more effective activities, then promoting fair trade might, on balance, be harmful. In this chapter, we've seen that the benefits of ethical consumerism are often small compared to the good that well-targeted donations can do. In the next chapter, we'll look at an area where you really can make an astonishing difference: your career. Chapter 9. Don't follow your passion. Which careers make the most difference? As Peter Herford entered his final year at Denison University, he needed to figure out what he was going to do with his life. He was 22, majoring in political science and psychology, and he knew he wanted a career that would both be personally satisfying and would make a big difference. Graduate school was the obvious choice for someone with his interests, but he didn't know what his other options were, or how to choose among them. How should young people like Peter, who want to make a difference in their careers, go about their decisions? What if you're later in your career, but are considering changing jobs so you can have a bigger impact? In Chapter 5, we saw that earning to give is one powerful way to make a difference, but it's certainly not the only way. There are a dizzying number of career paths, each with their positives and negatives. At the same time, the decision is high stakes. Your choice of career is a choice about how to spend more than 80,000 hours over the course of your life, which means it makes sense to invest a considerable amount of time in the decision. If you were to spend just 1% of your working time thinking about how to spend the other 99%, that would mean you'd spend 800 hours, or 20 working weeks, on your career decision. I doubt many people spend this much time thinking about their careers, but it might be worth it. Over the last few years at 80,000 hours, we've coached hundreds of people like Peter, as well as people later in their careers, most of whom find the following framework useful in figuring out what their next career steps should be. There are many considerations relevant to choosing the right career for you, and this framework ensures that you give due weight to what's most important. You should ask yourself the following 3 questions. 1. How do I personally fit with this job? How satisfied will I be in this job? Am I excited by the job? Do I think I could stick with it for a significant period of time? And how good am I, or could I become, at this type of work compared to other people and compared to other careers I might choose? 2. What's my impact while I'm working at this job? How many resources can I influence? Whether that's the labor I provide, the people or budget I manage, the money I earn, or a public platform I have access to. And how effective are the causes to which I can direct those resources? And finally, number 3. How does this job contribute to my impact later on in life? How well does this job build my skills, connections, and credentials? How well does this job keep my options open? And how much will I learn in the course of this job about what I might want to do next? Let's discuss each of these 3 key factors in turn. Personal fit. Personal fit is about how good you'll be in a particular job. An important part of this is whether you'll be happy doing the work. People often want job satisfaction as an end in itself, but it's also a crucial factor when thinking about impact. If you're not happy at work, you'll be less productive and more likely to burn out, resulting in less impact in the long term. However, we need to be careful when thinking about how you find a job you'll love. There's a lot of feel-good misinformation out there, and the real route to job satisfaction is somewhat counterintuitive. On June 12, 2005, Steve Jobs stood in front of the graduating class at Stanford and gave them his advice on what they should do with their lives. He said in part, "You have to trust in something, your gut, destiny, life, karma, whatever, because believing that the dots will connect down the road will give you the confidence to follow your heart, even when it leads you off the well-worn path, and that will make all the difference. You've got to find what you love, and that is as true for work as it is for your lovers. Your work is going to fill a large part of your life, and the only way to be truly satisfied is to do what you believe is great work, and the only way to do great work is to love what you do. If you haven't found it yet, keep looking. Don't settle. As with all matters of the heart, you'll know when you find it, and like any great relationship, it just gets better and better as the years roll on. So, keep looking. Don't settle." Jobs' message is emotionally resonant and appealing, and career advice is commonly built around slogans like, "Follow your heart," or "Follow your passion." The first paragraph of the advice book, titled Career Ahead, ends, "You owe it to yourself to do work that you love. This book will show you how." A popular YouTube video titled What If Money Was No Object, narrated by British writer Alan Watts, advises similarly. It suggests that unless you ask yourself what makes you itch and pursue the answer, you will spend your life completely wasting your time. You'll be doing things you don't like doing in order to go on living. That is, to go on doing things you don't like doing, which is stupid. At its most extreme, the talk around career choice sounds similar to the talk around romance. When you find your perfect fit, you'll just know. Taken literally, however, the idea of following your passion is terrible advice. Finding a career that's the right fit for you is crucial to finding a career, but believing you must find some preordained passion and then pursue jobs that match it is all wrong. Ask yourself, is following your passion a good way to achieve personal satisfaction in the job you love? Should you pick a career by identifying your greatest interest, finding jobs that match that interest, and pursuing them no matter what? On the basis of the evidence, the answer seems to be no. First, and most simply, most people don't have passions that fit the world of work. In one study of Canadian college students, it was found that 84% of students had passions, and 90% of these involved sports, music, and art. But by looking at census data, we can see that only 3% of jobs are in the sports, music, and art industries. Even if only half the students followed their passion, the majority would fail to secure a job. In these cases, doing what you're passionate about can be actively harmful. Indeed, often the fact that you're passionate about something is a good reason why it will be difficult to find a job in that area, since you have to compete with all the other people who are passionate about the same thing. This is the situation in sports and music, where only extremely talented or lucky people can make a steady living. In the United States, fewer than 1 in 1,000 high school athletes will make it into professional sports. For the large majority of people who don't have work-related passions, the advice to follow your passion might merely prompt anxious soul-searching and send them into the wrong careers. Second, your interests change. Psychologists Jody Koybach, Daniel T. Gilbert, and Timothy Wilson have shown that they change much more than we anticipate, so we overrate their importance. Just think about what you were most interested in 10 years ago. Chances are, it's completely different from what you're interested in today. If you focus only on what you're currently passionate about, then you risk committing to projects that you soon find you're no longer interested in. This takes us to our third point against passion, which is that the best predictors of job satisfaction are features of the job itself, rather than factors about personal passion. Instead of trying to figure out which career to pursue based on whatever you happen to be most interested in today, you should start by looking for work with certain important features. If you find that, passion will follow. Research shows that the most consistent predictor of job satisfaction is engaging work, which can be broken down into 5 factors. This is known in psychology as the job characteristics theory. Here they are. 1. Independence. To what extent do you have control over how you go about your work? 2. Sense of completion. To what extent does the job involve completing a whole piece of work so that your contribution to the end product is easily visible, rather than being merely a small part of a much larger product? 3. Variety. To what extent does the job require you to perform a range of different activities, using different skills and talents? 4. Feedback from the job. How easy is it to know whether you're performing well or badly? And 5. Contribution. To what extent does your work make a difference, as defined by positive contributions to the well-being of other people? As well as job satisfaction, each of these factors also correlates with motivation, productivity, and commitment to your employer. Moreover, these factors are similar to those required to develop flow, the pleasurable state of being so immersed in an activity that you're completely free of distractions and lose track of time, which some psychologists have argued is the key to having genuinely satisfying experiences. There are other factors that also matter to your job satisfaction, such as whether you get a sense of achievement from the work, how much support you get from your colleagues, and hygiene factors, such as not having unfair pay or a very long commute. But again, these factors have little to do with whether the work involves one of your passions. You find them in many different jobs. The evidence therefore suggests that following your passion is a poor way to determine whether a given career path will make you happy. Rather, passion grows out of work that has the right features. This was even true of Steve Jobs. When he was young, he was passionate about Zen Buddhism. He traveled in India, took plenty of LSD, shaved his head, wore robes, and seriously considered moving to Japan to become a monk. He first got into electronics only reluctantly, as a way to earn cash on the side, helping his tech-savvy friend, Steve Wozniak, handle business deals while also spending time at the All-One farm. Even Apple Computer's very existence was fortuitous. While Jobs and Wozniak were trying to sell circuit boards to hobbyists, the owner of one local computer store said he would buy fully assembled computers, and they jumped at the chance to make more money. It was only once they started to gain traction and success that Jobs' passion for Apple and computing really bloomed. What about following your heart, your gut, or your itch to find work you love? Evidence suggests that won't work either, since we're bad at predicting what will make us happy. The way we predict how some event will affect us emotionally is by running a simulation in our heads. When I imagine feeling anxious while taking an exam, I'm imagining taking an exam which makes me feel anxious. This anxiety is an indicator of the feeling I expect to have when I actually take the exam. From a psychological perspective, this ability to simulate the effects of an as-yet unexperienced event is a remarkably powerful skill, one that humans possess to a degree far beyond other animals. But the simulations we run bias us in a number of predictable ways. For example, our tastes and preferences change considerably over time in ways we don't accurately predict. You might plan your life believing you'll never want to have kids, but then find, when you're 30, that your preferences change dramatically. Our simulation-based predictions of the future are also often incomplete. Simulating future events is hard to do, and we can't possibly focus on every minute aspect of the event, so our brains just include the most important details. However, this means we may miss out on some non-essential features that would make a big difference to our emotional responses. For example, it's been found that professors, on average, end up much less happy after getting tenure than they predicted they would be prior to getting tenure. One possible explanation for this is that they focus too much on the positive features of getting tenure, the sense of achievement and recognition, at the neglect of others, such as an increased number of dull departmental meetings. When deciding which career to pursue, therefore, we are likely to focus our attention on factors that come to mind easily, such as salary and working hours. This might lead us to ignore other factors that are actually crucial to predicting happiness. Simply following your heart without paying attention to what really predicts job satisfaction can easily lead you astray. For all these reasons, 80,000 Hours prefers to talk about personal fit rather than following your heart or following your passion. How can you work out where you have the best personal fit? As we've just seen, it's difficult to predict where you'll be most satisfied and where you'll perform the best just by thinking about it. Indeed, it's hard for anyone to know which job you'll be best at. Even corporate recruiters regularly make mistakes, and they have huge amounts of resources at their disposal to find the people who fit best. This means it's best to take an empirical approach, trying out different types of work and using your track record to predict how well you'll perform in the future. At the start of your career, be open-minded about where you'll eventually be able to perform best. Beyond track record, if you want to predict how well you'll perform, the first step is to learn as much about the work as you can. Go and speak to people in the job. Ask what traits they think are most important to success and see how you measure up. Ask about the main reasons people end up leaving the job. Find out how people who are similar to you have performed in the past. Look at whether you think you'd find the work satisfying based on the factors mentioned earlier. The "follow your passion" slogan assumes it's as easy as looking inward to figure out what you ought to be doing. In contrast, identifying a job with what we call good personal fit involves finding out as much about a job as you can, because it's features of the job itself that are much more important in determining how well you succeed and enjoy your work than whether that job corresponds with your pre-existing passions. These considerations affected Peter Herford's decision. While at college, he was most interested in political science and had enjoyed completing several research projects with a professor there. He had always presumed he'd go to grad school and study political science. However, after reading our research on personal fit, he widened his search considerably. Instead of trying to figure out what career path fit his current passions best, he drew up a list of 15 possible options across a range of areas and thought about each of them in turn, spoke to people who knew about them, and thought about which he might perform best in based on his skills and experience to date. He was able to rule out some of his options after just a little bit of investigation. Consulting would involve a lot of travel, which he'd hate. Medicine would require a lot of retraining, which didn't seem worth it. In the end, he was able to narrow his options down to 5 plausible candidates. Graduate school stayed on the list, but was joined by options he hadn't thought as much about previously, like law school, nonprofit work, computer programming, and market research. He thought he would fit well within any of these 5 categories, so he tried to decide primarily on the basis of his long-run potential for impact. This takes us to the next 2 aspects of the career effectiveness framework. Impact on the job. The second issue in our framework is how much impact you'll have within the job. Typical advice on making a difference through your career emphasizes this factor heavily. The most obvious way to do this is to work in the social sector. Social impact-focused careers websites list job opportunities at charities or in corporate social responsibility. However, like follow your passion, this advice can be misleading. First, to make a difference in the social sector, the organization you work for must be effective. If your charity job was at Play Pumps International, then no matter how enthusiastically or efficiently you worked, you'd have made very little positive impact. It's difficult to assess how effective an organization is, but the frameworks given in the chapters on effective charities and effective causes can help you, as can the key questions described in the first part of this book. Second, you need to provide substantial value over the person who the charity would have hired instead. If you offer unusual skills, or are particularly good at that job compared to others who would have worked there, then you can offer significant additional value. If these conditions don't hold and you don't add more value than whoever would have been in your place, your impact might be small. In the most extreme case, if you are simply very good at interviewing and not that great an employee, you could even cause harm by displacing someone better who would have been in your shoes. Third, there are many other ways of making a difference. Earlier, we saw the arguments in favor of earning to give and helping others through your donations rather than through your direct labor. As we'll discuss later in this chapter, there are also very compelling ways of making a difference that aren't in the social sector, such as entrepreneurship, research, journalism, or politics. In general, we recommend people think of 3 primary routes by which they can have an impact on the job. The first is through the labor you provide. This can be the work you do if you are employed by an effective organization, or the research you do if you are a researcher. The second is the money you give. The third is the influence you can have on other people. In order to work out the total impact you can have, you should look at all 3 of these, whereas advice that solely focuses on the charity sector only looks at the first. Next, you need to assess how effective the causes or organizations to which you can direct these resources are. The more effective the cause or organization, the more good those resources will do. For your labor, that's the effectiveness of the organization you work for. For your donations, that's the effectiveness of the organization you donate to. What you're able to influence depends heavily on your situation. You might be able to influence the expenditure of the charity you work for. You might be able to influence the donations of your coworkers, or you might be able to influence the general public through a public platform. In each case, the more effective the causes you're able to support, the more impact you'll have. The fourth and most important reason why work in the social sector might be bad advice is that if you're just starting out, it's much more important to build skills and credentials than it is to have an impact on the job. There are a few reasons for this. First, there are many ways of boosting your potential for influence later that have high return on investment, such as getting an advanced degree or an MBA, learning to program, or building your network. Whereas your first position might last a few years, your subsequent career will last decades. Spending a few years building your abilities now, therefore, can pay off with increased impact over a much longer period. In addition, the most senior people within a field generally have a disproportionate amount of influence and impact within that field. Maximizing your chances of getting into more senior and influential positions is, therefore, a key part of maximizing your impact. For these reasons, especially when starting out, you should focus on building up skills, network, and credentials, rather than trying to have an impact right away. This is how many of the most effective charities we've discussed have been founded. Give Directly, Schistosomiasis Control Initiative, Deworm the World Initiative, and Development Media International were all founded by academics who discovered innovative new ways to help the poor. Rob Mather, who founded Against Malaria Foundation, had spent many years building skills in strategy consulting before moving into the charity sector. This meant he had a good grasp of how to run an organization well, and that, once he came to set up AMF, he didn't need to take a salary. Building career capital can be important later in your career as well if you're not sure which causes to support. Instead of trying to make an immediate impact, you can invest in yourself while continuing to learn about which causes are most important, preparing yourself to make a bigger difference in the future. With these considerations in mind, Peter Herford didn't place too much weight on the immediate impact he could have in the job he worked for. If he looked at immediate impact only, earning to give and nonprofit work were his best options, with graduate school and law school following. However, these options differed significantly in terms of the impact they'd enabled him to have later on in his life, and that was more important to him. This takes us to the final section of the framework. Impact later in life. There are a number of ways in which a given job can help you have a larger impact later on in life. Through your initial work, you develop career capital, skills, a network, and credentials, which will help you take a higher impact job later on. If you develop organizational skills, then all other things being equal, you will be more effective in your next job. If you get to know a large number of people through your work, you are more likely to be connected with job opportunities. If you work at a high-prestige firm like Google or McKinsey & Company, That line on your resume will make you more attractive to future potential employers. In addition to career capital, there are two other ways in which your initial job will affect the impact you have later on in your career. First is how well it keeps your options open. It's easier, for example, to transition from the for-profit sector to the non-profit sector than vice versa. Similarly, it's easier to transition from academia into industry than it is the other way around. For people who are highly uncertain about whether they want to leave academia after their PhD, this asymmetry provides a reason for staying in academia until they have better information. Keeping your options open also provides a reason for building transferable skills, such as sales and marketing, leadership, project management, business knowledge, social skills, personal initiative, and work ethic, rather than highly specific skills like piano tuning or knowledge of the shipping industry. Second, there is exploration value, which means how much do you learn about what careers you should choose in the future in the course of doing the job? Especially when you're just starting out, you won't know much about what opportunities are out there and which will fit you best. Your first few jobs will give you valuable information that will inform your later decisions. This can provide a reason in favor of trying things that are less well known to you at first. Perhaps, after college, you have a good understanding of what pursuing a master's and a PhD would involve, but you have very little understanding of the for-profit world, both in terms of how much you'd enjoy it and in terms of how well you'd fit there. Exploration value provides a reason in favor of working in the for-profit sector for a year or two. You might discover that the opportunities there suit you well. People embarking on their careers often neglect these considerations. People often tend to think of choosing a career as an all-or-nothing proposition, a one-off life decision that you make at age 21 and that you can't change later. A way to combat this mistake is to think of career decisions like an entrepreneur would think about starting a company. In both career choice and entrepreneurship, you start out with a tiny amount of relevant information, but you have to use that information to cope with a huge number of variables. Moreover, as things progress, these variables shift. You're constantly gaining new information, and new, often entirely unexpected, opportunities and problems arise. Because of this, armchair reasoning about what will and won't happen isn't very useful. In the case of entrepreneurship, Eric Ries has argued forcefully for this idea and created the popular lean startup movement. The idea behind the lean startup is that many entrepreneurs make the mistake of getting excited about some product or idea and then doing everything they can to push it into the world even before they've tested it to see if there's a market for it. When companies do this, products often fail because they were reasoning from the armchair when they should have been experimenting. Ries argues that entrepreneurs should think of their ideas or products like hypotheses and continually test, ultimately letting the potential customers determine what the product should be. In the case of career choice, many people make an analogous mistake. They try to decide, early on, what their career should be, and then they doggedly try to pursue that career, ignoring other possibilities that might arise and failing to consider that the job might not be right for them. Sometimes this is caused by the idea of having a calling that you try to force onto the world without testing to find out if it's something that the world actually needs. Instead of trying to work out what your calling is and then forming a rigid plan on the basis of that calling, you should think like a scientist, testing hypotheses. This has 3 implications. First, it means you should think of your career as a work in progress. Rather than having a fixed career plan, try to have a career model, a set of provisional goals and hypotheses that you're constantly revising as you get new evidence or opportunities. It's better to have a bad plan than no plan, but only if you're open to changing it. Second, find out where you're uncertain, then reduce that uncertainty. Before making a decision, don't merely try to weigh all the pros and cons as you currently see them, though that is a good thing to do. Ask yourself, what is the single most important piece of information that would be most useful for my career decision? And now, what can I do in order to gain that information? Third, test yourself in different paths. In science, you try to test hypotheses. Similarly, if you can, you should try to run tests of different career plans. This is important because it's often very difficult to predict in advance what careers will work out and which won't. For example, one person we coached tried an internship at an asset management firm. Having no experience in it, she didn't know whether she'd like it, but she guessed she wouldn't. It turned out she hated the job. In a sense, she failed, but that failure meant she could be much more confident in pursuing a different, in this case academic, path instead. Her bad experience was very valuable. Peter's decision. For all these reasons, Peter regarded his potential impact later in life as the most important factor to consider when deciding which career to pursue. This made law school look considerably worse than he had previously thought. He'd be committed to one path, learning a very specific set of skills, ending up after 3 years with considerable debt. Similar reasoning made software engineering or market research look more promising than nonprofit work. Both options would allow him to have a big immediate impact via his donations if he was working as a software engineer or market researcher, via his labor if he was working at a nonprofit. And he also felt he would gain better long-term skills and learn more if he pursued options in software engineering or market research than he would if he worked for nonprofits straight out of college. As a result, in his final year at school, he invested heavily in developing his computer programming skills, which enabled him to get a job as a software engineer at a startup in Chicago that offers online loans to people with near-prime credit ratings. The organization he's working for is certainly improving the world, but it isn't the most effective organization he could work for. However, it allows him to build his skills in programming and statistics and will also allow him to gain business and financial experience, which will potentially open doors later on. Finally, the job gives him enough free time to focus on his nonprofit projects, which will further allow him to work out whether he should ultimately transition into full-time nonprofit work or whether he should stick to his current path and focus on earning to give. By using this framework, you can assess the different career options available to you. But what are some of the best options? There are a huge number of possible paths, so I've used this framework to carve out some career strategies that I and the others at 80,000 Hours think are particularly promising. As our research progresses, these are likely to change somewhat, so it's worth also looking at the 80,000 Hours website for more information. I'll divide top career options into solid bets, where one is very likely to make a positive impact, and high-potential long shots, where one has a smaller chance of making a very large impact. Solid bets. Direct work for a highly effective organization. We don't often recommend that people go into nonprofit work straight out of college because you will typically build fewer skills and credentials than you would in for-profit companies, which typically have greater resources to invest in training. However, there are still many situations where starting off working in a nonprofit can be a good bet. If you're considering working for a nonprofit, ask yourself the following questions. 1. Is the organization particularly effective? 2. Will I learn a lot working here? 3. Is the organization money-rich but talent-poor? And 4. Am I sure I want to work within nonprofits long-term? Given these conditions, GiveWell is an example of a nonprofit that could represent an excellent place to work. It's highly effective, it's very well run, and gives excellent training to those who work there. It also needs talent much more than it needs money. One way in which you can assess whether an organization is money-constrained or talent-constrained is simply to ask the organization if they would prefer you donate to them or work for them. For example, In 2011, Alexander Berger had just graduated from Stanford with an M.A. in Policy, Organization, and Leadership Studies. He was unsure whether to earn to give or to take up a position at GiveWell. When he asked them how much they'd be willing to pay to have him as an employee, he found it was considerably beyond the amount he could donate if he earned to give. There are also personal reasons why working for nonprofits might be a good option. For example, if you are fired up by a specific cause, it might feel important to you to be in the midst of the action. Alternatively, you might worry that your values might wane if you pursued something with either indirect benefits, like earning to give, or later benefits, like building skills. Perhaps you find it helpful and inspiring to surround yourself with like-minded people, and working for a place that shares these values will keep you committed to your ultimate goals. Personal considerations like these should be taken very seriously. Finally, it's worth bearing in mind that nonprofits are not the only effective organizations you can work for. Most of the incredible progress that humanity has made over the last few hundred years has not been due to the activities of nonprofits, but through technology and innovation generally spurred by for-profit companies and governments. If you can find a company that is benefiting many people, or is correcting market failure in some way, such as by developing renewable alternatives to fossil fuels, this might be an effective means to have an impact. I'll discuss the potential of for-profits more under the entrepreneurship section later in this chapter. Earning to give. Earning to give enables you to start having a significant positive impact via the very most cost-effective organizations right from the beginning of your career. Often, it also allows you to build valuable skills and a valuable network that will prove useful later on in life. If you're aiming to pursue earning to give over the long term, it's important to work out the long-run earning potential of different careers. On the Internet, you can often find the pay at a given level of experience within a field, but it's harder to find out how difficult it is to get to that level of experience, and how high-paying the alternatives are for those who move out of that career type. Moreover, within a given career path, the earnings within specific subfields and from company to company can also vary dramatically. We've researched this to help make the decision easier. Unsurprisingly, the very highest-paying careers are extremely competitive, such as finance in front office positions, followed by consulting with somewhat lower earnings. Both of these careers also come with a high chance of dropping out, since at each stage, if you fail to be promoted, you'll probably have to switch into a different job with lower pay. Even taking this into account, however, they're still among the career paths with the highest expected earnings. Tech entrepreneurship and quantitative trading in hedge funds offer even higher expected earnings, though tech entrepreneurship comes with even higher risks. Entrepreneurs have less than a 10% chance of ever selling their shares in the company at profit. And quantitative trading requires exceptionally strong mathematical skills. Among less risky careers, medicine is probably the highest earning option, especially in the United States, though earnings are probably less than in finance. Law is less appealing than one might think, because unless you can get into one of the very top law schools, such as Harvard, you won't likely earn as much as you would in consulting or finance. You also have to delay your earnings for several years while you complete law school and graduate with substantial debt. Outside of the hyper-competitive fields mentioned, there are still some very good options. Software engineering is a lucrative career with an unusually low barrier for entry, and many of the people we've coached chose to pursue that career. Chris Hallquist, for example, completed a philosophy degree at the University of Wisconsin-Madison. His degree didn't naturally lead to other career paths, so he looked at a wide range of options. He considered law, but decided that the market for lawyers was too poor. Programming, in contrast, was highly promising. He was able to apply to App Academy, a 3-month intensive programming school, and from there he got a job at a startup in San Francisco with a six-figure salary. Sales and marketing can also be good options, as well as being fairly high-paying for a given level of competitiveness. They provide particularly useful skills if you want to move into the social sector later on in your career. Accountancy and actuarial work are also high-paying for their field of competitiveness. For those without a college degree, the highest-paying careers are usually trade professions, such as electricians, elevator installers and repairers, or the police force. Other options are pilots or working in the energy sector, such as power plant operators. For those with an associate degree, the highest-paying careers are air traffic control, or within the medical profession, such as radiation therapists, nuclear medicine technologists, or dental hygienists. One important issue to consider for all careers, but especially when earning to give through trade professions, is whether a job will be around in the future. A job might be outsourced, as IT support has been to some extent, or automated as a result of new technology. For example, before the advent of alarm clocks, people called knocker-uppers were employed to knock on the windows of sleeping people in the morning so they could get to work on time. Similarly, computers have decreased the need for jobs that involve basic number crunching. Refrigerators have decreased the need for milkmen. Robotic assemblers have decreased the need for assembly line workers. The technology for self-driving cars is already here, so it may be unwise to become a taxi or a truck driver because there's a good chance that this industry will become automated over the next couple of decades. Improvements in technology are reducing demand for clerks and secretaries. In general, jobs that require social skills, like public relations, creativity, like fashion design, or precise perception and manipulation, like boiler making, are the least likely to become automated. Jobs that require physical proximity or high levels of training are also unlikely to be outsourced. Another important consideration regarding earning to give is the risk of losing your values by working in an environment with people who aren't as altruistically inclined as you are. For example, David Brooks, writing in the New York Times, makes this objection in response to a story of Jason Trigg, who is earning to give by working in finance. He writes, "You might start down this course seeing finance as a convenient means to realize your deepest commitment, fighting malaria. But the brain is a malleable organ. Every time you do an activity or have a thought, you are changing a piece of yourself into something slightly different than it was before. Every hour you spend with others, you become more like the people around you. Gradually, you become a different person. If there's a large gap between your daily conduct and your core commitment, you will become more like your daily activities and less attached to your original commitment." This is an important concern, and if you think that a particular career will destroy your altruistic motivation, then you certainly shouldn't pursue it. But there are reasons for thinking that this often isn't too great a problem. First, if you pursue earning to give but find your altruistic motivation is waning, you always have the option of leaving and working for an organization that does good directly. At worst, you've built up good work experience. Second, if you involve yourself in the effective altruism community, then you can mitigate this concern. If you have many friends who are pursuing a similar path to you, and you've publicly stated your intentions to donate, then you'll have strong support to ensure that you live up to your aims. Finally, there are many examples of people who have successfully pursued earning to give without losing their values. Bill Gates and the other members of the Giving Pledge, a group of billionaires who have pledged at least 50% of their earnings to charity, are the most obvious examples. But there are many more. When Jim Greenbaum graduated from the University of Virginia in the early 1980s, his primary aim was to make as much money as he could in order to use that money to make the world a better place. He founded a telecommunications company, Access Long Distance, in 1985, selling it 14 years later. Now, age 56, he is committed to philanthropy as he ever was, donating more than 50% of his assets. There is certainly a risk of losing one's values by earning to give, which you should bear in mind when you're thinking about your career options. But there are risks of becoming disillusioned, whatever you choose to do, and the experience of seeing what effective donations can achieve can be immensely rewarding. Skill building. Skill building is a short-term strategy, which can be a very good option if you aren't sure about what you ultimately want to do. The idea behind this path is that you build up general-purpose career capital in order to keep your options open as much as possible, giving you time to figure out your long-run plans for having an impact, and giving you skills that will be useful in what you choose to do. Given this strategy, consultancy is a great first step. For example, Habiba Islam graduated from Oxford with a degree in politics, philosophy, and economics in 2011. She considered going into politics and still thinks of that as a potential long-term aim, but she decided to work in consulting first. This makes sense. By working in consulting for a few years, you get a good all-round business education. You get to meet a wide variety of people, and you get clear evidence on your CV that you're capable of working hard and meeting deadlines. You're also able to earn to give, having an impact through your donations in the meantime. Other areas that are good for skill building are sales and marketing, because this training seems useful if you want to move into the social sector, where the ability to advertise particular messages persuasively is important. Another alternative is to get a PhD in a useful area. This is what Jess Whittlestone did. Having studied math and philosophy previously, she pursued a PhD in behavioral science at Warwick Business School. This gives her the option of going into research, but not if she has still gained an important credential as well as knowledge of statistics and organizational decision-making that will become useful later on. In addition, during a PhD, your time is often more flexible than when employed full-time, which means you have more opportunity to start or pursue other projects on the side. Jess, for example, has used the opportunity to write popular science articles in her spare time, giving her the option to become a full-time writer after her PhD if she chooses. High potential long shots. Working for an effective organization, earning to give, and skill building are all safe bets, because if you pursue them, you can be confident that you will either have an impact immediately or that you're putting yourself in a good position to have an impact later on. However, as we saw in the chapter on expected value, we should also be interested in lower probability, higher payoff activities, and there are some promising careers where your impact takes this form. Let's look at them. Entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship is an extremely promising option, giving you the potential to effect massive change, build valuable career capital, and, if pursuing for-profit entrepreneurship, make large profits that can be donated to effective causes. Entrepreneurship is also an area with lower barriers to entry than other careers, and many people without college degrees have become successful entrepreneurs. However, most startup enterprises fail, and one has to be prepared to accept that fact. In addition, entrepreneurship usually comes with very long work hours and high levels of stress. Not everyone is cut out to start his or her own business. To illustrate how valuable nonprofit entrepreneurship can be, consider Give Directly, which we discussed in the chapter on effective charities. With an economics PhD from Harvard, the founder, Paul Niehaus, had very good earning to give options. However, he clearly made the right choice to set up Give Directly. Since its official launch in 2011, Give Directly has raised more than $20 million in donations, an amount that is growing rapidly. Even after taking into account the fact that most of those donations would have been donated anyway, albeit probably to less effective charities, Niehaus has done far more good by founding Give Directly than he would have if he'd earned to give. If you're starting a nonprofit, One good strategy is to focus on a particularly important cause, which we'll discuss in the next chapter. Another important question is to ask why the problem your new organization is addressing has not been solved already, or wouldn't be solved in the future. So ask yourself these 3 questions. 1. Why hasn't this problem been solved by markets? 2. Why hasn't this problem been solved by the state? And 3. Why hasn't this problem already been solved by philanthropy? In many cases, the answers to these questions will suggest that the problem is very difficult to solve, in which case it may not be the most effective problem to focus on. In other cases, the answers might suggest that you really can make good progress on the problem. If the beneficiaries of your action don't participate fully in markets and aren't governed by a well-functioning state, then there is a clear need for philanthropy. For example, we should expect the interests of future people to be systematically underrepresented because they don't participate in present-day markets or elections. For-profit entrepreneurship can be even more compelling as an option than non-profit entrepreneurship. Though it generally will be more difficult to focus your activities on the most important social problem within for-profit entrepreneurship, there is a much greater potential to grow quickly. And there is the additional benefit of larger earnings that can be used for good purposes later on in life. Economists also suggest that innovative entrepreneurship is undersupplied by the market. Professor William Nordhaus at Yale University has estimated that innovators only collect 2% of the value they generate. That is, for every dollar an innovative company makes in profit, society has benefited by $50. By becoming an innovative entrepreneur, you are, on average, producing benefits to society that far exceed your paycheck. The delightfully named Lincoln Quirk pursued this option, quitting graduate school in order to found a company called Wave, which makes it easier and cheaper for immigrants to send remittances to their home countries. Currently, if immigrants wish to send remittances, they have to use Western Union or MoneyGram. They have to go to a physical outlet to make the transfer and pay 10% in transfer costs. Lincoln Quirk and his co-founder, Drew Durbin, have built software that allows transfers from a mobile phone in the United States to a mobile phone in Kenya, and they take only 3% of the transfer costs. For now, they're just focused on Kenya because that has particularly good infrastructure for this project, but they plan to significantly expand. The potential positive impact of this idea is huge. Annual global remittances are over $400 billion, several times the total global foreign aid budget. The potential impact Lincoln's startup could have, by making the costs of remittances a few percent cheaper, therefore amounts to tens of billions of dollars in increased financial flow from rich countries to poor countries every year. Even just from Maryland to Kenya, annual remittances are more than $350 million. Within one state, Wave could therefore increase the amount going to Kenya every year by $24 million. After only a few months of operation, they already have thousands of users who have collectively transferred millions of dollars to Kenya. Research. When Norman Borlaug was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 1970, the committee suggested that he'd saved 1 billion lives. Was he a politician? Or a military leader? Or a superhero? No. He was a fairly regular guy from Iowa who worked in agricultural research. He wasn't a typical academic. His credentials were limited, and he used techniques that had been available to the Victorians. Moreover, the innovation that made his name was rather boring. A new type of short-stem, disease-resistant wheat. That wheat, however, was able to radically increase crop yield across poor countries. It helped to cause the Green Revolution, even after taking into account the fact that similar innovations may have happened even if he hadn't done his research. Borlaug's impact should be measured in the prevention of tens of millions of deaths. In terms of researchers with impact, Borlaug is not a lone example. In any list of the most influential people of all time, scientists and researchers make up a large percentage. Scientists who have clearly had a huge positive effect on the world include Fritz Haber and Karl Bosch, who invented synthetic fertilizer; Karl Landsteiner, who discovered blood groups, thus allowing blood transfusions to be possible; Grace Eldering and Pearl Kendrick, who developed the first whooping cough vaccine; and François Barré-Sinoussi and Luc Montaigne, who discovered HIV. In each of these cases, even after taking into account that these developments would have eventually happened anyway, the good each of these researchers did should be measured in the millions of lives saved. And clearly many other researchers, from Isaac Newton to Daniel Kahneman, have made a huge contribution to human progress, even if it's not easy to quantify their impact in terms of lives saved. Like innovative entrepreneurship, research is an area that is drastically undersupplied by the market because the benefits are open to everyone, and because much of the benefit of research occurs decades into the future. Governments try to fix this problem to some extent through state-funded research, but academic research is very often not as high impact as it could be. The incentive facing many academics is work on the most theoretically interesting questions rather than the most socially important questions. This means that by deliberately pursuing research that has a large impact, one could make a significant difference that wouldn't have happened otherwise. However, the distribution of achievements in research, as suggested by a number of publications, awards, and citations, is heavily fat-tailed. A large proportion of scientific achievement comes from a very small number of scientists. This suggests that research might be the best option only if it's an area you really excel in. But if you might be able to become such a person, it's an option you should take seriously. If you're thinking about going into research, it's important to bear in mind the job prospects. Fields vary dramatically in both the difficulty of getting an academic job post-PhD and in the difficulty of finding jobs outside of academia. Within philosophy, for example, there are about 4 times as many doctoral candidates as there are tenure-track positions. As a result, many aspiring academic philosophers end up unable to find a job in academia. In contrast, within economics, the number of people who seek academic employment more closely matches the number of academic jobs. Another important consideration is the extent to which one can have an impact outside of academia. Again, an economics PhD is a good bet, being generally well respected in policy and business. With these considerations in mind, 8,000 Hours suggests that the areas with the greatest potential to do high-impact research, while simultaneously gaining career capital that keeps your options open, are economics, statistics, computer science, and some areas of psychology. This, however, shouldn't deter you if you have some particular interest or expertise within an area of research that is relevant to a particularly high-priority cause area. One good way to have impact within research is to combine fields. There are far more combinations of fields than there are individual fields, and research tends to be influenced by traditional disciplinary distinctions. So research at the intersection of 2 disciplines is often particularly neglected and can, for that reason, be very high impact. For example, Daniel Kahneman and Amos Tversky were psychologists who caused a revolution within economics. They applied methods developed in psychology to test assumptions about rational choice that were prevalent within economics, thereby leading to the new field of behavioral economics. By giving us a better understanding of human behavior, this field has improved our ability to cause desirable behavior change, including in development. Similarly, effective altruism has made the progress it has by combining concepts from moral philosophy and economics. Combining fields can be especially useful when one moves from a more theoretical area to an area with real-world applications. Within academia, the most prestigious research fields, which often therefore attract the best researchers, are often those that have the fewest practical applications. A friend of mine has jokingly commented that a Fields Medal, the equivalent of a Nobel Prize in mathematics, indicates two things about the recipient: that they were capable of accomplishing something truly important, and that they didn't. If you're a top researcher and are willing to sacrifice some amount of status within academia, you can have considerable impact by moving into more applied areas of research. Politics and advocacy. Politics is another area where one has a small chance of extremely large influence. For someone entering party politics in the United Kingdom, most of his or her expected impact comes from the chance of ending up in the cabinet or as prime minister. Even though the chances of being that successful are small, your potential influence, if you do succeed, is very great indeed. As discussed in the chapter on expected value, this was the reason Laura Brown pursued a career in party politics. Though we only discussed British politics in that chapter, similar considerations apply everywhere. Advocacy also has potentially high payoffs, as one could influence the behavior of many thousands of people and help to influence debates around particular policies, though this is particularly difficult to quantify. One could become an effective advocate through journalism, or by pursuing an early career in academia and then moving to become a public intellectual. Someone from the effective altruism community who's pursued this path is Dylan Matthews. He studied moral and political philosophy at Harvard. He considered continuing his studies to graduate school, but instead pursued journalism, in part because doing so gave him a platform from which to champion particularly important causes. He worked for the Washington Post and now works for Vox.com. In this position, he's been able to promote and discuss ideas he thinks are important, such as more liberal immigration policies, a universal basic income, and the idea of earning to give. In advocacy, we would expect the distribution of impact to be highly fat-tailed. It's a winner-takes-all environment, where a small number of thought leaders command most of the attention. We don't have data on impact through advocacy in general, though the distribution of book sales, which one could use as a proxy, is highly fat-tailed, as is the distribution of Twitter follower counts. Again, therefore, this is an area you might only want to go into if you think you have an unusually good chance of being successful. Volunteering. So far, I've discussed how you can choose a career in order to make a difference. Similar considerations apply to volunteering, though there's an additional challenge. As a volunteer, you're often not trained in the area in which you're helping, which means the benefit you provide might be limited. At the same time, you're often using up valuable management capacity. For that reason, volunteering can, in fact, be harmful to the charity you're volunteering for. Anecdotally, we have heard from some nonprofits that the main reason they use volunteers is because those volunteers subsequently donate back to the charity. This means you should try to volunteer only in ways that cost an organization relatively little. For example, by contributing high-quality work to Wikipedia, you can provide a significant benefit to many people at almost no cost to others. Some organizations also have opportunities that are designed to take on board volunteers with little cost. Mercy for Animals, for example, is a vegetarian advocacy organization. It has volunteers contact people who have commented on videos on factory farming on Facebook. These volunteers then discuss the option of going vegetarian with them. This provides a significant benefit while costing the charity very little in management time. An alternative route to having an impact without imposing a burden on charities is to work additional hours instead of volunteering and donate the money you make. However, you don't need to limit yourself to this. Instead, I'd encourage you to think about volunteering primarily in terms of the skills and experience you'll gain, which will enable you to have a greater impact later in your life. Because the total time you spend volunteering will be only a tiny fraction of the total time you spend on your career, the impact volunteering has on other areas of your life will generally be much greater than the impact you have via the volunteering itself. For example, as an undergraduate, I went to Ethiopia to teach at a school. The impact I had there was limited. As far as I can tell, I mainly just allowed the real teacher to take some time off, which is a benefit, but a small one compared to other things I could have done with my time and money, especially given the costly flights. However, the impact that seeing extreme poverty up close had on me was significant. It shaped the choices I have made in the years since then, and it helps motivate me when I'm doing activities that are more abstract than teaching at that school. The main impact of that trip to Ethiopia was its effect on me. It might feel odd to volunteer simply because it benefits you, but I think that as long as you think of volunteering as the first step toward generally moving your life in the direction of making a difference, there's nothing problematic about this. Like anything, benefiting others requires some training, and volunteering can be a good way to get experience. And finally, later career moves. What if you're later on in your career and want to make a difference? Later in life, the same framework we introduced at the start applies, but career capital becomes a lot less important, and facts about your specific situation, the skills and experience that you've developed, become a lot more important. For people who didn't set out to build skills that are useful for making a difference, earning to give can be a particularly good option. Often people move from high-paying jobs to something that directly makes a difference, even though they have limited expertise in the area they move into, when they could have done much more good by keeping their high salary and earning to give. For example, after graduating with a PhD in philosophy from Brown University in the 70s, Frederick Mulder left academia in order to become an art dealer. He became very successful, but progressively wanted to use his career to make a difference. He thought being an art dealer was of neutral moral value, or perhaps slightly negative, he told me, because of the amount of flying he has to do. But realized that moving out of art and into the nonprofit world wasn't the best way for him to use his talents. There are many things I'd like to see done in the world, he said, but I can't do them myself because I don't have those skills. So what better than to use the resources I can generate by doing something I love in order to help someone else do something really important that needs to be done? He continued in his career, donating every year between 10 and 80% of his earnings. If you've built up useful skills, on the other hand, then it can be a good option to contribute those skills directly to an effective area. This is what Rob Mather of the Against Malaria Foundation did. He had extensive experience in business and sales, which meant he understood how to run an organization and pitch ideas, and had developed an incredible capacity to make things happen. His first foray into altruism was organizing a swimming-based fundraiser, and he managed to get 100,000 swimmers to participate. His background also meant that he didn't need to take a salary, something that impressed donors in the early stages. His sales skills allowed him to get a huge amount of pro bono support from a variety of companies. As a result, he has built a charity that is among the top recommended at GiveWell, has raised more than $30 million, and has distributed more than 10 million long-lasting insecticide-treated bed nets, saving thousands of lives. Choosing a career is one of the most important decisions you'll ever make, and I hope that the framework I presented in this chapter will help you to think through this decision. In order to use your career to make a difference, one rule of thumb that I mentioned is to work on a particularly important cause. However, so far, I've primarily discussed only the cause of fighting global poverty. What about all the other problems in the world? How can we decide which are the most important to focus on? In the next chapter, I tackle this question. Chapter 10. Poverty versus climate change versus which causes are most important. In the summer of 2013, President Barack Obama referred to climate change as the global threat of our time. He's not alone in this opinion. The U.S. Secretary of State, John Kerry, called climate change the greatest challenge of our generation. Former Senate Majority Leader Harry Reid has said that climate change is the worst problem facing the world today, and the co-chair of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, Thomas F. Stocker, called climate change the greatest challenge of our time. Are Obama and these other commentators correct? Is climate change the most important cause in the world today? A greater global priority than extreme poverty? How could we decide? A lot of people have asked these questions. Though foundations and social entrepreneurs often talk about trying to maximize their impact, they normally just focus on maximizing their impact within the cause or causes that they're personally passionate about, like poverty or education or climate change, rather than thinking strategically about which causes they should focus on. If we're really trying to do the most good we can, however, then we need to think carefully about cause selection. We'll be able to help more people to a greater degree within some cause areas than we will in others, which means that in order to have the biggest impact we can, we have to think carefully about what causes we choose to focus on. So far, the organizations I've recommended as extremely cost-effective have all been focused on global poverty. We can have a high degree of confidence that these charities do a substantial amount of good. However, you might reasonably think that the very best way of helping others isn't to fight global poverty, or that the best way of fighting global poverty is through activities whose benefits are more difficult to quantify than those of the charities I've mentioned. Moreover, you might want to do good with your time, whether through volunteering or your work, rather than your money, in which case your own particular skills, experience, and opportunities become a lot more important, and these might not fit as well with global poverty as they do with other areas. This means we need to think about cause selection. In this chapter, I'm not going to attempt to definitively answer the question of what cause is most important to focus on, which would be impossible to do in a whole book, let alone a single chapter. Instead, I'm going to introduce a framework for thinking about the question, and then use that framework to suggest some causes that, on the basis of research at GiveWell and the Center for Effective Altruism, I think should be given high priority. Again, bear in mind that decisions about cause selection involve value judgments to an even greater degree than some of the other issues I've covered in this book, so the conclusions you reach might be quite different from the ones I reach. Though effective altruism aims to take a scientific approach to doing good, it's not exactly physics. There is plenty of room for differences of opinion. This doesn't, however, make thinking rigorously about which cause one chooses to focus on any less important. On the framework I propose, you can compare causes by assessing them on how well they do on each of the following 3 dimensions. First, scale. What's the magnitude of this problem, and how much does it affect lives in the short run and long run? Second, neglectedness. How many resources are already being dedicated to tackling this problem? How well allocated are the resources that are currently being dedicated to the problem? And is there reason to expect this problem can't be solved by markets or governments? And third, tractability. How easy is it to make progress on this problem, and how easy is it to tell if you're making progress? Do interventions within this cause exist? And how strong is the evidence behind those interventions? And do you expect to be able to discover new promising interventions within this cause? If we're thinking about contributions of time rather than just money, then there is a fourth important dimension, which is personal fit. Given your skills, resources, knowledge, connections, and passions, how likely are you to make a large difference in this area? We discussed personal fit in the previous chapter on career choice, and most of that discussion applies equally well to the choice of causes. This chapter will therefore focus on the first 3 criteria, but you should keep in mind that if you're thinking about working or volunteering in that area, the considerations I give need to be mediated by your personal fit with the cause. Scale refers to the size of the problem, which should usually be measured in terms of total actual or potential impact on others' well-being. For example, cancer, as I noted earlier, is a bigger problem than malaria because it is responsible for 6.7% of all ill health worldwide, measured in QALYs lost, whereas malaria is responsible for 3.3% of ill health worldwide. All other things being equal, the larger the problem, the higher priority the cause should be. This is for a couple of reasons. First, many activities make a proportional impact on a problem. If you can develop a new cheap treatment for either cancer or malaria, you should probably develop the cheap treatment for cancer. Cancer causes more ill health and death than malaria, so when that treatment is rolled out, it will have a larger total benefit. Political change is another area where you can have a proportional effect on a problem. If you can improve the health care policy of either New Jersey or the whole of the United States, the fact that the U.S. policy would affect a far larger number of people is clearly relevant. Second, the scale of a problem also determines how long we should expect the problem to persist. There's no point in investing significant time and resources into learning about a cause if that problem will be resolved a few years later. Similarly, if the problem is very big, then it will take a large amount of resources before the most effective opportunities are used up. The second aspect of the framework is tractability, which means the long-run average of people's ability to turn resources into progress towards solving the problem. Even if a problem is hugely important and highly neglected, that doesn't mean it's an important cause to focus on. There might simply be very little we can do about it. For example, aging is a problem that is huge in scale. Almost 2/3 of global ill health is a result of aging. It's a problem that's highly neglected. There are only a tiny number of research institutes focused on trying to prevent the causes of aging, rather than to treat its symptoms, like cancer, stroke, Alzheimer's, and so on. However, the reason it's neglected is because many scientists believe it to be highly intractable. Preventing the aging process is just a very difficult problem to solve. In previous chapters, I discussed explicit cost-effectiveness estimates. For example, 1 QALY costs $100. This is useful when thinking in the short term. If we have good evidence on specific interventions, we can compare cost-effectiveness directly. But these estimates only apply to specific interventions, and the estimated cost-effectiveness of specific programs within a cause area will change over time. This means that when thinking about investing time and effort into a cause, it's important not just to look at our current best guess estimates, but to make estimates about the long-run tractability of the cause as well. The third aspect of the framework is neglectedness, which refers to how many resources are being invested into this cause relative to its scale. Because of diminishing returns, all other things being equal, the more resources that have been invested in a specific cause, the more difficult it will be to make progress within that cause with a given amount of resources, because, typically, many of the most cost-effective opportunities have already been taken. This is an easy consideration to forget. If something seems like a huge problem, perhaps the biggest problem in the world, it is natural to think one should focus on it. But if that problem already has a large amount of resources invested in it, then additional resources might be better spent elsewhere. For example, HIV/AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria traditionally received much more attention than conditions like intestinal worms. One reason for this, I think, is that these other conditions cause a much greater amount of ill health, measured in number of deaths, or QALYs lost, than intestinal worms do, and thereby attracted a disproportionate share of attention. However, precisely because intestinal worms had much less attention, the cheapest and most effective ways of treating them were still available. In fact, it wasn't until Alan Fenwick, executive director of the Schistosomiasis Control Initiative, coined the term neglected tropical diseases that these conditions became more prominent in the discussion of global health. The term had two benefits. First, it classified a wide range of conditions under one heading. This meant that, even though the burden of disease from schistosomiasis, for example, was small compared to the global burden from HIV/AIDS, the global burden of disease from all neglected tropical diseases was comparable to the global burden from HIV/AIDS. Second, the name highlighted the fact that these diseases were neglected. As you listen to the rest of this chapter, you might be surprised you haven't heard much about many of the causes I suggest are high priority. That just shows the importance of considering neglectedness when choosing a cause. The causes we hear the most about are precisely those where it will be harder to make a big difference. The causes that get less attention are those where we may be able to have a massive impact. To illustrate the framework of scale, tractability, and neglectedness, let's see how it provides a strong case for focusing on global poverty rather than domestic poverty. The scale of global poverty is much larger, in both numbers and extremity, than domestic poverty within first world countries. There are 46.5 million Americans living in relative poverty, defined as living on less than $11,000 per year. But there are 1.22 billion people worldwide living in extreme poverty, defined as living on less than $550 per year. Second, global poverty is much more neglected than domestic poverty. In 2014, $500 billion was spent on welfare in the United States, whereas total aid and philanthropy to poor countries was only $250 billion in that year. Most important, as we've seen, extreme poverty is far more tractable than domestic poverty, with current cost-effectiveness estimates suggesting that you can do 100 times as much to provide the same size of benefit to someone in extreme poverty as you can to someone domestically. It's relatively easy to compare global and domestic poverty because the former seems more promising on all three dimensions. In other cases, it's not so easy. One cause might be better on one dimension, but worse on another. In what follows, I'll give a number of examples of what seem like highly promising causes. As with the chapter where I discussed charities, I'll score each cause from not very to extremely on a dimension of scale, neglectedness, and tractability. We'll see that it's difficult to find causes that score very high on each dimension. Criminal justice reform seems unusually tractable, but comparatively low on scale. Increasing international labor mobility scores highly on scale, but does very poorly on tractability. Which cause to focus on is therefore something that involves difficult judgment calls. It's not clear how to weight these different criteria against one another, and people may reasonably disagree on how to do so. A couple of caveats before we begin. First, in each case, I'm going to be able to describe only the cause and why, in short, I think it's promising. This chapter should therefore be taken as an invitation to explore causes other than extreme poverty, with recommendations rather than a definitive argument for why these are the most important causes. Second, for some of these causes, it's not as easy for casual donors to make a big difference in the same way they can if they donate to the charities listed in Chapter 7. Some of these causes are more in need of good people than more money. With those caveats in mind, let's look at some high-priority causes. U.S. criminal justice reform. What's the problem? At any one time, 2.2 million people are incarcerated in the United States. That's 0.7% of its population, giving it one of the highest incarceration rates in the world. As a comparison, the United Kingdom has an incarceration rate of 0.14%. Canada's is 0.1%. Japan's is 0.05%. At the same time, the United States has the highest level of intentional homicide, which is a good proxy for rates of criminality in general, in the developed world. at 4.7 per 100,000 people per year. In comparison, the United Kingdom's homicide rate is 1 per 100,000 people per year. Canada's is 1.6. Japan's is 0.3. This suggests that the high incarceration rate is not deterring crime, and may even be increasing it. Since the 1990s, incarceration rates in the United States have increased dramatically, despite a fall in violent crime in that period. According to expert criminologists, incarceration rates could be reduced, especially for low-risk offenders, by 10% or more while keeping levels of criminality the same, or even reducing them. In this book, I've argued that the highest impact ways of doing good typically won't be aimed at providing benefits to people in rich countries, so it might seem surprising to see criminal justice reform on this list. But though opportunities to make a truly massive difference domestically are rarer than opportunities to make a massive difference abroad, that doesn't mean they're non-existent. What distinguishes criminal justice reform from other sorts of domestic issues is that, while being fairly great in scale, it is an issue that is both neglected and unusually tractable at this point in time. Scale. Fairly large. A reduction of the prison population by 10% would have a variety of benefits. It would, of course, greatly benefit all the people, more than 200,000 each year, who would not have to spend time in prison, often for crimes such as drug possession, which does not pose as great a threat to society as violent crime. As well as the misery of life in prison itself, costs of a prison sentence include foregone earnings, the reduction of future income, and the costs borne by families, especially children, of having a family member in prison. Incarceration also costs the government about $25,000 per person per year, whereas parole costs only about $2,000 per year, meaning the government could save billions annually. If larger reductions in incarceration rates were feasible, remembering that even a 50% reduction in incarceration rate would still mean that the U.S. incarceration rate is 3.5 times as high as Canada's, then the scale would be considerably greater again. And finally, neglectedness. Fairly neglected. GiveWell estimates that only about $20 million is spent per year by organizations other than governments on prison reform to substantially reduce incarceration rates. A further $40 million per year is spent on other sorts of prison reform, such as campaigning to abolish the death penalty. Tractability. Extremely tractable. Due to a combination of declining rates of criminality and a particularly poor economy following the recession, there appears to be an unusual level of bipartisan support for prison reform. The Pew Charitable Trusts provides an example of progress in this area. As of summer 2014, it had assisted with 29 reform packages in 27 states since 2007, at a cost of just $25 million, with a forecasted reduction in prison population in those states of 11%. On the assumption that these forecasts are accurate, and that these reforms would not have happened without Pew's intervention, the cost per year of life in prison averted would be as low as $29. What promising organizations are working on it? The Pew Charitable Trust's Public Safety Performance Project aims to make criminal justice policy more effective and evidence-based by providing technical assistance to states, doing policy evaluations, providing information on what works, and fostering broad political support for specific policies. BetaGov, that's spelled BETAGOV, and accepts donations via GiveWell, led by Professor Angela Hawken of Pepperdine University, is a startup center that provides tools to help practitioners conduct experimental trials of policies. The University of Chicago Crime Lab, which accepts donations, runs randomized controlled trials to provide evidence-based criminal justice policy advice to governments. International labor mobility. What's the problem? Increased levels of migration from poor to rich countries would provide substantial benefits for the poorest people in the world, as well as substantial increases in global economic output. However, almost all developed countries pose heavy restrictions on who can enter the country to work. Scale. very large. 85% of the global variation in earnings is due to location rather than other factors. The extremely poor are poor simply because they don't live in an environment that enables them to be productive. Economists Michael Clemens, Claudio Montenegro, and Lant Pritchett have estimated what they call the place premium, the wage gain for foreign workers who move to the United States. For an average person in Haiti, relocation to the United States would increase income by about 680%. For a Nigerian, it would increase income by 1,000%. Some other developing countries have comparatively low place premiums, but they are still high enough to dramatically benefit migrants. Most migrants would also earn enough to send remittances to family members, thus helping many of those who do not migrate. An estimated 600 million people worldwide would migrate, if they were able to. Several economists have estimated that the total economic gains from free mobility of labor across borders would be greater than a 50% increase in world GDP. Even if these estimates were extremely optimistic, the economic gains from substantially increased immigration would be measured in trillions of dollars per year. I discuss some objections to increased levels of immigration in the endnotes. Neglectedness. Very neglected. Though a number of organizations work on immigration issues, very few focus on the benefits to future migrants of relaxing migration policy, instead focusing on migrants who are currently living in the United States. Tractability. Not very tractable. Increased levels of immigration are incredibly unpopular in developed countries, with the majority of people in Germany, Italy, the Netherlands, Norway, Sweden, and the United Kingdom favoring reduced immigration. Among developed countries, Canada is most sympathetic to increased levels of immigration, but even there, only 20% of people favor increasing immigration, while 42% favor reducing it. This makes political change on this issue, in the near term, seem unlikely. What promising organizations are working on it? Immigration Works, which accepts donations, organizes, represents, and advocates on behalf of small business owners who would benefit from being able to hire lower-skilled migrant workers more easily, with the aim of bringing America's annual legal intake of foreign workers more realistically into line with the country's labor needs. And the Center for Global Development, which accepts donations, conducts policy-relevant research and policy analysis on topics relevant to improving the lives of the global poor, including on immigration reform, then makes recommendations to policymakers. Factory farming. What's the problem? 50 billion animals are raised and slaughtered in factory farms every year. Relatively small changes to farming practices could substantially improve these animals' welfare. Raising animals for consumption also produces substantial greenhouse gas emissions. Scale. Up to very large, depending on value judgments. The scale of the problem depends on how much weight you put on the interests of non-human animals. Many people regard the suffering of non-human animals as morally important. Given these values, the scale of the problem of factory farming would seem very great. The meat industry is also one of the largest contributors to climate change, amounting to 14.5% of global greenhouse gas emissions. Neglectedness. Extremely neglected. Total expenditure from nonprofits on factory farming practices is less than $20 million per year. Tractability. Fairly tractable. Rates of meat consumption are decreasing, and there appear to be reliable ways to persuade people toward a vegetarian diet. In Europe, there have been moves to improve conditions in factory farms, such as a ban on battery hen cages. In the United States, however, there is a strong farming lobby that opposes political change on the issue. What promising organizations are working on it? Mercy for Animals, which accepts donations, conducts investigations to expose animal cruelty in farming and engages in education and outreach, such as online videos and advertisements related to animal welfare. The Humane League, which accepts donations, engages in education and outreach, primarily through online videos and advertisements, on-the-ground leafleting, and Meatless Mondays campaigns. The Humane Society of the United States Farm Animal Protection Campaign, which accepts donations, aims to end the most extreme confinement practices in factory farming by working with farmers to improve the treatment of animals in food production, and lobbying for better laws and against anti-whistleblower legislation. Mercy for Animals and the Humane League are top recommended by the independent evaluator Animal Charity Evaluators. The Humane Society of the United States Farm Animal Protection Campaign is rated as a standout organization. 2 to 4 degrees Celsius climate change. What's the problem? Greenhouse gas emissions will probably lead to a 2 to 4 degrees Celsius rise in average global temperatures. This will cause trillions of dollars of economic damage, the loss of hundreds of thousands or millions of lives, and significant reductions in biodiversity. Scale. Fairly large. Economists typically estimate that a 2 to 4 degrees Celsius rise in temperature would cause a reduction in GDP by about 2%. However, most of the damage from climate change will occur in the future, when people, even in poor countries, are considerably richer than they are now. For example, according to the second most pessimistic model in the Stern Review, a particularly grave assessment of climate change published in 2006, by 2100, the economic cost from climate change will amount to $400 per person, reducing the average GDP per person in developing countries from $11,000 to $10,600. Economic assessments of the costs of climate change typically look only at human costs. If you also value preservation of the natural environment, you should regard climate change as considerably worse than the economists' models suggest. For example, climate change may potentially lead to the extinction of 20 to 30% of species. Neglectedness. Not very neglected. Climate change is well known as a major social issue. The U.S. government spends about $8 billion per year on climate change efforts, and several $100 million are spent each year by foundations. Tractability. Fairly tractable. There are reliable ways in which individuals can reduce the amount of global greenhouse gas emissions. The opportunity to effect political change is unclear, however, as political progress has been slow. For example, the 2009 United Nations Climate Change Conference in Copenhagen was the largest meeting of the heads of state in history, but it achieved very little. What promising organizations are working on it? Cool Earth, which accepts donations, helps indigenous peoples in Peru and the Democratic Republic of the Congo protect the rainforest in which they live from illegal logging. And ClimateWorks, which accepts donations, campaigns for public policies that will decrease the output of greenhouse gas emissions. Catastrophic climate change. What's the problem? Given current climate models, we are unable to rule out the possibility that greenhouse gas emissions will lead to what I call catastrophic climate change, with temperature rises of 10 degrees Celsius or more. Though the chance of this occurring is very small, the outcome would be very grave, which means the expected value of preventing this possibility may be very high. Scale. From fairly large to extremely large, depending on value judgments. How one evaluates risks of global catastrophe depends, crucially, on how much value one places on maintaining a flourishing civilization long into the future. The chances of such bad outcomes are very small, but if you regard civilizational collapse as extremely bad, then it could be very important to prevent these worst-case scenarios. Neglectedness. Fairly neglected. Most focus on climate change is on reducing emissions. This is a good thing whether or not the best guess climate change predictions are correct. However, there has been comparatively little research done into the likelihood of catastrophic climate change, or into mitigation and adaptation strategies in extreme warming scenarios. About $11 million per year is spent on research into geoengineering. Tractability. Fairly tractable. The most pressing need is to fund further research into both assessing the likelihood of worst-case scenarios and to developing strategies to reduce the chance of the worst-case scenarios. One potential opportunity is research into geoengineering, which could be used as a measure of last resort. Geoengineering is the attempt to deliberately cool the planet, for example by pumping sulfates, which are gases that reflect sunlight and in turn cool the planet, into the stratosphere. Geoengineering itself may pose significant risks, such as depletion of the ozone layer. But if it turns out we're facing very large temperature increases, then the risks may be justified. Moreover, geoengineering is cheap enough that in the future, individual countries could, unilaterally, undertake risky geoengineering projects. It would therefore be desirable to have a good understanding of the impacts and risks of geoengineering ahead of time. However, it may be that increased research into this area could detract from other mitigation and adaptation strategies. What promising organizations are working on this? The University of Oxford Geoengineering Program advocates to conduct transparent and socially informed research into the social, ethical, and technical aspects of geoengineering. The Solar Radiation Management Governance Initiative provides advice on the regulation of geoengineering, seeking to ensure that research into solar radiation management, one form of geoengineering, is conducted in a responsible manner. General mitigation of climate change is also a way to reduce catastrophic risk, so Cool Earth and ClimateWorks, previously mentioned, are also promising charities in this area. Other global catastrophic risks. What's the problem? There are a number of low-probability risks that could have disastrous outcomes. These include risks of nuclear war, pandemics, and bioterrorism. Scale. From fairly large to extremely large, depending on value judgments. As with catastrophic risk from climate change, how one evaluates risks of global catastrophe depends crucially on how much value one places on maintaining a flourishing civilization long into the future. Neglectedness. Fairly neglected. Because global catastrophes are unprecedented and unlikely, they may not receive the attention they deserve. The amount of philanthropic funding on these issues is comparatively small, about $30 million per year on nuclear security, and only a few million per year on biosecurity. However, there is considerable funding and involvement from governments. Only a very small amount of funding, $1 to $2 million, is spent on global catastrophic risks in general, such as research to identify currently overlooked risks of global catastrophe. Tractability. Fairly tractable. There are opportunities for funding academic research into catastrophic risks in general, and there are some opportunities for increasing policy influence. However, none of these activities have as clear a path to impact as, for example, donating to fight extreme poverty. What promising organizations work in this area? The Nuclear Threat Initiative, which accepts donations, works on a variety of projects to reduce the spread of nuclear, biological, and chemical weapons. And the Future of Humanity Institute and the Center for the Study of Existential Risk, which both accept donations, are interdisciplinary research institutes at the Universities of Oxford and Cambridge that assess the magnitudes of global catastrophic risks and try to develop risk mitigation strategies. Conclusion. Becoming an effective altruist. What should you do right now? This book has presented effective altruism's approach to making a difference. By outlining the 5 key questions of effective altruism and the frameworks for choosing a charity, a career, and a cause, I hope that I have given the tools to help you increase your impact in all areas of your life. The next time you reach for your wallet after seeing a charity fundraiser, think about signing up to volunteer, or go shopping and wonder whether to buy ethically produced goods, I hope you will bear this perspective in mind. We've seen that by employing effective altruism's way of thinking, we each have the power to do a tremendous amount of good. A donation of $3,400 can provide bed nets that will save someone's life, deworm 7,000 children, or double the income of 15 people for a year. Those charities with less concretely measurable benefits, like those working on criminal justice reform, or more relaxed immigration policy, or catastrophic climate change, may, in terms of expected value, do even more good again. The film Schindler's List tells the story of the war hero Oskar Schindler, a Polish entrepreneur who ran munitions factories for the Nazis. Initially, he was an opportunist, happy to take advantage of the war for his own gain. But as he saw the horrors that the Nazis inflicted on the Jews, he realized he couldn't simply stand by and watch. So, he bribed officials to spare his Jewish workers, ultimately saving more than 1,000 of them. Though Schindler's story is inspiring, you might think that war is a particularly unusual time, and therefore stories like Schindler's aren't really that relevant to our lives. What we've seen in this book is that this isn't true. Every one of us has the power to save dozens or hundreds of lives, or to significantly improve the welfare of thousands of people. We might not get books or films written about us, but we can each do an astonishing amount of good, just as Schindler did. If you feel empowered by this, by far the most important thing for you to do is ensure that this feeling doesn't dissipate over the coming weeks or months. Here are some ideas about how best to do that. 1. Establish a habit of regular giving. Go onto the website of a highly effective charity and sign up to make a regular donation, even if it's just $10 per month. This is the easiest and most tangible way of having a massive, immediate positive impact. Even if you think that the main way you'll help others in life won't be through your donations, starting to give is a good way of solidifying your intentions and of proving to yourself that you mean business. Some of the top charities I've mentioned in this book are Against Malaria Foundation, Cool Earth, Development Media International, Deworm the World Initiative, Give Directly, and Schistomiasis Control Initiative. Pick whichever you believe to be the best and begin a habit of effective donations. Even a relatively small monthly donation to these charities will have a big impact. 2. Write down a plan for how you're going to incorporate effective altruism into your life. Get a pen and paper, or open up a document, and make some notes about the changes you plan to make. Make the plan specific and concrete. If you think you're going to start giving, write down what proportion you intend to start giving and when. If you're going to change what you buy, write down what changes you plan to make and by when. If you're going to pursue a career that makes a difference, write down which dates you're going to set aside in order to find out more information relevant to your next steps. 3. Join the Effective Altruism community. Go on to effectivealtruism.org. I'll say it again. That's all one word. effectivealtruism.org, and sign up for the Effective Altruism mailing list. That way you can learn more about effective altruism and about how to get involved in the community, and read stories of people putting effective altruism into practice. You can also talk with others in the Effective Altruism Forum, and there you can find out more about issues that I haven't been able to cover in this book, like whether to give now or invest and give later, or the impact of giving on your personal happiness. 4. Tell others about effective altruism. Go on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, or your blog and write some of your thoughts about what you've heard. If you found the arguments in this book convincing, then your friends, family, and colleagues might do so too. If you can get one person to make the same changes you make, you've doubled your impact. It can be awkward to raise the idea of effective altruism. You don't want to come across as holier than thou or critical of projects that are less effective, but there are ways to do so naturally. For your birthday, instead of presents, you could ask for donations to a highly effective charity, creating a web page on causevox.com. Charity Science, a fundraising website set up by 2 people in the effective altruism community, helps you to do this on their Take Action page. If it's the holiday giving season, you could offer to match any donation made by your colleagues up to a certain amount. You could organize discussion groups on career choice, or cause selection, or ethical consumerism. If you want to go further than these actions, you might wish to take Give What We Can's pledge to donate 10% of your income. You could read the career advice on 80,000 hours, or apply for one-on-one career coaching there. Or you might wish to set up a local meetup group, starting discussions about effective altruism in your area, with your friends, or through your church or university. Further information on all these things is available at effectivealtruism.org. Whatever you choose to do, think of today as a pivotal step on your journey to making the world a better place. Each of us has the potential to have an enormous positive impact. I hope this book has both inspired you to do so and given you the tools you need to get there. Appendix: Thinking like an effective altruist. The 5 key questions of effective altruism. 1. How many people benefit, and by how much? Like James Orbinski, the doctor who engaged in triage during the Rwandan genocide, we need to make hard decisions about who we help and who we don't. That means thinking about how much benefit is provided by different activities. The Quality-Adjusted Life Year, or QALY, allows us to compare the impact of different sorts of health programs. 2. Is this the most effective thing you can do? The very best health and education programs are hundreds of times better than merely very good programs. Smallpox eradication did so much good that it alone shows development aid to be highly cost-effective on average. 3. Is this area neglected? Natural disasters get far more funding than ongoing causes of death and suffering such as disease. For that reason, disaster relief usually isn't the most effective use of funds. Diseases like malaria that affect people in the developing world get far less funding than conditions like cancer. For that reason, you have a much bigger impact treating people with malaria than with cancer. 4. What would happen otherwise? After going through Scared Straight, juveniles were more likely to commit crimes than they would have been otherwise, so the program did harm overall. In careers like medicine, you're sometimes simply doing good work that would have happened anyway. If you earn to give, however, you make a difference that wouldn't otherwise have occurred. And 5. What are the chances of success, and how good would success be? Some activities, such as voting, entering politics, campaigning for systemic change, or mitigating risks of global catastrophe, are effective not because they're likely to make a difference, but because their impact is so great if they do make a difference. Which charity should you donate to? Ask yourself the following questions. 1. What does this charity do? How many different types of programs does it run? For each of these programs, what exactly is it that this charity does? And if it runs more than one program, why is that? 2. How cost-effective is each program area? Is the charity focused on one of the most important causes? And how cost-effective does the evidence suggest the program to be? 3. How robust is the evidence behind each program? What is the evidence behind the programs that the charity runs? Are there trials showing that the program is effective? And does the charity rigorously monitor and evaluate the success of its programs? 4. How well is each program implemented? Do the leaders of the charity have demonstrated success in other areas? Is the charity highly transparent? Does it acknowledge mistakes that it's made in the past? What are the alternative charities you could give to? And are there good reasons for supposing that this charity is better than others? And finally, 5. Does the charity need additional funds? What would additional funding be used to do? And why haven't other donors already funded the charity to the point it can't use extra money? Which career should you pursue? Ask yourself the following 3 questions. 1. How do I personally fit with this job? How satisfied will I be in this job? Am I excited by the job? Do I think I could stick with it for a significant period of time? And how good am I, or could I become, at this type of work compared to other people and compared to other careers I might choose? 2. What's my impact while I'm working at this job? How many resources can I influence, whether that's the labor I provide, the people or budget I manage, the money I earn, or a public platform I have access to? And how effective are the causes to which I can direct those resources? And 3. How does this job contribute to my impact later on in life? How well does this job build my skills, connections, and credentials? How well does this job keep my options open? And how much will I learn in the course of this job about what I might want to do next? And finally, which cause should you focus on? Rate it by these 4 areas. 1. Scale. What's the magnitude of this problem, and how much does it affect lives in the short run and long run? 2. Tractability. How easy is it to make progress on this problem, and how easy is it to tell if you're making progress? Do interventions to make progress within this cause exist? And how strong is the evidence behind those interventions? And do you expect to be able to discover new promising interventions within this cause? 3. Neglectedness. How many resources are already being dedicated to tackling this problem? How well allocated are the resources that are currently being dedicated to the problem? Is there reason to expect that markets or governments can't solve this problem? And finally, 4. Personal fit. Given your skills, resources, knowledge, connections, and passions, how likely are you to make a large difference in this area? You've been listening to Doing Good Better: How Effective Altruism Can Help You Make a Difference by William MacAskill. Narrated by Sean Pratt. If you've enjoyed this audiobook and this performance, then please visit us at our website, gildanmedia.com, where you'll find a wide selection of titles in business and finance, personal development, psychology, and much, much more. And thank you for being a Gildan audio listener.
This has been a Gildan audio production. For more affordable life-changing audio programs, visit our website at gildanmedia.com.